So I see Mayor Pro Tem, that's everyone.
That's everybody.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead and get started. Notice is hereby given that this is the continuation of the Marque City Council 2021 budget on July 30th, 2020, beginning at 10:30 a.m. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Morning, everyone. Councilman from District A,
Present.
Councilman from District B,
Present.
Councilman from District C,
Present.
Council member from District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
I'm present, and that brings us to item 3, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. To start out this morning, Mr. Carey and Mr. Ho are going to give an update on we had some questions about the water loss the other day, and I had our city consulting engineer take a look at it so we could try to get a little bit better idea of where we were at on water loss. And I think they've got a short presentation they want to give to you. So Chase, Den, it's all yours.
Hey, Mr. Jackson, Den's having some issues. He's logging back in.
Okay, let me see if he's.
I don't see him on here.
Yeah, not yet.
Let's see.
Okay, he's getting back on right now. I see him now.
Good morning.
Okay, we can hear you now, Dan. There we go. Okay, so Chase, Dan, it's all yours. You can go ahead and give the presentation.
There we go. Hey, good morning, Mayor and Council, Mr. Jackson. Yeah, Den and I have been overlooking the JTM water model, the audit, the studies, the ARC engineering. We received all the information from utility billing as well. And so Mr. Den put together a little presentation that he's going to put up on the screen here in a second and go over it with us. You have that, Den?
Give me 1 second. Let me.
Okay.
Okay. Let me locate the last bit. I'm switching off into my laptop, so it's a little different. Okay, so let me take your screen. Okay. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we went back and kind of looked at all the water production, water bill from GCWA, and also what we bill to our customer. And what that does is that kind of give us a approximate water loss between the two. We know that the city functions, there's going to be some water loss through leaks and hydrant flushing or other uses. Usually those range between 16 to 18%. That's historical from a national historical perspective. You can account for about 15 to 20% of your water loss. In older system, the water loss tends to be much higher. Especially clay pipes and then older system, there's just typically a significant water loss. So what you'll notice in this column is what our current allocation is for from GCWA. On the first column, that is our allocation per month. It's 2.78 million gallons per day. The next two columns are the readings we got from each one of these the meters or the take point that we have. one from on 1764 and the other on the Fifth and Orchard. And the total reading is the fourth column, where it shows what they're billing to the city. And as you can see, it varies between 78 to 104. There's a couple of times where you can see the areas where it's highlighted. Those area, that's when the meter has been in service, or or we had to bypass because of other issues, other pressure issues that we've had in the past. So this happened in October 19 and November 19, and earlier this year on the mainland water meter. So we're if we're strictly looking at what our allocations are and what the meters are reading, we're the last 6 months or so, we are at or exceeded our allocation. And currently the GCWA does not penalize us. They just charge us for the extra water, which is extra water. But in the coming months, with the reallocation of the Marque plant, they're gonna look at penalizing those that exceed their water amount. On the okay. The column next to that is the total billed consumption. That's the amount of water that we actually bill our customer, and it represents approximately 40%. Some months 40% on average of what we purchase from the GCWA. So there's if you add the historical loss to it, you're around 55 to 60%. So there's a water loss of approximately somewhere between 35 to 40%, somewhere through major leaks in the system or underground that we can't quantify. And this has been consistent even before during the 2016 water model and leak detection that Simpson completed. The volume of water losses, not the volume, the percent of water loss has been the same. So, and the other are just the other columns are just percentage of loss versus percentage billed. I've made a couple tables for you. So this is the water loss versus total bill. And in most months, you can see that our losses exceed our actual bill to our customer. And in this column, this chart, you can kind of see what our allocations are. The blue is our allocation from the GCWA. The orange is our consumption, where we're at as far as our allocation, our demand based on the allocation, and the green is what's being built. So we're at about 45% of what we're allocated and consumed. So there's a significant water loss. There was a study that was completed in 2016 by Arc Engineering. It identified the CIP that needs to be completed to reduce a lot of its water loss. Chase, do you have that on you available?
Yes, sir. I think it's too large to pull up though. Do you want to pull up the cost estimate or do you want to pull up what part of it?
Let me see if I can bring it up. Give me 1 second. Okay. So this report was pretty detailed. It identified where the areas where where the city needs to look at expending their CIP for repairs of these leaks, and also look at future demands. And it also identified where long-term maintenance program. And these are the cost estimate, the first phase of the cost estimate. So this long-term maintenance improvement program is what they estimated was about $400,000 a year in just replacement of these old 2-inch line. Way back when the city was developed, the city placed 2-inch line in service versus your typical main, which are 68 inches minimum. And these areas that has these 2-inch line cannot provide fire protection. It's just not sized enough to be able to have water flow for fire protection. So these areas do not have fire hydrants in them. And what ARC identified was budgeted about $400,000 a year for the next 14 years, starting 2018. And Chase, if I recall, some of these are already been completed through the GLO project, CDBG project. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. There's about 6 streets have been completed by that JTM construction project.
Okay. And in your budget, you'll see the Chase has added $400,000 a year for next year's budget for this same type of project. In addition to that, they've identified water line connections, trunk main improvements, whereas we can balance the system from the east side of the freeway to the west side. Part of the issue we have now with a lot of when we have breaks in these lines are we only have 3 lines that crosses 45. And it's very difficult to stabilize the system when we only have so many limited amount of pressure that can be distributed from one side if one side breaks. So these programs, these projects that are in place was to help stabilize the trunk line facility, so that if we have a break, we can isolate it and be able to continue to maintain pressure without a complete loss.
Yeah, the total cost of all the areas, the trunk lines, and the 2-inch replacements is about $30 million is estimate. And this estimate was done in 2016 by ARC Engineering. So
the city has done a detailed report through this water planning study, and it's just a matter of locating funds to do these projects. There's a significant amount of data that was completed as part of this project. If you continue to look at the level of effort, this is pretty detailed. And the challenge we have is the city is limited in taxable in the general fund or utility fund to do this work. Right.
Along with the water audit, M.E. Simpson contractor performed a leak detection survey throughout town, and they went through about 115 miles of our water main, and they identified 60 different leaks on mains, hydrants, valves, service lines. And we've gone through all those and made those repairs, and that was about 300,000 gallons per day that we found through the leak detection survey. The main issue is that we believe there's some type of main break underground that is feeding into the sanitary line, going to the treatment plant, or feeding into the bay that we have not been able to locate yet. And I mean, with our existing system, and it's an old system, we all know that, we just, there could be a couple of these breaks. We just don't know, and that's what we need to find. And that's what we're doing every day, trying to locate these leaks.
I know we, part of what Tink asked us to do is kind of look at, how much of this can we recover? Our current allocation is 2.78 million gallons. If you just look at 40% of that, if we can recover, somewhere between 30 to 40% of that give us 1 million gallons a day extra that we can use for as part of our capacity. And we wouldn't have to buy that extra million. But based on our current development that's proposed, we're going to need that extra 1 million gallon sooner than later before we can repair a lot of these facilities. That's all we have. We're open for questions if you have any.
From that leak detection survey, we recovered 250,000 gallons per day. I'm sorry, I don't know if I might have said millions. I didn't mean to say that. 250,000 gallons.
Hey, Chase.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm pretty good. You just said, just for clarification, you just said that we recovered about 250,000 gallons through our intervention. So before that, how many gallons per day were we losing?
That number I just referred to was from that leak detection survey that we received from M.E. Simpson. That was just an estimate on those 60 breaks that we received. And from that estimation from those leaks, that's how we recovered the 250,000 gallons per day. Dan, from your model, how much from that survey that you did, Dan, what does that the loss account? What does it look like now? Can you pull that back up?
Which one? This is our current loss. Now, a lot of the work that you've done was immediately after the Simpson report, I assume. But what we're looking at is what our current loss is. And our current
based
loss,
on what y'all said earlier, that's between 35 and 40%.
that's correct.
Correct.
I mean, you typically you expect certain amount of loss through the system, through little leaks. You're never going to have a perfect system. Anytime you have a flush your hydrant, you're going to lose a significant amount of water, and that 15 to 20% typically account for that. Sometimes you have a contractor, expose a line and break a line. I mean, we have a couple of instances where we lost about 20 million gallons over a 24-hour period. A 12-inch line blowing undeterred for 8 hours. The numbers come out is pretty significant amount of water, and we've had several breaks in this area. Especially, we had one over by the railroad last year. Recently with TxDOT, we had a blowout on a couple of our lines that accounted for over 30 million gallons. Now we're working with our city attorney to try to recover a lot of that loss.
Recoup them, right?
But even before, if you look at the charts, even before TxDOT came along, there's still quite a bit of water loss.
And so is it reasonable to say that, if we were to follow this assessment that was done back in 2016 and follow through with every single line item, we couldn't recover completely 35 to 40%, but we could get closer to maybe somewhere between recouping 20 to 30%.
Yeah, that would be a great figure if you can do it. Yeah, 20% is what we would be shooting for as a start. And at a lot of these lines, as you know, is older, and these AC lines are we currently don't have a program. What they've identified is replacement of the 2-inch line and some of the other lines to stabilize the system. The issue that we have is a lot of our, and what they did not identify is a lot of our lines are AC lines, clay lines, and they tend to leak more often. They're very brittle, especially, they're fine if they're in the ground within clay, but once there's movement, any type of movement, even if it's you're running a backhoe over it or a large equipment over it, they'll easily break.
Hey, Dan,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
Good, sir.
When I ask questions, I tend to ask them in a way that's very direct and intense. So I don't want you to take offense to how I'm going to question you.
Yes, sir.
Here in this particular part of our workshop. But first and foremost, then I'd like to know what your qualifications are in terms of water supply systems. Have you worked for a water authority? Have
Yes,
you
sir.
worked for an engineering firm? Could you tell me about that before
Yes, sir.
I get into this line? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. My firm, we provide a consulting engineering service for cities and municipalities. I have been a city engineer for about 10 years already for another city, Iowa Colony, and the last couple of years for the city of Lamarque. In addition to that, before my work with cities, I've worked with mud districts. I was the district engineer for 6 different muds in the surrounding area. Mud District 365, Mud District 420, a couple of others, Mason Creek Utility District. So we represented, I represented municipality prior to my service with the city of Lamar.
I appreciate that, Dan. Have you ever been a part of a water audit?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, you have not. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have several questions. First, I'd like to go back to the question that I asked about our water laws. Chase, and I appreciate what Chase said. I appreciate that we were able to save 250,000, not million, gallons through our leak detection system and other things that we've been able to implement. But I was still not given an answer to how many hundreds of thousands of gallons of water that we were losing prior to us doing the things that we've done to save this 250,000. So maybe you might not know this answer, but if you can get this answer for me, or if you have it available, I'd like to hear that now. How many hundreds of thousands of gallons of water were we losing prior to?
Chase, do you have that report, the Simpson report? Because it's on.
Yeah, that's what I'm pulling up right now, Dan. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see.
Okay, Chase, while you're doing that, and
Yes,
you
sir.
will continue to do that, while you're doing that, that's fine. Just let me know when you have the answer. But for the sake of time, I'm going to go back to Dan while you do that. Dan,
Yes, sir.
Earlier in our budget workshop, Dan, on an earlier day, there was a number floated around. The report, the ARC engineering report, estimated that we were losing 60% of our water. Earlier in this budget workshop, there was commentary by some of us that indicated that perhaps that number had went down to 30%. Since you have not did a water audit personally yourself, and of course Chase hadn't done that, how did we arrive at that number if we don't have anybody on our staff that has ever completed a water audit, and we have not used any engineering firm to help us complete an additional water audit or water study to give us that number? Where did that number come from?
So in looking at the data that was pulled from the utility billing, our water consumption from GCWA is approximately, or the amount that's billed is approximately 45%. If you can kind of look at the range in this analysis, what our usage is. So our usage, what we take from GCWA and what we bill out, that's about 45% in on average. There's a couple anomaly in here due to the switchover or the repair of their existing meter. We know that for sure. So in addition to that, typical water loss through system, through hydrants, through operation and maintenance, that varies between 15 to 20%. That's everywhere. If you go into a new system where you're blowing out water system, you can kind of see where the losses are. There's always a loss that unaccounted for. Either your operator or your fire department are blowing fire hydrants so that they can clean out the system, disinfection of the system. Those are constant operation and maintenance of the system. So the balance of the water loss that's unaccounted for is what we're looking at from the standpoint of what your actual loss is.
So you're suggesting to this council that Chase said earlier that he believes, and I'm sure you concur with this belief, that he believes that there is a major water leak underground in our system that's causing us to hemorrhage water. What you just said then was that in any water system, you should expect 15 to 20% water loss. Chase just said to us earlier that there is a major underground water leak somewhere in our system. Are you suggesting to us today that this major underground water leak that's hemorrhaging water from our system is hemorrhaging it only at the capacity of about 10 to 15%? Because that does not describe, for me, a major underground water leak. I believe Chase.
So
Go ahead,
no, sir. So our unaccounted loss is approximately 35%. That's what we're looking at, 35% of unaccounted loss. And if you look at 35% of 2.78 million gallons that were allocated every day, that's a loss of close to 100,000 gallons per day. That's just water, 35%. So we're billing 45%. There's an average loss of somewhere between 15 to 20%. So that's, let's say that's 65%. So there's 35% of our water that is lost through major leaks or a combination of major leaks, little leaks, whichever. But there's obviously a significant amount of water that's being lost every day.
Okay, so here we go then. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it like this. Those of us that understand this issue and that is researched, we understand that water loss in municipalities and in governmental bodies come from two specific types of water losses. One of them is real loss, and a real loss in a water system is a loss that comes from leaks or overflows or pipes bursting. And then there's an apparent loss, and the apparent loss comes to us from non-physical inefficiency, utility operations, utility billing areas, so on and so forth. The EPA says 84% of all water loss comes from real loss. but there's an additional 16% of water loss that comes from apparent loss, from other mistakes and inaccuracies that are going on in the system, the way we build, the way we track, so on and so forth. So if 35% of our water loss, according to you, is coming from real water loss, then there has to be an additional water loss that's being that we're realizing through apparent water loss, through those non-physical water losses. And my point, so that I can put a fine point on it, is that I believe that we are nowhere near 30% water loss, that our water loss is actually higher, closer to 50 to 55%. If you look at the 35 that you just said, and you look at the EPA numbers, right?
Yes,
There's
sir.
16% of those. So 35 plus 16 is what, 51?
Yes.
So I want to be clear that we are not in better position as we might be led to believe.
Well, you're absolutely correct, because the difference between what's unaccounted for loss is 55%, but what's normal loss, which is for operation and maintenance, and then also minor leaks, those what I think I've noted was somewhere between 15 to 20%. Those are what we consider normal operational loss. And then the big figure is the 35% figure that's generally unaccounted for. So in a normal system, you wouldn't have that type of loss, that significant amount of loss. And that's what our concern is if we can recover some of that 35%, I'm an engineer, I'm a math guy. So when we look at, okay, what's your typical loss? Our typical loss is between 15 to 20%. That's, like you said, noted, apparent loss through maintenance and operation, through minor leaks, through different other areas. But the unaccounted for loss is the 35% number. But if you're looking at total loss, you're looking at about a 55% number, including, loss from blowing hydrants or leaks or these blowouts that we get from contractors that's hitting our line, or leaks prior to it being metered.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify that we are not at that 30% number. We are closer to 55, perhaps even 60. Then I got two questions for you, and they're really quick, and then I'll be done with you unless something else arises that I need to address. I noticed that the water loss is higher in the summer months, in contrast to the winter months. Could you speak to us about that, number one? And number two, our water loss control program should consist of three different measures: the water audit data, the intervention action items, and the evaluation of performance. Could you speak to those two areas? A, why our water loss is higher in the summer, and B, what does our water loss control program look like?
So our typical in the summertime, the demand is usually much higher through people tend to use water. That's your peak month. There's irrigation that's being used. Water usage tends to be somewhere between 15 to 20% higher in the summertime than you do during the wintertime. People are not mowing their yard. They're not washing their cars during the wintertime. The general use of water is generally a lot less than during seasonal, based on the seasonal. So that's kind of where we're at. And this is consistent throughout any system. The demand is much higher during the summertime.
And that is an indicator that there are serious structural problems with our water system.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
It's being the operation of it. The operation of it is significantly more. There's more production and more water that goes through the system, and production is much higher. Pressure builds through GCWA. We're having to take more water through the system, and it's like I said, these are a lot of our pipes are clay pipes, additional pressure, additional demand on these pipes, is going to slowly degrade the system, the pipes. As far as the operation, I think I'm going to defer to Chase on that. You know, where we stand is more of an analysis to provide you with the information to make those decisions. But Chase and his group kind of manage the operation of that system.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, at BioFest, we have brochures that we hand out, you know, Texas Water Development Board, water conservation literature that we hand out. We do speak about it often when we are dealing with residents and citizens in the field. From the water conservation plan that we completed, that was right before when Mr. Jackson was arriving here. We completed a water conservation plan. Those have to be done every 5 years with TCEQ. But in those plans, we identify, you know, inserts in utility billing, you know, leak detection kits that we can give out. We have been in contact with Texas, the Water Development Board, asking for these little kits that we can hand out to citizens as well. But really, when it comes to conserving water, it's going to take a full effort from everyone, you know, from staff, citizens, everyone, that for us all to get on board going forward.
Chase, did you break up?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see. No, I was just speaking to the you know, our water conservation plan and conserving water. Really, right now is just an outreach, you know, speaking to the citizens and giving them literature. We have been cutting back on our flushing. Whenever they're calling in, we will go out and flush the hydrants, but we've been trying to keep that as a minimum because of, you know, the water loss that we have. Basically, right now, it's more about literature and speaking to the citizens about, and staff, even at our own buildings and in City Hall and Public Works and the police department, everywhere else, is doing the best that we can to conserve water.
Okay. Well, Chase, I appreciate you and your work. Den, I appreciate you and your work. I'm glad that we were able to get some of these answers. I support both of you men in your endeavors. I would like to ask Tink to work with you guys to present to this council a water loss control program, a full-fledged water loss control program, because I sense that we're going to be needing buy-in from our citizens because this is a problem that we've kicked down the road for several years, several decades even. And it needs to be addressed now so that we can be prepared for future growth. And this water loss control program, I think, again, has three areas: the water audit data, the intervention and interaction, and the evaluation and the performance indicators. And so I'd be excited to see that from you in the coming year, Tink. And last question, Chase, did you ever find the hundreds of thousands of gallons that we were losing before we saved the 250,000 gallons?
No, sir. It did not reference the total number in the M.E. Simpson study. It didn't bring up a total number. No, sir. If we were, we would be guessing. If you would like, we can come back with you in a number here in the next couple of days and email you a number so we can so we won't just be guessing.
Sure. Yeah. No pressure. Just whenever y'all get that number and give it to Tink, I'm sure he'll communicate that to council. But again,
yes,
you and Dan, y'all are doing a great job, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Ben, can you go back to your first tab on the water loss?
Yes, sir.
On it. On the spikes where we build more than what the loss shows, is this due to litigation recovery?
No, sir. Those are when the GCWA had to bypass our line for maintenance or reinstallation of a new meter over on the Orchid plant. and Fifth and Orchid. If you're looking at October and November of 2019,
Yes, sir.
is that correct? Yes. They bypassed the meter, so there was no water flow through the meter. They have to bypass it, take it out of service, put a new meter in, and so they didn't charge us. So I guess we're lucky on those 2 months.
So do we, recoveries from contractor cuts, where we can estimate the lost amount? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
already included in this?
No, sir. Those numbers, are the recent loss. I've already sent that over to Dara and Tink and Chase. We did an estimate of what that loss is. And then one case there was over 22 million based on the a formula that's developed by AWA on
Okay.
breaks. Yes, sir.
So
And
that
we
would
provided.
that recovery on that would flatten some of that too. Okay.
It would
Yeah,
flatten some, but not that significant, because if you look at if you look at where the loss is, I mean, a lot of this work that was done with this water loss is over the the previous 18 months. It's
Yes,
only
sir.
recent. They've started the TxDOT project in April of this year. And the April loss, the April loss or May and June loss are pretty consistent. But previously, you can see the water loss has been pretty consistent through our system.
Yeah, I do want to be very, very clear about that. Any one of these breaks that we've had with TxDOT, these recent 6-7 breaks we've had that we've been fighting with them about, every time we have been billing them for water loss. They're not, that's been included in every one of those bills.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chase and Din, I wanted to touch back around to the concept that Mayor Pro Tem brought up about what are the points of a water loss recovery program. And I just want to make sure that I'm grokking all of the elements of this, because it seems to me essentially what you guys have put forth to us in this presentation and what is arguably like the bulk of the entire proposal in the capital improvement plan from Public Works, it is the heart of a water loss recovery program, right? And it is the systematic it is the systematic going through each of those line items that have been put forth to us from those different assessments over the past couple of years, the one from 2018 and the one from 2016, and going through and doing the major underground infrastructure work, the replacement of the clay pipes. I know that, as Din mentioned, through the GLO grant, we've already been able to start work or finish some of these things. And so it seems like some of those kind of bottom total dollar figures might change. And I'm going to assume with a question mark that the $6 million figure that's in this capital improvement plan from you, Chase, is sort of the most important element of a water loss recovery program. And could you speak to that for me? Could you confirm whether my assumption is correct or if I'm missing something big here?
Chase,
No, man, yeah, you are correct.
Chase, before you start on that, I just want to make sure that the council understands that when we talked about the capital improvement program that I gave you, that's
Yes,
a 5-year. And
Yeah, that's 5 years.
Chase's was actually a 15-year. I mean, he had this stuff listed out to 15 years. I included the 5-year figures in there. So that $6.4 million figure was what they had in the first 5 years, but it wasn't the entirety of the capital improvement plan. So now you can continue, Chase.
Thank you. Okay.
Right. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, man. No, you're correct. I mean, really with, even since the studies were completed, the water audit was done 5 years ago. Our infrastructure has aged even more since then. So, yeah, I mean, we do have infrastructure that has to be replaced. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we can do our best to conserve and limit flushing and I mean, even the contractors hitting the lines, that's something that we are doing our best to. Not only it affects our citizens' PSI, but it adds to our water loss, even just to, compound the issue. But yes, ma'am, fixing the infrastructure is something we have to do and have to do now.
Right. And so it seems like, and Keith, I really appreciate you working hard to make sure that the sort of importance between apparent loss and true loss was made clear. And then Din, thank you so much for, strengthening that. That was very elucidating for me, that the real like black and white numbers we're looking at here are, we have a current loss of somewhere around 35% that is lost through physical infrastructure. And then we have an additional up to 20% that is lost through other measures that we also need to attack. But the bigger number, the number that we know that has been staring us in the face and in all likelihood might be even bigger than we really realize at this point, that is the one that needs systematic attack, for lack of a better word. And it also seems to me that we also, is another water audit included in this 5-year or 15-year plan, like something to give us new up-to-date data soon, once we start getting work done? Is that already wrapped into it?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I have that listed as a project that is, that's something in the future.
Okay.
The water audit is definitely going to be needed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. Well, and do you have, and I'm sorry if this is just clearly in there and I'm missing it, but so like Tink said, that $6.5 million figure, that's just the first 5-year plan. And you guys have written out, like, if we figure out how to get a big chunk of that money assigned for the 2021 fiscal year, like, you guys know exactly what you're going to get started on first, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that'll be a decision with Mr. Jackson and then obviously, but yes, ma'am, we have a pretty good idea of, from all the studies and we have maps of where the large leaks, small leaks, and especially with Mr. Rodney Gamble, the utility foreman, he's been here for 20 something years. We have a very good idea of where the worst infrastructure is in town.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Tink.
Yes, sir.
What's our major direction for looking for outside funds? Is that GLO or are there any other?
Well, so yeah, there's a couple other smaller things for sure. We have access to a CDBG grant every other year. That the city just finished one of those projects, and it's equivalent of somewhere just under $500,000 every 2 years to use in our lower income areas. And we'll definitely continue to take advantage of that. There's opportunities through the Water Trust Board for primarily loans, but there are some grants through the Water Trust Board. Dan and I and Chase were talking about those last night. So there are some opportunities to look at some additional funding through there. This GLO grant, I think we have a big opportunity under this existing mitigation grant right now to hopefully address a bunch of this. I was talking to Councilwoman McAuliffe, I think did for yesterday about this. This year, I think we're going to have an opportunity, and it's typical. We won't know what the real, what our real success is going to be until probably halfway through this budget year, a little bit later, as far as being able to secure some of those funds. But I think we do have a great opportunity under that, and I think that I know we score very high, and I know we're going to be high up that list. And our first round project, as long as we lump everything together into a single project, tied all together, we can probably get an awful lot done in that first round project. As long as the funding holds out and the federal government doesn't change something, the state doesn't change something, I think we have some opportunities there. The GLO, those kind of projects are only about the best opportunities you have for grants. So, I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity besides GLO and the Water Trust Board. In a perfect system, you have your infrastructure maintained through your utility billing. Your billing for your water and sewer and everything includes enough in the in the rates to be able to do an amount of maintenance per year each year as well. So if your revenues bring in, your charges bring in an additional $1.5 million a year in revenue, and that's what you use to do your maintenance and to keep your system up to date. And then with your growth, you use your impact fees to add in the new infrastructure that you need and do those things. And it's just, at some point, we'll get caught up and we'll get to the point where we can do that. It's just everything here is so, the infrastructure wise, is so far behind. It's just going to take a little bit to get there.
And to that point, Tink, I'm curious to know, so I think, like you just said, very clearly, we'll continue to pursue the community development block grants, but that's only $500,000 every 2 years. And we'll pursue some GLO, and we're in a good position to get more money there. But as has been reiterated so many times, we have a major loss that is costing us money and is wasting one of the most important resources we have as a city, and arguably one of the most important resources for our citizens. And that problem is worsening every day that we don't do something about it. So I'd like to know what kind of, 2 parts, what number we're looking at in terms of what kind of budget we need to allocate to get started on something to start ameliorating this problem next year. And then what do we think are what are our opportunities? Where can we find that money within our budget that's not just reliant on outside grants? If we wanted to make actual headway and get started, are we talking about bond work? Are we talking about increasing taxes? Are we talking what are the ideas that are out there?
Well, so that's an excellent question. There's a number of different ones. There's a few different ways you can do it. One of the numbers, or one of the things I mentioned to you guys at the end of the last workshop was about additional opportunities with taxation. And there's a couple of different things you can do there. As we talked about, for every penny increase in property taxes, it's about another $110,000 in revenue a year. So there's a couple of things you could do there. There could be a 2, 3, 4 cent tax increase that tax increase would be dedicated to public improvements. So that every year when that tax increase comes in, that money goes straight into a line item for public improvements, and you do $400,000, $500,000 worth of work a year, just strictly based on that. That's one way to do it. As we also talked about, for every penny of tax increase, estimating a 4% interest rate, which we should be able to do way better than that right now. That provides about $1.9 million in bond capacity over 30 years. So, you could do some percentage in taxes, a tax increase to dedicate to a bond, and get a larger chunk of money and do more significant work quickly. Understanding that the lifespan of that, any new projects we put in with a 30-year bond, that's about the lifespan of that. So at the time that bond ran out, you can probably just roll that back over and do it again to replace it again. So there's that. There's that potential as well. One of the things that's really difficult here, when you start looking at as we go from budget year to budget year. So we did our budget last year, and we set our budget based on our taxable values, based on whatever. And we're always working towards additional growth. We're working towards having bringing in additional businesses that are going to increase our sales tax revenue. The buildings that they build are going to increase our property tax revenue. That new growth is without additional taxes. New growth is the only way that you survive as a city. When you look at our new growth this year, we had decent new growth. Our new growth was it was someplace just north of $35 million. And that's a pretty significant amount of growth. When you talk about an increase in your property values, to get in $35 or $40 million a year in new growth, that generates revenue, and that on the outside flush appearance, it would seem like, well, that gives us room to do something different each year. But then you go back and look at some of the mandatory requirements that we have here. And if you look at what we brought in additional new growth for this year, that additional new growth was almost immediately eaten up by the mandatory requirements under the police CBA for increases and step increases and everything there. So by the time we got the mandates of the police department CBA covered, that new growth was basically already gone. Then you have your mandates under the fire CBA, and then the rest of it was gone, and we're already back in the hole down. So all the new increase that we had is already gone, and we're still having to try to figure out how to cover the rest of that requirement that was already in there. This year, because of the other increases in property tax value, I mean, we were able to do that without having to cut something someplace else to be able to cover the mandatory increases that are in the budget every year before we get started. So to look at new growth and say, well, we're anticipating, the same amount of new growth next year, maybe we can anticipate that going into infrastructure. We really can't do that because of those requirements that are in those CBAs. So to fix this stuff and to actually make real headway on it, it's going to require that we do something else. And I obviously we're going to, I think we looked into, I don't remember what the total number is. I've got a spreadsheet someplace. I think we looked into about 40 different grants this year for different things. And we'll continue to dig through all those grants. And I've already talked to our new grant administrator that you guys approved at the last meeting for the CDBG, this mitigation grant project. They're already looking at a couple other grants that are available for us and starting to try to get numbers put together to see if we qualify and if we're going to qualify, to make sure that we get our information submitted timely and get in the process to be considered for those. But there's a lot of cities that are in the same boat that we're in when it comes to the aging infrastructure. There was a lot of infrastructure work that was done in the 70s and 80s and 90s with federal grants, and then when those federal grants dried up, cities kind of quit doing a lot of infrastructure work. And so a lot of cities are kind of in the same boat that we're in right now when it comes to that aging infrastructure. So those grants for infrastructure are very competitive.
Thanks.
Yes.
And going back to Casey's point, as she was piggybacking off of the point that I was trying to make, it does sound like, and let us be clear, it does sound like we are taking actions to stem this problem that we're having with our water supply. Sounds like Chase and Den have many of the necessary elements. But what we need to speak to is putting those elements into a comprehensive plan. And that's where I'm advocating for this water loss control plan. We are doing, Casey's right, and I agree with her. And I agree with Chase and Den. We're doing different things to address this, but all of these things have to be put together in a comprehensive program, right? So that we as a council can bring this to the citizens. This is the issue. This is the plan that your city leaders have crafted and designed to move us forward through this issue. The last piece of that, the political piece, will take leadership, because at that point, once we get this water loss control program adopted by this council, we can take that to the citizens and we could say to them and allow them to say back to us via vote, this is what we are going to need to do to resolve our water issues in our city. You can vote this plan up or down. That's what it's going to take, because once the citizens see the loss and they see the plan that we've crafted, then I think that they would be more inclined to vote for such things as a penny increase in our tax revenue dedicated toward infrastructure improvements, bond issues, and things of that particular nature. So I wanted to clarify that with my friend from District D, Casey, and also clarify that with Chase and Den. I want us to work on this water loss control program so we can package it correctly so that we can then offer it to our citizens.
And I think I've got the full 15-year CIP that they put together for the Public Works Department, and I'll get that sent out to you guys as a starting point for you guys to look at, because it shows what it's going to cost over a 15-year period to do all this. And and of course that addresses, and I think maybe even Chase addressed some other stuff in there. We did The approval of the bond to do the wastewater treatment plant. I mean, that was a significant step forward in fixing all this. It helps with a number of different things. And that's basically when I look at city infrastructure, that's one of 5 pieces that I look at, and having that plant renovated and the expansion done, and that expansion being capable of meeting our needs all the way out to full growth here. I mean, that was a very important step forward for the city. And of course, that project is rolling right along now, and we're going to get there. You know, we with this mitigation grant, we're also going to be looking at our stormwater system. With the Marion Melody project, we're already starting to do some stuff over there with the one grant that we got. So, you know, stormwater system, we're doing some work on that, and I think we can bring it into mitigation as well and be able to get some help out of that grant for it. And then, of course, we got our water lines and our sewer lines, and then we got streets. You know, we get a few complaints about streets too, and we put a little extra money in there this year to try to do some extra patching on the streets. But you know, streets are something else that can't be ignored, and they're the one thing that normally takes the biggest political hammering, is because people can actually physically see them. You know, they see the holes in the streets, and they see the repairs that need to be done, and that's the one that seems to get the most notice. Until they turn the water on, there's low water pressure. Then it gets more notice than the streets do. So, you know, those two things become very noticeable very quickly to the public. But I think we've got I think the capital improvement overall plan that they did, the whole plan, and it's 2 or 3 or 4 pages long, and that's why I just narrowed it down to the 5-year costs to include in this other one, because there was to show that how they fit in with every other department. But I think it shows a good synopsis of what it will take over 15 years to get to that point. So I'll get that out to you guys, and we'll start working on putting something together.
Thanks, Tim.
Mr. Tink,
Yes.
bonds that would be issued for a project like this, would that repayment, would that not go, or should it not go into the utility billing in that aspect?
Oh, it can go either way. I mean, you can do both, or you can do part from each. I mean, there's a number of different ways to do it.
Okay.
But yeah, it can also be considered out of utility rates. And we did, we had utility billing go through in case somebody wanted to have a discussion about utility rates this morning. We did go do a comparison with neighboring cities to show that our water rates are still at or below, most of our surrounding neighbors. And so our water rates are extremely competitive with everybody else's. And so we do probably we have some room in there too, additionally for bonding capacity as well. So it doesn't just have to be property taxes. It could be a combination of property taxes and utility rates. It could all be utility rates. I mean, there's a number of different ways to address that.
Good, because I think in a study, we need to look at a 3-way thing on here, either property taxes, either utility billing, or a combination, and what that would look like to the people, and to explain to them what it is. I think our problem and we're not the only ones in this, it's always been traditional over the years. It was just cheap to buy water, and it was plentiful. So no one was fixing their infrastructure, or they kicked that can down the road, so to speak. They fixed what they needed to. And so we arrive at this situation, but for a lot of people, these utility rates are critical to them, and increases, but they need to see it both ways. And I think we have to look at it both ways in order to be respectful of what we do in attracting businesses and even more residential growth. But I'd kind of like to see that modeled, in the 3 different ways.
Yeah, we'll definitely present multiple alternatives for funding when we get it all put together.
Thank you.
Well, this is exciting. It sounds like there's a lot of agreement that we see that a lot of work has gone into already modeling what would happen and how we could move forward. But after Mayor Pro Tem, re-clarified, and I appreciate that, Keith, and along with what Robert just said, it sounds to me like there's a sense of like we're ready to take some serious action. We just want to make sure we're doing everything possible to make it as transparent easily understandable and well thought through for the public when we do take action. But this is exciting. Major investment in this infrastructure is exciting.
Sounds
Yeah,
like,
Hazel.
sounds to me like Hazel likes it too.
She loves her city already.
Cool.
You know, and of course, one of the other options in there as well too, just because we talked about this earlier, I just want to make sure everybody keeps this in their thoughts too. There's always potential to go through the Water Trust Board with a low interest loan because it may be cheaper than doing a bond. But there's potential to go through the Water Trust Board to do this as well, and maybe with the low interest loan and partial grant funding through them too. So that's another option that we'll put out there.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dan or Chase on the water presentation they gave, or on the infrastructure itself?
Mr. Jackson, I was just going to add, for Mayor Pro Tem, for your question earlier, our best educated estimate is around 40 to 45 million gallons a month. And basically that's about 1.5 million gallons a day we're losing. And, you know, the utility crews, you know, the 22 guys, my guys are out there, we're repairing leaks day and night, nonstop basically. And we basically only see a leak when it arises to the ground. You know, once it comes up in the ditch or a citizen calls it in, that's when we can go make the repairs. The issue comes about is when we're making the repairs, you know, there's so much pressure on those lines. It's like it's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken back. We make the repair and then it blows, 2 miles down the road. So we're just chasing these leaks everywhere. We're doing our best to keep it flowing and, keep everything with pressure, keep everyone with the PSI that is required and what is needed. But, I do appreciate everyone and this is much needed for sure. And this will definitely help. I appreciate you.
Hey, Chase,
Yes, sir.
that 1.5 million gallons per day loss, is that after the 250,000 that you're able to save, or is that before?
That's current. So it's after. That's what we believe is present time right now.
So so before that we were at 1.75 million gallons a day.
Yes, sir. Well, before the study, is that what you said?
For the repairs.
Before the repairs.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Correct.
So we were at 1.75 million gallons per day before the repairs. How much do we have again allotted to us on a daily basis?
2.78 million.
Yeah.
2.78 million, and out of that we're losing we were losing 1.75, so that we were losing more than we were actually using. Losing more than using.
Yes, sir. If you look at the graph that's on the screen, the blue is what's the loss, and the green is what we're actually billing our customers.
Yeah. I won't belabor the point. I think we proved the point that this is a dire situation. And God bless you, Chase, and God bless you again for the work that you all are doing. I know it has to be tremendously taxing for you guys. But it's time for us to stop patting you on the back and to start being leaders as we are elected to be, and get you all some help. But thank you for everything that you are doing for us, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amen is all I have to say.
Okay, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Chase.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the only follow-up presentation that we had, Mayor. So next on the agenda, what we have on here is any recap questions, and then for us to answer your questions, get your recommendations, and figure out where we're gonna go. So I'll turn it back over to you guys, and you guys can ask any questions that you want to ask about any of the departments, and then we'll try to to figure out if there's any recommended changes that council comes to consensus on, then we'll try to figure those out.
Yes, thank you, sir. Does any council member have a department that they would like to relook at or review according to our agenda?
None here, Mayor.
Mayor, I'd like to relook at the police department if we can.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
When we received the presentation from the police department, it was a great presentation. I like the work that Tink did on the budget. I like the work that Chief Jackson did on the budget. But as I begin to look at what's currently happening in our city, and in particular, the violent crime that's being committed in our city, I begin to think about this assistant chief's position. While I believe certainly it's needed, I believe at this particular time in our city, at this juncture with the violent crime that we are experiencing, I believe that it might be more advantageous this year to use those monies toward additional police staffing, toward additional patrolmen. Because I heard Chief Jackson say yesterday, or the day before yesterday, whenever we visited with him, that he had to take, I believe he said, 2 patrol officers, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to mischaracterize your words. 2 patrol officers and perhaps another CID person to assign them to this task force that he has created inter-department to help solve many of these violent crimes. Our city has over 25 unsolved murders, many that we are no longer working, not because the trail isn't hot for those particular suspects, but just because we don't have the manpower to physically work those cases. Our city has, I believe, in the last year, has assigned over 300 felony cases that were divided between 3 investigators. And if you're doing the math, you're talking about one of our investigators having to investigate 100 felony cases per year, which if you look at a work day for the entire year of an investigator, you're probably looking at giving those men and women 2 days to solve a felony case. And if it's a murder, you're basically giving them perhaps a time that might be just a little longer than that. So I propose that we use those available monies to hire as many patrolmen as we possibly can for that reason. Also because the city is still in the midst of violent crime issue. And so we need as many patrolmen on the street as we can possibly have. Now, moving forward, I just talked to Tink this morning, and we're looking at about 5,000 potentially new homes in our city. We've already built thousands of them previous to this. And so our growth will continue. The need for law enforcement will continue throughout this decade and the next. And so, but one of the things that will stop that growth is the perception that Lamarque is a haven and a bastion for violent crime. So I propose that we perhaps get Chief Jackson and his lieutenants some training, not that they need it, but just to help with perhaps maybe the administrative issue, at least for 1 year, use that money to hire as many additional patrol officers as we can to really drill down into this violent crime issue. Secondly, I noticed that I believe since 2016, the police department has received 9 vehicles from this city, police vehicles, patrol vehicles. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, since 2016, we have lost through retirement or through a crash or whatever the case may be, we've lost 10 patrol vehicles. So while we've added 9, we've lost 10. And there are a few down there that need to be, that probably need to be retired as well. So Mayor and Tink, I'm looking to see if we might shift focus at least for 1 year, hire additional patrol officers, and then look at some way that we might be able to add some patrol vehicles to our aging fleet.
I'd like to hear the council weigh in on this, and we'll go from there.
Well, I can certainly speak to that, and I think, you know, oh boy, this is a tricky, the idea of how to best support our police department and support our growing city and support our current citizens is certainly a challenging one, particularly, as we all know, in this year where money ain't growing on trees. But additionally, I feel like there is an incredibly relevant and vital issue that we haven't touched on yet in these discussions when it comes to the support of our police department. And that is that more cops, more policemen, more policewomen on the street does not automatically equate to a safer community. I think more resources and more conscientious and considerate approaches to how we support our police and how we are providing resources to our citizens makes for a safer community. I think number one, the cost, as Tink mentioned earlier, I mean, the just when it comes to basic figures for what it means to hire new officers, is an immense part of our budget already. I mean, we already, without it in front of me, I mean, I know we're spending over a third of our budget currently on police, which is an immense number. And I love our police force. And as I said yesterday, I think Chief is doing an amazing job, and I really respect all of our police officers, and I'm really grateful for everything they're doing. And obviously, we need our police department. However, that is such a significant part of a city budget, where when you look at other cities, some cities that are even, you know, astronomically larger than us and have nowhere near that ratio of their budget going to their police departments, I question whether that is the prudent thing to do right now. And in addition to the fact that the way that I see, honestly, what I would like to see is, you know, in the wake of the George Floyd murders and the murder and I mean, all the things that we've been talking about, and that our nation is talking about, there is a real momentum behind the ways we invest in our police department and in our community that relieve some of the burden that's on our police department. Instead of seeing it as, well, what we need is more officers, seeing it as, how do we take some of the work that we continue to pile on the shoulders of our police, and how do we spread that out better? How do we meet the needs of the community better? And for me, the idea of this assistant chief of police, one of the things I like best about it is that, like Mayor Pro Tem mentioned a little while ago, you know, Chief, our officers are wearing so many hats. The chief being probably the one wearing the most, I might guess, but all of them doing so many jobs. And there is, from our community, still, even with all of them working as hard as they are to be transparent, there is still a sense of not enough transparency for our police, from our police department to our citizens. In addition to just the myriad administrative tasks that they're already being asked to do and that we'd like to see more of, more data that we'd like to see, grants that could help us hire on more police officers a little more sustainably. These are things that there are not enough hours in the day for Chief and his staff to do. And so I am very keen on the idea of bringing in someone with that allows some of our police officers to get back to doing true police work within the community and redistribute their efforts. I think that there's room for us to support the current police force so that they can do their jobs better and more efficiently, rather than just adding more officers, particularly at a time when one of the huge things that has been communicated to us is the need for a new facility. And I know we're all on board for that. But the truth of the matter is we don't have it yet. And I would think that what we want to do is look at that conscientiously and look at what's the smartest way to build a building that fits their needs and fits the needs of our municipality as it grows. But why would we add on police officers now when they already feel piled on top of each other in a building that needs a lot of attention? So I know that's a lot of different elements I just put out there, but I think, Keith, I'm not keen on that idea of adding more police officers right now. I think we do need more police officers, but I don't think it's smart to do it right now. I think what we could do is invest in different ways in our force and in our community. I think, if we were to add on more personnel other than an assistant chief, what I am most interested in seeing is something that I have begun to read and learn a lot more about. And that visits that idea again of that it's resources that make our community safer, not just more police officers. Because police officers, when they're able to do their job in the most ideal way, which no community is ideal, but when they're able to truly function at their highest capacity and feel supported by their municipality, it's when they have connections to resources and when they're not being asked to do when you take a step back and look at all the things that we're expecting one single police officer to do, when they may be called to a scene where there is someone having a major mental health issue, or there's a major domestic violence issue, or there's something involving the youth who need to be in school, they need support, there's so many different things they get called to. I would like to see what it would look like to create a complementary position that is basically a resource advocate for our community citizens. That if instead of police officers having to be called to every single thing that we currently call them to, why can't we reshift that paradigm where there are some people within our police force or that are city employees that if you have a problem with someone having a mental health breakdown, perhaps the police don't have to go to that call. Maybe we have somebody else that has that has that experience level of training to deal with that. Or if what the police are being called to is, something not anywhere violent in nature, somebody else is called to that. Or someone shows up at the scene when what is needed is a connection to resources. If we were going to hire more personnel and really look at how to finagle that is what I am most interested in. And now, having said a lot of words, I will stop, and I'm eager to hear what you guys have to say.
Yeah, let me jump in, Mayor. Let me jump in and really address some of the things that Councilwoman McAuliffe before we get to the other council members. The issue, Casey, is not simply wanting to add or throw more officers into the mix. I prefaced my statement by saying the Chief Jackson, has already created a task force, which means it should be temporary, a task force to deal with the logjam of violent crimes that his department is trying to investigate. Again, let's look at this number, Casey. There are over 25, I want to say this very clear, in a city Lamarck size, there are over 25 unsolved murders. There are over 300 felony cases that 3 and perhaps maybe 4 investigators now are investigating. So what I am proposing is not simply throwing more officers on the street. What I am proposing is, while Chief Jackson is using these, I think there are 3 folks, while he has taken them from patrol and other assigned duties, that we would augment that with patrol officers. Once this task force has been completed, once we're able to put a dent into these murders that are unsolved, a dent into these felony cases that have been unsolved or uncharged, or however they characterize that in law enforcement, then those folks, those patrol officers, then we can then reassign them into the areas that you care so much about and that I care about with you. But right now, Lamarck is being considered by many around us a haven for crime. Do you not know that there are people that are coming from the north side and the southwest side of Houston to commit crimes in the city of Lamarck, because we have the reputation that if you commit crimes in our city, you can get away with it. And thirdly, I have been to the funerals of some of those folks that have died by gun violence. I have visited the homes of people in my district whose homes have been shot up by gunfire because there are gangs and drugs and all of those elements in our city. And so I'm not trying to simply add police officers to throw them at the problem. I'm trying to alleviate a void that was created, rightly so, by Chief Jackson and the task force temporarily. In 2 years, in 3 years, whenever we're able to get a handle on this violent crime in our city, which affects my district disproportionately, when we're ever able to get a handle on that violent crime, we can then turn those positions into all sorts of positions that will benefit us in diverse ways. The last thing I'm gonna leave you with is if we were to look at some of our citizens' commentary on some of the social media that's available to them, every night, Casey, every night, somebody is in fear because there is a gunshot heard in and around our city. So again, I'm not asking us to throw officers at a problem. I'm asking us to replace the officers that Chief Jackson has assigned, again, rightly so, to try to stem some of this violent crime.
Chief.
First of all, Robert, if I
Yeah,
could
go ahead, Mayor.
interrupt for a moment. Casey, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, sorry, being on the phone and doing this makes me super weird. Okay. Thank you, Keith. Okay, so I hear what you're saying now. So what you are suggesting was to bring in to bring in new patrol officers on a temporary couple-year basis in order to fill what you're describing as like this void on the streets, because Chief has reallocated some of his resources to be on the violent crime task force. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
then when that goes away, then Chief and Tink can create an assistant chief's position or whatever they feel necessary, and through attrition and through promotion, those positions, if we need at the time, can go away.
I wonder though, just for the sake of, just talking this out, I'm curious about whether the same result could happen in creating this chief position if by bringing in a new position wherein a lot of the duties that are now currently shared by multiple members of the police department, that person takes that on, and then that frees up time for other police officers to do more of this patrol work. And granted, that's a lot of assumptions that I just made a lot of jumps in reasoning. So I would like Chief and Tink to talk about whether this conjecture has any merit. But I'm wondering if that doesn't more kind of get at the same result that you're wanting, because I absolutely see, I understand now what you're saying. But I wonder if it sets us up to have a longer term, more sustainable way of continuing this, rather than bringing in some folks temporarily and then, asking them to leave, or trying to turn that then into, community advocacy officers or whatever, whatever it may be. Like you said, whatever we feel we need. But I like the idea more, and I would like to know what Tink and Chief think about the long-term viability of bringing in a few officers temporarily, or bringing in someone as the assistant chief to relieve burden that's already on the force now, that then create some levity and space within the department so that we could fill that, quote unquote void that's on the street right now, while also starting to build a foundation for a more transparent, a stronger, infrastructurally supported force. What do y'all think?
I think we'll hear from Tink and Chief in a moment. Councilman Mitch Titch, I cut you off, so what say you?
Casey, I like your position as far as, adding the assistant / liaison and allowing police to get back into the fold of things. It's almost, it more aligns with the community policing aspect. One of our problems that we've seen here is the lack of participation, either through fear or anger with police. When it comes to community participation and assistance, that's where we've been lacking. We've had good response. We added these officers. We added these 6 officers over the last 2 years, which improved our response times. We've seen an improvement as far as the outside thefts. Yes, we're still going to get them, but I compliment Chief Jackson on the job and on the force as far as what they've done to alleviate that and cut that down. But one of the things with these shootings and murders, that when people will not speak up, we don't have a lead. We've seen the advantage of technology with TCISD in solving a couple of these. In speaking with all of the HOAs within this city, all are in support and all are willing to kick in and buy cameras for their neighborhoods for entrance and exits. What we're looking at in a technology view is a tool for the police to give them something to go and look at. Can you place a vehicle that may be suspect as participant in a crime in a location or in an area? That gives the police that lead to look at, whereas today they don't have it. And this is to put these things in strategic locations, and to start off with something like this is a relatively inexpensive thing. When we first talked with Mr. Matranga, we were told a figure of around $65,000 for the servers and a couple of cameras. But that would also, with the HOAs kicking in the money to fund their own cameras, we'd have the server capability to do this. This would provide our police another tool. Again, that does not take away and say we don't need the assistant chief and community liaison person. I think that's needed. But looking at technology rather than throwing people at a problem because the people can only be there after the fact. Those cameras can certainly help, and they have proven it time and time again across this country and across this world. Anyway, that is something I think is very much needed as a tool for police. And I'd rather see a direction in that. I know that the HOAs and even our developers are already there. As a council, we have already approved this for one of our PDDs. It was in there. They'll pay for it as long as we put the system in within 2 years. Anyway, that's all I've got. Thanks.
Tink, I'd like to hear you and Chief speak to this.
Okay, I'll go. You want to go first, Kirk? Or you want me to go first?
I'll follow you, sir.
Okay. So I know from all of you, I've heard different viewpoints. I think for the last couple of months, probably about the police department and some different concepts, ideas, directions, what we need to do. And yes, we are from an administrative standpoint, when I look at our police department and how our police department functions and the stressors that are around our police department, I see a lot of different things. For our city, our size, our violent crime rate is higher than normal. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. That comes with our proximity to Houston and a few other things thrown into that. And that creates a little different dynamic here than what you see in other cities similarly situated to our size. When you look at policing standards, if you look at what the normal number of, there's a couple of different reports that exist about what the correct number of officers is to have per 1,000 or per 10,000 residents that you have in your community. When you look at the policing standards, our numbers equate to about 19.42 certified officers per 10,000 in population. When you look at the ICMA standards, International City Management Association standards, that's significantly higher than what would be considered normal for a city our size. That number is pushing up around the numbers that you would see in Houston and Dallas and places like that. That ratio is higher than the percentage you see in San Antonio. It's higher than the percentage in Austin. It's higher than the percentage of most of our mid-sized cities in Texas too, the Lubbocks and the Corpus Christi's and places like that as well. So, I don't know. I mean, numbers are relevant, but then again, each place is different and you have to look at what's happening in each place. And Chief and I have talked about this so many times. We talk about this all the time and what is actually the best way to step forward. What do we need to do? It is important that we stem as much of this as we can on the development side, because we don't want businesses not coming here because we have a reputation or a stigma over the city about violent crime. That's got to be a consideration in all this as well. What's happening regionally, nationally right now, for you guys as a political body, that's going to have to be considered in your decisions that you make right now. And there's just a lot going on when it comes to police departments. So I want to start off first of all by saying, one, I appreciate the fact that we are in a area that where a conversation about quote unquote defunding the police department is not a conversation. I think that shows a lot, and it shows that we're all on the same page about the role of the police department in our community. The concept, and I asked Chief about this yesterday. I've been talking to him about this quite a bit. This idea of putting in an assistant administrative position over there, and whatever that position is, whether it's called an assistant chief, a deputy chief, Commissioner Gotham, Commissioner Gordon, whatever it's called, about having that second administrator so we can take administrative duties off of our highest paid, most qualified officers and get them back to doing more police work. Obviously everybody has to see an advantage in that. The people with the most experience in that department are being taken away from police type duties because they're doing administrative duties. And so if we can relieve those administrative duties and get those administrative duties away from them, that gives them more time to be involved in the case of the 25 cold cases or the whatever that's sitting around out there. That puts people who have been here the longest in a position to have more time to work on those things. And so as a manager, to me, I'd rather have somebody with 15 years experience here looking at that than a new officer that we just hired opening up time for somebody below them to be the ones looking at that. I think to me, that's the most important thing. I think over there is the assistant chief position. Looking at, kind of following up along the lines of something else Casey mentioned there too. And Kirk and I have talked about this a couple of times. When you've done this long enough, that in your police departments, and it doesn't matter whether you're a city with the city police department, a county with the sheriff's department, it doesn't matter where you're at. There are a list of addresses in your community that those police officers all know, or those deputy sheriffs all know, that when that address comes over the radio, they already know what's going on there. And those are those cases where you have incidences of family violence, domestic violence, where you have somebody with mental health issues, those kind of things that are repetitive in nature that you end up going back repeatedly. I mean, you end up going to some of those addresses. Sometimes you're at those addresses 2 or 3 times a week. It was funny when I was talking to Chief about it. He just right on, as soon as I mentioned it, he spit out an address that he remembered from when he was a patrol officer because it was a repetitive call to go there all the time. When you're talking about family violence, when you're talking about domestic violence, when you're talking about those mental health issues, if you don't have a way to, a lot of time, the legal system doesn't fix those, especially on the mental health issues. People with mental health issues so many times get caught up on the legal side because they don't have any help from any other direction. And it turns into a constant recidivism issue. They get arrested for doing something wrong. They're in jail. That gets them off of their medications or gets them off of their treatment. It doesn't address their issue. They come out and they're right back in the same boat they started in. And then all of a sudden we're getting the phone calls, that address again, and we're going through it again. Having a whatever you want to call it, a mental health, and I don't remember, Kirk actually had a name for it when we talked about it one day too, and I don't remember what we called it, but having like a mental health advocate or a mental health type response person at the police department, where when you have a domestic violence recurring issue, you have a family violence recurring issue, you have a mental health recurring issue, this person can step in and start getting those people to resources that reduces those repeat calls, which gives our officers more time to be out doing the other stuff that they need to be doing and not readdressing the recurring problems. I think there's a ton of potential in both types of those positions being created or being looked at to assist our police department and help our police department. And then on the other side, again, I agreeing with something else that Councilwoman McCall brought up. We've heard all year that there's people on top of people at the police department. So now if we add in more bodies over there, what does that create? And of course, every time we hire another police officer, it's not just the cost of the police officer, it's the cost of the car and the equipment and everything else that goes with it. And so when you hiring one police officer is the equivalent of hiring 4 or 5 new employees in public works or 2 employees someplace. It's a way higher cost. It's a significantly higher cost to bring in another officer versus looking at some other things, especially when you're talking about a patrol type officer or something that requires all that additional equipment. So it's not just the cost of the position; it's a lot of their cost that goes with it. And keeping in mind, Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to point that out again. Keeping in mind, that new growth is already gone. I mean, based on what I said a while ago, we have a recurring cost of over $200,000 a year every year that we know we're going to have at the start of the budget to meet the conditions that were laid out in the CBA for police and fire. That amount for police this year is $155,000 before we touched anything to meet the mandatory increases and the mandatory step increases. All the things that were provided for in that CBA. So each year, the mandatory provisions in that CBA are the equivalent of another police officer. I mean, that cost is the equivalent of another officer that are out the window before we even get started because there are requirements in that CBA. So I personally, for me, I think the best thing would be the additional chief or the additional administrator first. maybe second, trying to get him some help with the mental health aspect. And another thing that Kirk and I talked about it, and this may go along the lines kind of with what Mayor Pro Tem was talking about. One of the concerns or the other issues that we have at the police department, one of the recurring things that we see at the police department is a significant amount of overtime, because when you have stuff like this happen, we end up paying people overtime to be out on the street. One of the things I talked to Chief about early in the budget process this year, when we were looking at the amount that was spent on overtime, was, maybe we would be better off adding in 1 or 2 more officers to cut the overtime. But if we add those officers in, it's going to have to cut the overtime because that's how we would fund it. I would rather have, personally, from an administrative standpoint, I would rather have a fresh person out there 40 hours than have a person out there on their second 40 hours in a week, because that fresh person is going to be less prone to make a mistake than the person that's out there in their 60th or 70th or 80th hour for that week. That was another thing we talked about, but it would have to cut back on the amount of overtime, because if we just add in additional officers and it doesn't cut back on the amount of overtime, well, then that hasn't solved the problem. My concern with that, which is the person being out there for too many hours and making a mistake because they've been out there too long. So that's all my thoughts. Chief, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. I've been making some notes through this and I'd like to touch on some comments made by everybody here. So to start off with, yes, we are all wearing several hats. I'm wearing several. I'm the chief. I'm supposed to wear several hats, but I am. And being able to have a second in command would definitely help me in getting getting more done here. It's just a reality of it. We could be doing so much more if I had a second in command here who only did second in command work. So that position is definitely needed. Now, to touch on the task force, Mayor Pro Tem Bell, the task force I've reassigned 2 personnel from patrol temporarily to participate in this task force. Ultimately, if no more personnel come here, we're going to have to permanently allocate positions into CID from patrol. That's just something that we're going to have to do because we've identified the need. So not only do I need a second in command, but I guess let me touch on Councilwoman McAuliffe's comment first about having advocates who we can have on this available to us to handle calls that police don't necessarily need to respond to. So that person would ideally be somebody who, like you said, is not a police officer, but is specially trained in order to go out and deal with mental health crisis and non-criminal calls for service that do not involve a criminal act. Now, just a couple weeks ago, we had an incident at one address where the police were out there on 3 different calls, twice on the day shift and once on the night shift. The officers on the day shift were out at this house for between 2 calls for a total of probably about 2.5 to 3 hours. There was not a criminal act that occurred out there. And even one of the officers made a comment on the body camera video that this is one of those situations where he would support not defunding the police, but reallocating of funds, because this is not something a police officer needs to be out handling. This is a matter for a family advocate to sit down and discuss these dynamics with the family members and try to come to a resolution so that we're not tying up 2 of our police officers and 1 deputy constable out there at the scene. That position is also very important in law enforcement. It's something that we're going to have to start looking at in this line of work. We want to be serious about making an impact in society. Now personnel, new personnel. We need some more personnel, and we need those personnel in investigations. Like I mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem, we have got the need in investigations to go after the element that we've got in the city who's terrorizing the citizens and putting everybody in danger. We need folks to go after them. And that isn't more an investigative role I need some more folks in narcotics. I need street crimes officer. Anyway, those personnel are needed as well. I will say that. But as it has been mentioned several times, and this is a very important point, I don't have a place to put those people. So I can't hire people if I don't have a place. I can't hire investigators if I don't have places for them to work. They're already on top of each other. Now, and I believe Mr. Jackson mentioned this, and it's a very important thing to consider in this. Hiring more people is not a short process. It is a long-term process. Number one, we have to administer an entrance exam, get the eligibility list, go through the hiring process, and that's the quick part of it. After that, we've got the training of this person. We've got the equipping of the person. We've got the vehicle that the person needs to go into. So Mayor Pro Tem, you asked me the other day if I had a magic wand, what would I want? My magic wand would be to make all of this instantaneous, but the fact of the matter is it's not. Hiring somebody is a long-term process. It is not we don't get somebody hired, trained, and on the street in a matter of a month and a half. This training is upwards of 6 months, if not more than that. So that's something to take into consideration too when we're talking about hiring people. And the people that I'm going to be putting in investigations, I'm not hiring them off the street and putting them in investigations. I'm hiring somebody to replace the person coming out of patrol going into investigations. Now, the cameras that were mentioned, the cameras are an absolute need, and we identified these cameras a long time ago, that having this tool out there to be able to reactively go and look at what occurred in a certain area of town so that we can use that to try to further our criminal investigations and get those folks put behind bars who are doing this terrorizing. So I mentioned a lot there, but I wanted to touch on several of the things that I heard mentioned in there. Now, Mr. Jackson, Susie, Council, you hold the purse strings, you make the decisions. We have the needs here. It's just a matter of what we want to fund at this time, what we can fund at this time. Every point that everybody made is a very valid point. I need an assistant chief. I need more personnel. We need the cameras. We need a new station. We have a lot of needs here, and vehicles, and we need the vehicles as well. So it's just a matter of what are we going to fund at this point.
Let me add a couple of things real quick before you guys follow up with him. We did include, right, Kirk, we did include 2 new vehicles in the budget for you guys this year too.
I believe we did. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so there are 2 new vehicles for the police department in the budget this year. Going back to real quick to the conversation on the cameras, and Kirk was trying really hard to get us the quote for this, for the start of the camera system prior to these meetings. I'm assuming it never came in because we didn't have a chance to talk about it, but I knew if he'd have got it, I would have heard.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that we get that system, the cost, very soon, and that we can try to go back and figure out how to address that camera system in this year's budget before this budget ends. So it's on the CIP list. Once we get a cost and we see, because we should have a few savings over the last few months from just the fact that we've had, buildings closed, electric bills are down a little bit, other things are down a little bit. I'm hoping we can scrape together enough money in this budget to fund that camera system. Once we figure out how much it costs, we'll get it in front of you guys for approval and try to get it done this year out of this budget. That's why we didn't have it included anywhere in the budget for next year. And that's all I wanted to add in.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
would you like to hear from Chris, or would you like me to respond?
I would love for you to respond, and if Chris wants to come in behind that, or if Casey has anything additional, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor. There was a lot that was said, and so I've made my I've made my notes and I've circled them point by point. But one of the things that I want to say is that I heard a councilman say or suggest just now that the victims of violent crime in our city are responsible for their victimization. When we say, well, you know, we're not getting a lot of participation from the community as it relates to the crimes that are being committed, people just won't talk. There is no, absolutely no reason, nor is there any, in any way, shape, or form, is it okay to blame the victims of crime for their victimization. It is upon and incumbent upon the police department and the city council and the city government to protect every citizen we have from any and all crime, regardless of their willingness or unwillingness to participate in the resolution or the solving of those crimes. Number one, I don't ever want to hear that again. Two, people don't communicate many times with the police because there is an inherent distrust for police. Let me stop there. I'm not suggesting that there is an inherent distrust for Lamarque police. Everything that I see, I believe Kirk is doing his absolute best. I believe our officers, the men and women of our Lamarque Police Department, are doing our absolute best. The mistrust may come from things that are happening on the national level. They may come from past experiences. They may come from things that are happening in our surrounding communities. But if there is mistrust, then that mistrust comes from a place that the police department can resolve. We used to have, and I'm not suggesting, Kurt, that we don't. I don't want to mischaracterize your department. But under Chief Argonne, we used to have what was called a community policing program where our officers would be assigned to certain areas to get to know the community so that the community can build and form trust with the police department so that we can increase communication. I thought I heard at some point this year Chief Jackson say that that's something that he is interested in reviving or rehabbing or whatever the case may be. And so that'll go a long way to the lack of trust that many of our citizens have with our police department. And this community policing program will go a long way to prevent crimes, even violent crimes, before they happen. The issue here that we're talking about is violent crime. In this issue of violent crime and felonious crimes, it has to be twofold. We have to have a police presence and we have to have a police response. We have to have patrol officers that are available to be seen visibly, but we also have to have investigators that are just as available and able to work on crimes that have already been committed. What we're talking about here is an addition to the administrative branch of what we do in law enforcement versus community relief. And I want to make that clear. I want to crystallize it for us. We're talking about the administrative branch of our law enforcement operation realizing relief versus the community realizing relief. And going back to why we're talking about this, these crimes that we're talking about, the crimes that we're trying to solve here, are crimes that are already committed. A camera system won't help us with crimes that are already committed. While I love the idea, but it is not going to help us with crimes that have already been committed, number one. And number two, that camera system is not going to help us when the majority of those crimes are being committed in areas that don't have HOAs. They're not being committed in areas in Delaney Cove and in Saltgrass or even Omega Bay or Prairie Knolls. They're not being committed in these areas at the rate that they're being committed in District A, down Lake Road and Edgar Street and Westward and John. We just had a young man get shot for the third or fourth time on John Street just the other month. These crimes are happening in areas where HOAs don't exist. And so that particular part of what we're doing, I love the idea. I pat you on the back, Ms. Stitch, for wanting this to happen. And Chief, I believe you when you say that these things are important to us, but it's not going to help us down Edgar Street and petroleum when that family got their house shot up the other day. I had to go out there and look at that foolishness that was going on right here, right across the street from our police station. Number 4, let me deal with you on some stats that go back to 2018. This is the first stat I want to show you. Our crime rate is double the rate of the state average. Surprise, surprise. Our theft rate is 1,000 times. This is like 2018. Our theft rate is 1,000 times, 1,000 points higher than San Antonio's theft rate. Burglary in our city is twice the state average, and you are more likely you're more likely to be burglarized in the city of Lamarck. Watch this, Mayor Hocking. You are more likely to be burglarized in the city of Lamarck than you are in the city of Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, or Austin. More stats from 2018. Our robbery rate is 30% higher in Lamarck. Our murder rate is 20% higher in Lamarck. And so while we're talking about all these different things, let's talk about the facts of the matter. Tink said, and I respect Tink, and Kirk said as well. I'm not taking issue with Kirk or Tink, but both of them said, where are we going to put these people? We have a brand new fire station right down the street over on the west side of our city, a fire station that is so empty that if you scream through it, you would be able to hear yourself echo. We have office space that we can house investigators over there. There was a time, and I don't know if we still have this, but there was a time out there at the outlet mall, we had a police substation. There are many places around this city that we can house our investigators. We might not be able to house patrolmen, but we can house our investigators so that they can work comfortably for the citizens. Also, one of the things that we're overlooking while we're talking about an assistant chief versus patrol officers and all of that fancy stuff that we're talking about, I said to us earlier, if you investigate, if you peruse, if you look at, and if you examine social media platforms that deal with the city of Lamarck every day, ladies and gentlemen, every day, people are on these social media platforms asking about gunshots and speaking about crime, regardless of whether we have space in the police station, regardless of whether or not an assistant chief would make our lives better, regardless of whether or not a behavioral specialist will help us to navigate some of the issues that our police department may not be trained or qualified to deal with. Regardless of that, the people that vote for you, the people that vote for me are crying out at an alarming rate. They are scared in their own homes. And we are suggesting that the solution to that problem is to add an administrative position. I don't really understand how that works. Chief, I agree. Hiring is a long and arduous process, but I also understand that civil service should call us to and cause us to continue to maintain an eligibility list for hiring so that we process these ladies and gentlemen throughout the year, and they're readily available for us to be able to hire when the need presents itself. The last thing that I'm going to say about this, unless there's more discussion, and I can go at this all day, you all know that I can. The last thing that I'm going to say about this is, at the end of the day, I would love for this to come down to a vote, because I want every council person on record as to what they decided to do in this critical moment in time, in this critical juncture in Lamarck's history. I want the world to know what you said when it came down to us trying to augment our investigators with patrolmen on a temporary basis so that we can solve the 25 plus murders that occurred in our city, and we can solve the over 300 felonious cases that our 3 tired investigators have to work.
Any other council person want to weigh in on this? Hearing none, I'll weigh in. I think it's been a great discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, I know this is near and dear to your heart, as well it should be. Do you see any room for compromise, such as an investigator and an assistant chief to occupy the 2 new vehicles?
I'm glad you said that, Mayor. I see compromise in this way. I'm willing to work with Chief Jackson and Tink because I think they've done a great job. I'm willing to work with them on an administrator. If we can, Tink said something very, very interesting. He said we might be able to bring these 2 patrol officers on board if we do something with the overtime budget. I think that that's an opportunity. And I thought that at some point, and that's an opportunity, let me say this, that's an opportunity for this year, Mayor, and I'm willing to do that. We need those officers. And in addition to that, Mayor, we have the game room money that I don't know that we've touched yet, and that might help us bring in some patrol vehicles. So keep that in the back of your mind. You know, you and I have done things like this in previous budget cycles. But I want to give Casey the opportunity long term, to be able to maybe 2 years out from now, maybe help us with some ideas about grant funding that we might be able to bring on to augment those officers. So yes, we can compromise through the overtime line item, but also long term, I'd like to hear what Casey has to say about the grant funding.
Yeah, I'm going to need a little assistance here from Tink and Chief, just because I don't know all the specifics about this, but I do know of special grant monies that are out there that exist for police departments solely to bring on new officers. And so in my mind, one of the key advantages to an administrative position within the department is, not just because it's awesome, because it's a new person to push paper around and that's not exciting, but it's something that's really important, but it's also someone who has a keen handle on helping connect the department to resources as it needs them. And this could be somebody who, maybe in tandem with our grant firm that we've already decided to contract with, help us get some of that grant funding so that over the course of the next couple years, like if we were able to start working on this for the upcoming fiscal year, could we potentially get our hands on some of this grant funding so that we could grow our department with those key areas that are missing right now, which is the officers that deal with community resources. I'm sorry, I shouldn't call them officers. I don't know what word we might call that person. I'm just going to say an advocate for right now. And see that area grow. And then also, if there's additional need for more members of the what were you calling it, Chief? CIB? The task force, rather.
The investigation.
Yes, it's the crime investigations.
They're members of the department they're doing investigations. They're not out handling daily calls for service. I mean, it's an investigative position, but just understand
Okay.
They're not somebody who's going to be out there answering call after call after call after call.
Right. It's a specialized position, just as this advocacy position, and in my mind, what grows into a team is. I just want to know, if there's. I think there could, in my mind, that seems like a very real possibility based on some of these statistics that Keith just gave us that are incredibly compelling and, frankly, not good, horrifying, need to be dealt with. It seems like we would be in a really good position to win some funding for our department in order to meet the community's needs in this way. What do y'all think, Tink and Chief?
Well, so following up on that, so there is one grant that has a grant cycle every year that's called the COPS grant. And Kirk has already taken a look into the COPS grant. It's basically an application process where if you are awarded it's through the Department of Justice, if you're awarded additional positions, that grant will pay for that position for 3 years. You sign up for the grant under the understanding that they pay for it for 3 years, and then after that, you absorb the cost of that officer into your department. and you're not allowed afterwards to reduce another position to keep that one. It basically has to be an increase in the number of officers within the department. Their metrics utilizes crime data. Now, Kirk said that we had applied. I don't remember exactly what it was, and Chief can fill me in on this. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago.
We put in for it several years ago. I don't remember exactly when, but it was, I'd say maybe about 4 or 5 years ago we put in for it, and we were actually not awarded it. They told us that our crime rate wasn't high enough. So, I know it doesn't make sense, but that's the kind of handicap that we're dealing with when we're going after these grants. We may not, it sounds bad, but
Our crime rate might be bad, but it's not bad enough,
right,
basically.
exactly.
When was that done,
Gross.
Chief Jackson? When was that done?
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't have that date right off the top of my head. I could find out for you though.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, I want to say that was probably about 5 years ago-ish that we did.
Right. So that's before the rash.
Yeah. So if our crime statistics have gone up, then we should be a prime candidate for an opportunity under that grant. And most of the time, you can apply for up to a city this size, I believe, can apply for up to 3 officers per funding cycle through that grant. And so it basically gives you the time in that first 3 years. It gives you the time to pay for the additional equipment and all that. So you're not having that huge one-time cost. You only pay half the cost because you're not having to pay the salary and benefits for those 3 years, and then you pay the other costs, and then after the 3 years you absorb their salary. And so it flattens out that cost over time, and you don't have that huge cost in the first year of bringing in additional officers. And so I'd asked Kirk a while back to look into that, and I know he's got a call into that grant, to the grant company right now, and I don't think he's got a call back yet.
No, actually I did yesterday. They told me to check back Q1 2021. It has closed already for this year, and it is funded on a year-by-year basis depending on the federal budget. So they will have to take a look at the grant in federal fiscal year, the next fiscal year, whether or not or how much it's going to be funded. So they told me to check back Q1 next year.
So October 1st.
No, the first part of the actual calendar year.
Oh, okay.
It's at about March of next year. Back with it.
Y'all, I'm so sorry. So I have one more point I'd really like to make clear, but also we're at the assisted living facility where I'm going to have to get out now. I didn't share this with everyone. Alex's grandmother, unfortunately, is I think dying today. So we've been traveling there, and I'm going to have to get off the call here in a minute. I apologize.
God bless.
But there's one.
Yes, please.
There's
but God
one
bless
point
you.
I really wanted.
Pray.
Oh, thank you. There's one point I really wanted to make, and that is that I would venture a guess that there's not anyone on this call listening or talking that doesn't agree with something I feel very strongly. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that I think that's true. And that is that there is both a very, very strong immediate need, which is the need that I know that Keith is advocating for because he loves this city so much and loves our people so much. And that is that we have a stark need to address this escalating crime and what's been happening right away. And there is, and I am not exactly sure what is the best way to go about that. I know that's what we're working through. And at the same time, there's also a need to invest in what is the systematic problem, right? The systemic problem, and invest in prevention so that we don't end up in a cycle of constantly reactive workflows, right? And I'm not saying that's what we're doing right now. I just want to be very cognizant that when no matter what we do and what recommendations we come up with at the end of this conversation, I hope at the end of it, what we have is a way to try and address something immediately, but also commit and take action towards investing long-term in what at the root of what we're dealing with, which in my opinion, and this is the part where others might disagree, if we had a way where we were ever since I got elected to council, there have been people that came before us numerous times, and I've heard it so many times out of the mouths of everyone on the dais, and that is that, the youth in our city and the families of our city often feel at loose ends. And I think it would be a true, tangible, proactive investment if we started to reimagine what the police department and the resources available to families in the Marque looks like, in the form of, not only do you get to call 911 and ask for a police officer to come and visit you when there is something awry that absolutely calls for a police officer, but at the same time, your city has invested in resources that support you and your family. So if there is, if there's loud dogs on your street, if there are children who you see who aren't going to school on your street and you're concerned about that, if there is someone being beaten down the street from you, if there is sexual assault, if there is any number of things that threaten the fabric of a neighborhood, we have more than just the officers that show up trained to de-escalate violence and to handle true, police in the way we think of it now. If we expand that vision so that people know that when they call their municipality, we have invested in ways to help you with whatever your problem may be, that elevate and enrich what it means to have a police department and to call 911. I would really like to see that, because if we have people who respond to calls about truancy or a mental health problem or whatever, and we have young children and we have families in Lamarck that see that they're supported in that way, and that, unlike the concept of the nation at large right now, which is you call the police and immediately it's going to go bad, happily, I'm not aware of that being the overall consensus of what happens in Lamarck right now. I'm really proud of that. But I'm also aware that with escalating crime like we have, there is an issue with, somewhere at the foundation, families not being supported. And of course, we can't blame all of that on the municipality. We can't blame all of that on Lamarck. I mean, it's a systemic means systemic, right? It's not just us. It's an issue that we have to talk. It's part of our schooling system. It's part of a wrench deep in the entire system. But for our part, for what we can do so much by showing everyone that we believe in long-term solutions and creating different avenues for those problems to be responded to in a municipal way. Okay. And with that, I guess I'll duck out. Sorry to be so dramatic and then have to hop off. But thank you so much, everybody.
Take care, Casey.
Thank you. And I just want to say I trust this council very much. And with that, that'll be my mic drop. Trust. Bye.
Bye. So back to what we can come to consensus on regarding this issue, and it is a very important issue. I'm only going to be around for 7 months of this upcoming budget, but if I was going to be here another 20 years, one suggestion that I think might help would be to hire the assistant chief and one officer without raising taxes this year, since we went 6 pennies last year. Wait a year and then maybe do 2 or 3 pennies to supplement what the police needs are. And I'm just throwing that out there. That's a thought. And it's not because I'm going and I don't want to say, hey, I just raised your taxes 6 pennies, see ya. I think it's prudent and wise business not to put too much on the citizens just year after year. So those are my thoughts, and I'm just throwing that out there for discussion.
Yeah, let's and I appreciate that, Mayor. Let's be clear, especially from my particular vantage point. I don't foresee a tax increase, regardless of however we compromise and make this deal happen. I'd like for us to still try to go 2 officers. I believe that we need to hear from Tink as far as the overtime budget, what that looks like. And also, I'd like to ask Tink, are there any one-time type purchases or acquisitions in the police budget that we might be able to transfer into some of this game room money that we always wait till the last minute to move around, that we might be able to put that additional officer in? And again, I want to be clear to, and Mayor, I know you're only going to be here 7 months, but I want to be clear. This is at this point, what we foresee is a temporary problem. 2 years down the line, when Chief Jackson and his police force are able to resolve these issues, we can be in the same budget workshop, those of us that are still around, contemplating what to do with those 2 additional officers that we added in 2020. And that could look like whatever we want it to look like, even look like when Officer so-and-so, when Chief Jackson retires, we won't hire another officer so we can go back down to a level that we're comfortable with. So this at this point has to be a temporary deal, and then 2 years, 3 years down the line, we'll look at it again. But Tink, I'd like to hear, are there any one-time purchases in the police budget that we might be able to move to maybe the game room money?
The biggest one-time purchase I could think of we had in there, Kirk, was the software, right? The in-camera or the in-unit, the tablets.
The biggest purchase that we had in our budget was our MCT computers and radios. Yes, that was the biggest purchase that we had.
48,790 was what?
That's the end-tap.
48,790 was your big item?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, if you'll go back to page 7 in your budget notebooks, those 2 line items down there under Department 5. So it would have been down there in the capital and debts down on the bottom. There was 2 line items that were for, one of them was for vehicles and one of them was for the rest of the equipment. And so all the equipment that they had basically was $59,990. Susie, are you on?
Yes, sir.
What kind of funds do we have available out of that game room money?
The game room money, let's see. We have it in there, 465,000.
465. Okay, and that is not budgeted in any way, shape, or form, correct? Did you hear me, Susie?
Texter.
She's still on. Susie, we're not hearing you. It doesn't show you muted. So you may have to connect the way you did the other day.
When are those game room payments due from them? Because some of them may not survive this shutdown.
Yeah, I think they're due at the start of the year, if I remember right. January 1st is the payment on those.
Yes, by December 31st, they're supposed to be paid. After that, there's a 5-day grace period, and then they go to penalty.
Give her a second to reconnect a different way. Misty, you're on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that money in the game room fund, it was not budgeted in any way, was it?
No, it's included in the revenue that is showing on the summary. I don't want to talk about stuff I don't know about, and I don't know a whole bunch about.
Yes, Susan.
Okay, I'm sorry. My computer is connecting. It's trying to connect. It is on page 8.
On page 8.
We have about $465,000 budgeted as core operating revenues.
Okay, so the 465,000. Oh, page 8. Top of page 8. Page 8. What's the line item, Susie?
The line item is 3323.
3323. Okay.
It's almost in the middle of the page.
Okay, so we have 465,000 that, but it is budgeted in the general fund.
In the general fund.
So it's included in the revenues that we've counted for already.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So 465. So there is. So last year we had 465,000 budgeted. We took in 519.
Yes, 519,993.
Okay, get reconnected as quick as you can.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Bye. Okay, so so I'm still on. So the operating machine revenues are already included in the general fund at $465,000. We have collected this year $519,993. We stuck in the year before. We collected. We've collected $495,225 so far this year. So we collected about 30,000 above what we anticipated. We left it at the 465 number in case we did have some of them that didn't remain open during the through this all. So that revenue is already included in the revenues for the year.
Now that's something that we historically have not done. That's something that under previous administrations, and I'll give you that. That's something that this mayor, the mayor that we have now, myself, and previous councils, we wanted that money to always be set aside because it's gambling money in essence. And so this mayor, who's a Christian and a minister, didn't think that it was appropriate for us to put that, to need that money, but to only use that money to help our citizens. Having said that, Tink, I just think that we need to do the numbers on 2 officers, give you a few days to see where you can get that money from. We can put this, I would love again, to put every council member on record as to how they feel about this, or we can do it the way that I'm suggesting. We can allow you a couple of days to find money for those 2 positions. I'm good either way.
If I could weigh in, I got a text just now from Councilwoman McAuliffe. She's asking if we might take a lunch break as we normally do each day so she can rejoin the conversation at 2 o'clock. She desires to do that. Is everybody
fine with that?
Fine?
I'm fine
Okay.
with that.
Let's go ahead and take a break then for lunch, and we'll resume with a Z at 2 o'clock.
Hey, Mayor,
Okay,
before
so-
we go,
Yes.
Tink, would you and get with Susie and Kirk to see if y'all might be able to come up with something creative before we get back?
Yeah, we'll work on it over this hour.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, enjoy your lunch.
COVID-19 is spreading across Galveston County, and we can all play a part in slowing it down.
It means practicing social distancing, washing our hands, and not going out in public when we're sick, and wearing a mask. It's up to each of us to take responsibility, keep our community and each other safe. Let's do our part, Galveston County.
This is Lamarck's Kids Fish.
200 kids, 100 volunteers, parents, grandparents, and friends.
Coming together, building community for the love of fishing.
We brought our kids out here so that 3 of them could learn how to fish and the other 2 love fishing. So we hope to catch the biggest or the smallest. Either one would be great. And they're all having a great time.
Through this event, Lamarque is introducing kids to the outdoors and a healthy new hobby.
Our city council, local businesses, and community partners are all investing in Lamarque's youth.
So it's really, really important that the kids have the opportunity to come out here to learn how to fish, learn different things about the poles and the little baits and things like that. It's a good opportunity for them to just have fun, to relax, to play, and to just learn about the community and the environment that they're in, and to have the opportunity to do a lot of this stuff on their own and teach themselves and their siblings.
Fishing is the cornerstone of Gulf Coast living, with access to bays, bayous, and lakes.
With this gear, you can fish anywhere, especially here, Highland Bayou Park, a hometown hangout.
Gotta keep the line tight. Patient. This is more than just wetting a line.
It's building a community.
We want to introduce our kids to Lamarque City staff. Police, fire, public works, all of us. When our kids feel secure, Lamarque thrives.
This is just the beginning. Fishing is the foundation that's growing Lamarque's future. This is Lamarque.
Daughter, you're proud of your mom, aren't you, honey?
It's easier to plan for a hurricane than to actually have to respond.
That's gonna be a hot one. Welcome to the City of Lamarque Hurricane Huddle.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
We're the City of Lamarque Public Safety Team. We are emergency management, fire, police, and public works.
When there's an emergency, we've got your back.
We want to make sure you know who we are and what we do.
Meet us before you need us.
Pretty cool, huh?
Serving during times of emergency is what we do. Protecting and preparing our community. We love Lamarque.
We've come a long way and we're heading in the right direction.
Remembering the past while working hard, preparing for the future.
Staying positive.
And moving forward.
Coming together, making Lamarque ready for tomorrow.
We train to make our city the best that it can be.
Protecting you and your loved ones. This is Lamarque.
Our city. We are caring for our community.
Turning friendships to family, even through times of turmoil.
Public safety, public servants ready to weather the storm.
We are prepared, are you?
We are prepared. Are you?
Lamarque, stay weather aware. We're prepared. Are you?
Hurricane season is in full swing. Please make a plan for your family and your pets. For additional preparedness resources, visit storm.cityoflamarque.org. For emergencies, dial 911. We are Lamarque.
This is Lamarque, the gateway to the Gulf.
The hub of the mainland.
Life is good.
Life is good in Lamarque. Lamarque is coastal living.
Whether you are boating,
Taking your family to the park.
Or waking up to the sunrise over Galveston Bay.
Easy breezy, coastal living happens here.
This is home.
This is my home. Business thrives here.
Not everybody can do what we do.
Made in Texas, made in Lamarque, Texas.
Global shipping by air, road, rail, and port.
Lamarque means business.
Authentic food.
Dedication to education.
The arts.
Access to world-class medical.
Investing now.
Making this community our community.
Buttermilk Junction to the Highlands, now the city of Lamarque.
Traditions are born here.
State champs, back to back to back.
Education runs deep with 6 school systems.
We are one community.
I love Lamarque.
The world record crawfish bash.
Music festival, holiday lights, trail rides, fishing tournaments.
We are Lamarque.
We are Lamarque, giving back to the community that built us.
Kindness matters. Lamarque cares.
From Sunday worship to Friday night lights, the future is bright.
Continued growth and vibrant rebirth.
From our backyards to our storefronts.
This city is beautiful.
Opportunities are limitless.
From our solid foundation,
By our own creativity.
anything is possible.
I am Lamarque.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
We are Lamar.
I am Lamarque.
We are Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar. I am Lamar.
I am Lamarque.
And so together, we are Lamarque.
This is Lamarque.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at 2709 Main Street in Lamarque, Texas at A to Z Fence. They've been in business since 1979. You can find their website, A2ZFenceTX.com. If you want chain link, metal, vinyl, aluminum, electric fences, they have you covered. This is Shine on Lamarque. Let's check it out.
Cause you will shine on
to see our signs, and we have a lot of people that call and say, I saw your sign hanging across the road at my neighbor's house. Looks like it's a good fence. I need you to come and talk to me.
Fence company's been here since '79. Trophy company's been here since 1985.
I remember being a kid growing up in Lamarque, and you would see the A to Z fences all across town on businesses. You would see the A to Z fence all across town on people's homes. I think my neighbors still have that sign up. That's the kind of quality that they've been doing since 1979.
Pretty much all. Chain link, wood, ornamental, aluminum, iron, trucks fencing.
Barry does a lot of work with all of your different little events. Bayou Fest, we do those kind of temporary fencing and stuff.
Not only do they do fences, but trophies too.
The trophies actually pays for most of the electricity and the utilities and stuff. We have customers that come in and we do custom trophies, and then we have the acrylics and the plaques. We can do, these are wood plaques, and then we have imitation wood.
Yes, I am. I'm proud to be here. I'm from here. Always been from here. Graduated from here.
Because, you know, we're in between Houston and Galveston. So it's worked out to be one of those family, but yet hometown kind of towns where you want a small business to be here.
I recommend businesses come to Lamarque.
The census, a special time when we count every person in each home in every neighborhood.
Do kids count?
Of course. Counting everyone in your home helps support your neighborhood by funding things like schools, hospitals, and buses. Complete the census by calling or going online, or return your form by mail.
It's easy, secure, and most important, it's totally private.
Make your family count!
This year, make sure every child counts. Visit 2020census.gov.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio 99.5 FM in Lamarque, Texas. I'm in downtown Lamarque at Harold Jackson's Heavenly Bodies Aerobic Champion. Harold Jackson, you can come in for group training, you can do circuit training, strength training, all kinds of workouts available for you. Come on in, let's go take a look at Harold Jackson's Heavenly Bodies.
Hi, I'm Harold Jackson with Heavenly Bodies, and this is Shine on Lamarque. I tell a lot of my people, you know, if I can change your mind, I can change your world. Every workout we do is basically different. We never do the same workout because your body gets used to the workout and you need to change it.
He focuses on mind, body, and soul, so as well as us doing physical circuits and training throughout our bodies, he'll talk to us and make sure that we're right mentally.
That's what I focus on, unlocking and unleashing your potential that you have within you, because I know that it's there.
That's such a good positive energy that he spreads throughout his gym and makes sure all of his members feel it.
And so I end up in Lamarque, Texas, based upon what I dreamed. And I'm like, why Lamarque? I mean, I've been all over the world, why Lamarque? And in the dream it says Lamarque shall be called the great city of the great, it shall be called the great city of Lamarque again. I said, the great city of Lamarque again. And I see Heavenly Bodies booming with it and growing with it, getting more people in the city to take their health more seriously. Just really reach out to more people in Lamarque and tell them to come by and see what we're really about, what we do.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now, know that you matter, matter.
It's all of our responsibility to slow the spread of the coronavirus. So follow guidance from authorities where you live and stay home unless absolutely necessary. You can still use your outdoor spaces like yards and decks. It's also okay to go for a walk or exercise outside. Wear a cloth face covering, stay at least 6 feet away from other people, try not to touch any surfaces, and wash your hands for at least 20 seconds as often as possible. Visit coronavirus.gov for the latest information.
Kiss an angel good morning. Hello, Lamarque BioFest fans. I'm Charlie Pride, and I have an important message about our 2020 show. I was looking forward to taking the stage this year, but the COVID-19 pandemic has changed things for all of us. Unfortunately, BioFest 2020 is canceled. Stay safe, Lamar. Mask up and take care of yourself during these trying times. Do it just for the love of it. Hopefully, we'll be seeing each other Saturday, October 16, 2021.
Join Charlie Pride and the City of Lamarque for Bayou Fest next year on October 16th, 2021. Learn more at Lamarque Bayou Fest on Facebook and the City of Lamarque's website.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Market on 3 right here in Lamarque, Texas. Car shows, snow cones, food trucks, vendors, bounce houses, and so much more. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Greg Cornett. We're here at Market on 3, and this is Shine on Lamarque.
We're at Market on 3. The address is 210 Highway 3 in City of Lamarque. It's right next to Hart Pharmacy, right in the center of town.
This is going on the first and the third weekend of every month.
And Market on 3 just is an opportunity for everyone to come and visit with vendors and farmers, and you can get jewelry here or farm eggs, and you can get coffee.
It's all about everybody helping each other out. I don't see anybody angry out here today. Everybody's having fun. We got all ages.
Last weekend there was a car show here. We had Mardi Gras. There was food trucks everywhere and a ton of vendors. There was probably 500 people here.
Different cultures, different people, but everybody's nice. Everybody getting along great, having a good time. That's what it's all about.
It's just a way for people that have a hobby. You know, like I say, we only charge $10 for a space, and that's kind of unheard of.
And we're just trying to create an environment where people can come and hang out downtown and bring their families and have some fun and offer some entertainment options in Lamarque.
Our sponsor wall, we've left the middle open, so when it gets hotter, we can do a nighttime event and maybe show a kids movie over there.
And everyone from the whole county, bring your family, bring your friends, come hang out with us at Market on 3.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Evelyn's Tuxedo Rental and Alterations right here in downtown Lamarque, Texas. If you're looking to get that tuxedo, you're looking to get those last minute alterations, this is the place for you. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Evelyn. Evelyn's Tuxedo Rental and Alteration. This is Shine on Lamarque. I offer alteration, tuxedo rental, wedding dresses, prom dresses, African attires, and linen rental.
Probably one of the best in the state of Texas for like bridal dresses, alteration. She have clients come in from everywhere just seeking her services because her price is reasonable and her talent is just awesome.
I get into it because I always like sewing and I always want to own my own business. And I came from Trinidad in 1985, and I started this business.
She is really involved in the community. Everyone knows her. Everyone seeks after her. She has plenty of referrals, and her business has grown simply based on her being kind to her neighbors and people referring her.
When I first started, I hold on because it was a little bit tough then, right? But when I get it off the ground, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. It's good.
Lamarque has been an excellent place for the business, and I think it's a community. Once you become involved, the community really embraces you. And I really like the fact that I feel like my mom is in a safe community that embraces her and continues to help her grow.
COVID-19 is spreading across Galveston County, and we can all play a part in slowing it down.
It means practicing social distancing, washing our hands, and not going out in public when we're sick, and wearing a mask.
It's up to each of us to take responsibility, keep our community and each other safe. Let's do our part, Galveston County.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Gulfway Plaza in Lamarque, Texas. There's something for everybody here, from College of the Mainland, Dollar Tree to Barcenas, Mexican Grill. Come check out what they have to offer. There's still opportunities for you. If you're an entrepreneur, open to business. Why not come to Lamarque, Texas? This is Shine on Lamarque.
'Cause you will shine on.
We are looking for great tenants to join all of the successful businesses here at Gulfway Plaza.
This is Gulfway Plaza, and we've owned this now since 2001. Brought in local users that have really been, great for the center, like College of the Mainland. And most recently, we've brought in national retail again, like Dollar Tree, that's right here. They just opened up last year, and they've been very successful since then.
Our company, Sugar Oak, are pretty seasoned at coming in and coming up with creative repurposing for those outlet centers. And what happens is they become part of the community.
We haven't filled in medical just because there haven't been rooftops here to support it. And now with Delaney Cove and obviously Lagomar that's going in, the rooftops that are just within a mile radius, those uses are going to start filling in.
Depending on your needs, again, we have the wide open floor plans. You can come in, take a look at our spaces, and we can help you retrofit something that works for you.
It's something that we can pretty much compete with anybody throughout this area. We're certainly way cheaper than anywhere up in League City. And it's a great community. If you look around, it's a mix of mom and pops and national retailers. There's a vibrancy here that hasn't been here for years because we've got the occupancy stabilized now. Young people, old people, all mingling together. We've got a great restaurant here. You can kind of serve all your needs here.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Small Events in downtown Lamarque, Texas. If you have an anniversary party, wedding, a service, gender reveal, they even had a movie premiere. This is Shine on Lamarque.
'Cause you will shine on.
Hi, this is Tracy Steens with Small Events, and this is Shine on Lamarque. Name of business is Small Events. We offer birthdays, gender reveals, funeral repasts, weddings, anniversaries. We specialize in taking events that's small and making them and bringing them to life to a large event. This event is different here. We're affordable. We book by the hour. Some events, they book the whole day. You may not need your event all day, so we book by the hour. My event hall is different because we have 3 rooms under one roof. We have a half kitchen, we have a serving room, and we have the conference room where we have events. I am so excited about downtown Lamarck. We're getting ready to have so many different people. It's just gonna be like the old days for Fair in the Square. We have it all under one spot. It's been amazing. The city of Lamarck I won't leave Lamarck. I'm telling you, they've been so good to me. I'm excited about downtown Lamarck. We interact all the time. They stay in contact with me. They've been so good to me. I'm on Facebook at DT Small Events. Also, you pass by the building here at 1215 First Street, Lamarck. My phone number is on the front of the building.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at 1100 First Street in Lamarck, Texas at PRETA Animal Nation. They offer services like spaying, neutering. They offer lab tests, dental work. They got you covered here, right here in Lamarck, Texas. This is Shine on Lamarck.
'Cause you will shine on.
Hi, this is Dr. Prida at Prida Animal Nation to Shine on Lamarck. We offer wellness, we offer, vaccines, heartworm tests, we offer surgeries, space and neuter, tumor removals, and there is a big need in this community for a full service clinic. So I decided to open it. We get a lot of clients from Alvin, we get a lot of clients from Lake City, Webster, Houston.
My dog has eaten stuff on the beach and I've had to rush over here for emergency care. So you name it, I've been here.
So that's what I try to create here at Prida Animal Nation, is a more affordable care for all those pets that cannot afford a much expensive service.
I come here because Dr. Prida is a little bit different. It's not about the money, it's about the community. It's about these guys.
He looks happier, he looks more alert. I like Lamarck. It's a small town. It's easy for me to go to Galveston. I already work in Lamarck for 4 years. I think it just fits me perfectly. In there, right? It's no pause, nothing like that.
And she's honest, it's nice to work with someone who's gonna tell you the truth, give it to you straight, give you all the best options, and find a solution that's really gonna work for everybody.
This is what it is. It's an animal nation.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Barcina's Mexican Grill located in Gulfway Plaza right here in Lamarck, Texas. Whether you need catering for a special event, stop in and get some lunch, they got you covered. This is Shine on Lamarck.
My name is Josie Barcinas. You're at Barcina's Mexican Grill, and this is Shine on Lamarck. We're at Barcina's Mexican Grill, and we offer Tex-Mex and Mexican food. We have authentic and Tex-Mex. Our Tex-Mex #1 meal is going to be fajitas. The cheese enchiladas, which homemade gravy, which is a big hit. And we have authentic food like chile relleno, pozole, soups, menudo, barbacoa. We've got 6 pages of menus and a breakfast and a lunch menu. Every single thing made in this kitchen is homemade. The fajitas are the #1 seller here. It's Angus fajitas, and you can never go wrong with the fajita. Family owned, well, 22 years, it's a long time. My husband and I started very young. It's been amazing, actually, that you get to work with people. I figured I was born to serve. So what a better way to do it than to work at a restaurant. We've been here 12 years in July, and special about Lamarck, what can I say? We have the best people. We have the best community. I've never seen a community come together like ours did during this chaos. Anybody that wants to come to Lamarck, I recommend Lamarck 100%. Lamarck, like I said, it has the most amazing community, leadership, people. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better, and this would be the best place to come start a business. And there is a spot next door in Lamarque. I know will welcome you, and I know Sugar Oak will welcome you.
We are at Mama Francis Soul Kitchen, a small place with a big taste.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Mama Francis Soul Kitchen in Lamarque, Texas, right off of Beauchet. They've been in the community coming on 5 years. This is the next episode of Shine on Lamarque.
Cause you will shine on.
This is Mama Francis Soul Kitchen, and you're watching Shine on Lamarque.
It's actually, everyone calls my mother Mama Francis. We called my mom and asked her, would she allow us to honor her by using her name. All of your country cooking type items, cabbage, corn, sweet corn, black eyed peas, green beans, macaroni and cheese. I love my pork chops. We basically sell out of pork chops every day. People come to the door saying, you got pork chops today, and they're wide-eyed and excited about pork chops. We moved to Lamarque 15 years ago because we love the town. We also love our mayor, so that's one reason. We've been here for 15 years, and I wouldn't go anyplace else. We've developed a lot of relationships. We have a broad family base of Mama Francis. We call them family and friends.
How you been? You been okay?
Waiter has been a partner of ours from November, and we've been able to add that to what we offer to customers who cannot drive in or may not want to drive in. That's an option for them. MamaFrancis.com is a website. You'll also find our reviews. We have amazing reviews on Yelp.com, so we're really proud of those.
See you in about 15 minutes.
At the end of the day, someone will come back and they'll say, you know what, you not only fed my body, but you fed my spirit.
Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Kelly's Country Cooking in Lamarque, Texas. This is a staple of the community. You're coming down I-45 heading south. You got to make a stop at Kelly's, offering a variety of country cooked items. They've been in business for over 30 years. There's 7 locations. The #1 producing Kelly's Country Cooking is right here in Lamarque, Texas. This is Shine on Lamarque.
'Cause you will shine on.
My name is Kaylee Kelly, and this is Kelly's Country Cooking, and this is Shine on Lamarque.
Chicken fried steak, biscuits, liver and onions, turkey and dressing.
The recipes are all my mom's. We try to keep good food, fresh food. Prices low, big portions. We try to treat people with respect when they come in here.
We just got voted second place in Houston for our biscuits. So that's one of our popular items, so make sure you come here before 11, before they run out. We make all our pies in-house. We have chocolate, banana, and coconut cream pie. We make those daily, so they're fresh for y'all.
We started out with 9 employees. Now we employ over 800 between 7 restaurants.
Teenagers said that they've been eating, here since their parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. We've been at this location for 32 years.
I'm proud to be the 3rd generation.
We all try to be #1, that's anybody. But it's family owned, family operated. We all work together.
Yeah, because we're #1 business, Kelly's here, because we're close to Galveston by the best vacation spot. Everyone comes by, all the ships come on the cruises, come by, so.
You tell them Kelly's, they know Lamarque, so you just put the 2 and 2 together.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Razor Sharp Barbershop located in downtown Lamarck. They offer a range of services, adult cuts, shaves, children's cuts, to get your eyebrows looking right. This is Shine on Lamarck.
This is Larry Washington here at Razor Sharp Barbershop, downtown Lamarck. This is Shine on Lamarck. Well, we offer a lot of services. We offer razor shaves, bald fades, taper fades, straight haircuts, eyebrow arching. We do facials, massages, everything. We do a lot. We've been here 8 years. For one, we kid friendly. For two, we have a lot of specials. We have kids specials on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We have a senior citizen special that we do all through the week. That's Tuesday through Saturday. We have a senior citizen discount. It's a lot of different reasons. Man, it's getting out of hand. These kids love all the crazy designs. Actually, we have all our barbers in here are excellent with the designs and mohawks, all the crazy look that's going on in the world right now. We can get that done here. It's booming. It has picked up within the 8 years we've been here. It's booming. You know, we have a coffee shop that just built over there. We have a lot of stuff just growing up. It's actually a good thing to be down here in the heart of Lamarck. You know, we get to see everything that's building up around here. You know, Lamarck is building fast. We're here in the area to get to see it build and be a part of it. I would definitely say if you was looking for open up a business, Lamarck would be a place, especially downtown Lamarck. You know, I cut a lot of people hair that has a lot of things to do with the city of Lamarck. You know, off here, I don't want to just speak out no names, but there's a lot of city workers that come in here, work for the city of Lamarck, work for the city officials, police officers. We take care of the whole city of Lamarck. We plan on being here forever, right here in downtown Lamarck, to help Lamarck grow.
With KHEA Radio. I'm in Lamarck, Texas at Snow King, making some of the best snow cones since 1979. I grew up right down the street. You can walk over here, come get some of the best homemade beef jerky, get carnival style snacks, treats, delicious sandwiches right here in Lamarck, Texas. This is Shine on Lamarck.
'Cause you will shine on.
My name is Greg Cornett. I'm at Snow King, and this is Shine on Lamarck. We do shaved ice, hot dogs, basically food you'd get at the carnival or the fair. Well, the King family started this in '79, and I met Claude 10 years ago. Grandparents bringing their grandkids, saying their daughter or son used to work here. One time, there was a group of people that were probably my age, 50 plus, and they pulled in and they jumped out of their car, all giddy, they said, still open, still here. And that kind of stuff, makes it feel worthwhile. A lot of people come, and this is a destination, and it's kind of like, again, 40 years, it's kind of a tradition. In fact, a few years back, Scarlet King started a thing. You're from Lamarck if you've been at Snow King. I do have a trailer for private parties. I know I'm going to be doing the shrimp boil with the chamber. That's coming up. And of course, Bayou Fest. I'm part of Lamarck. Lamarck's part of me. Can't go anywhere without somebody recognizing me. Sometimes I get emotional when you see these people that are coming back and you're bringing back childhood memory.
Don't film.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Dickey's Barbecue Pit, a brand new location that has just opened up in Lamarque, Texas. Let's take a look at everything Dickey's has to offer.
'Cause you will shine on.
My name is Dave, and my wife and I own the Dickey's in Lamarque, and this is Shine on Lamarque. We have brisket, pulled pork, barbecued pork ribs, Polish sausage, about a dozen different sides. I'm a fan of the pulled pork. The brisket is just delicious, but I just love pulled pork.
Hi, welcome to Dickey's.
They're actually happy to work here. They're not saying welcome to Dickey's because we're cracking a whip over their head and saying, you must say welcome to Dickey's every time you walk in here. They actually feel it.
Every time.
Lamarque is the commerce center of South Galveston County. I mean, at this intersection, again, basically the dog track intersection, you have a Walmart where all of Texas City comes, Lamarque, Hitchcock, Santa Fe. I mean, it's the commercial center here in Lamarque.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I am at Ebony and Ivory Salon in Lamarque, Texas. They are located inside of Gulfway Plaza. They are a hidden treasure with a beautiful boutique. They also have a salon, full service. You can get a massage, your nails, your hair done. This is Shine on Lamarque.
'Cause you will shine on.
My name is April Jones. I'm the owner of Ebony and Ivory Salon and Queen's Attic Boutique. This is Shine on Lamarque. From natural hair styles to perms and relaxers, you can get a massage here. You can actually get your teeth whitened here. You can definitely get a haircut. You can get a custom unit made. We do an array of different things in this salon. Like you can get your eyebrows arched, your fingernails done, manis, pedis. You name it, we got it. When she walks in, she can look around and see, oh, I like that jacket. So you can put that jacket on or a pair of earrings with that hairstyle that I just slayed for her. We have been established here about 10 years in October. We actually have 5 people that's working here now. Our goal is to just be bigger. We want to inspire women to come into our salon and our boutique and encourage young ladies that you can be an entrepreneur just like each of us.
I was at another salon. When I first walked in, I fell in love with the place. So April was really, really sweet. All the girls here were very welcoming. So yes, I love it.
I think yes, it would be a great place to start a business simply because it's a hometown. People look out for each other. People encourage each other here. And I just think the closeness that we have right here in this community would be great to just start a business because it'll be word of mouth.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Dill Pickle Discount Home Supply. Whether you're looking to upgrade your largest investment, get brand new flooring, this is the place for you. Or if you're just looking to buy some houseware, everyday items, this is Shine on Lamarque.
'Cause you will shine on.
Hi, this is Carlota. We're at Dill Pickle, and this is Shine on Lamarque.
You can find all kinds of home improvement products and housewares, AC units, lighting.
The gourmet air fryer is my favorite item because we're all trying to be healthy, and this particular thing would help you eat without grease, you know, prepare your foods.
We get all kinds of people here. We get people who are fixing up houses for resale. We get people who are fixing rentals. Mostly we get local people who are fixing their own homes.
A lot of the customers that we had were single women that had no experience in construction, and they got ripped off by the contractors who asked for advance and never showed up or never finished their jobs. And that's how we came up with a super dill pickle. Because we thought like we needed a hero to rescue this families and this single women.
We have no pickles, just bargains. That's an addition we came up with to try to clarify it.
As a matter of fact, a lot of the people in City Hall have recommend some of the people, the citizens, to come to our store and look for better deals for their projects, so that's good. Yeah, big thanks to the City of La Marque, and I don't know how to pay them for what they've done for us because everybody's been very supportive. I mean, the city, the economic development program, everybody at the fire department, everybody's been very supportive of us.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Texas Pit Stop Barbecue right here at 2216 Gulf Freeway in La Marque, Texas. Catering, private events, lunch, dinner, they got you covered. This is Shine on La Marque.
Arnold Garza, Texas Pit Stop Barbecue. This is Shine on La Marque.
Well, of course, there's a lot of good food. Pretty much everybody in our family cooks.
We do boudin balls. We also got chicken wings, chicken strips.
Some of our most popular items are barbecue nachos. We just offered some alligator kickers that are really taking off right now.
We offer catering. I think the most that we've done is probably 1,000 people maybe. But yeah, that's definitely a service that we offer.
We have some families that come in here like once a week ever since we opened, so that makes me proud that they choose this place.
Of course, La Marque was our original location, and you know that's what most people know us for, is one of La Marques right off the freeway. And so yeah, it's I think we've been open for 8 years now, and it does hold a special place since I helped open it. And
city's a great support. You can walk in here almost any day. You might see the mayor, the police chief, or the fire chief, and quite a few of the city employees.
These kids, all the grandkids are here, and I think eventually this is going to be for them, and that's what my husband's always said. He wanted to start something that he can pass on, so we're doing all the hard work to make it easy for them.
We usually do the hospitality room at the BioFest, and then of course my daughter, she runs our location here in La Marque, Nikki, and she does the catering part, and so she'll provide the food for the hospitality room. Then I compete in the cook-off.
We chose La Marque because it's just an awesome location, and right on the freeway, you're just next to everything.
Texas Pit Stop Barbecue, always. And we have the trophies to prove that.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company right here in La Marque, Texas. They offer headstones, monuments, and on-site sandblasting. This is Shine on La Marque.
I'm Kimberly Schlitzberger Day with Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company, and this is Shine on La Marque. We make memorials for cemeteries. We also do commercial sandblasting. We do custom memorials, pretty much anything that has to do with granite.
We've done war memorials. We do memorials for like ballparks and service memorials for fallen warriors, a little bit of everything, commercial sandblasting.
You know, we all have a love for the business and we love what we do. So, and most of us were raised around it, so it's because it comes naturally for us.
It gets our kids to be so much a part of the community that they live in and that they work in. We get to share that with them. They get to know people that own businesses. They get to meet the local people in the community. They get to participate. We do some things with local churches and stuff like that. So I got to do that stuff growing up. My dad was always big into community activities, and now our kids get to do that too. And I think it builds roots.
It's almost a legacy thing. A lot of people buy from their grandparents came in and bought the headstone, and then when grandma passes away, the mother comes in and she plans her headstone, and so it just goes down from generation to generation. And then we have, you know, just namesake. Schlitzberger's hard to forget.
We've been here a long time, and we have a big footprint here. And I love the idea that we get to continue that another generation and hopefully another generation.
It's nice. We really love the location that we're at. We get a lot of business here, and I think it's definitely a place that we need to grow, especially with the freeway expanding like it is. There's a lot of opportunity for businesses.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Evelyn's Tuxedo Rental and Alterations right here in downtown Lamarque, Texas. If you're looking to get that tuxedo, you're looking to get those last minute alterations, this is the place for you. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Evelyn's Tuxedo Rental and Alteration. This is Shine on Lamarque. I offer alteration, tuxedo rental, wedding dresses, prom dresses, African attires, and linen rental.
Probably one of the best in the state of Texas for like bridal dresses, alterations. You have clients come in from everywhere just seeking her services because her price is reasonable and her talent is just awesome.
I get into it because I always like sewing and I always want to own my own business. And I came from Trinidad in 1985 and I started this business.
She is really involved in the community. Everyone knows her. Everyone seeks after her. She has plenty of referrals, and her business has grown simply based on her being kind to her neighbors and people referring her.
When I first started, I hold on because it was a little bit tough then, right? But when I get it off the ground, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. It's good.
Lamarque has been an excellent place for the business, and I think it's a community. Once you become involved, the community really embraces you. And I really like the fact that I feel like my mom is in a safe community that embraces her and continues to help her grow.
Kiss an angel good morning.
Hello Lamarque BioFest fans, I'm Charlie Pride, and I have an important message about our 2020 show. I was looking forward to taking the stage this year, but the COVID-19 pandemic has changed things for all of us. Unfortunately, BioFest 2020 is canceled. Stay safe, Lamarque. Mask up and take care of yourself during these trying times. Do it just for the love of it. Hopefully, we'll be seeing each other Saturday, October 16th, 2021.
Join Charlie Pride and the City of Lamarque for Bayou Fest next year on October 16th, 2021. Learn more at Lamarque Bayou Fest on Facebook and the City of Lamarque's website.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I am at Patriot Tees right off of 1764. They make t-shirts with vinyl. They do screen printing right here. They have you covered with all of your needs, big or small. This is Shine on Lamarque.
Cause you will shine on.
Hi, I'm Ernest Roberts. I'm with Patriot Tees, and this is Shine on Lamarque. We are Patriot Tees t-shirt shop. And I've been in business since about the year 2000. Individuals to corporate entities, small businesses, churches, a lot of family reunion type stuff, and a lot of sports stuff. Here, there's no job too small and no job too big. We'll get it done. That's probably the most difficult part of the process right here. Just make sure the shirt's centered. You know, to me, there's nothing like a Patriot, and it's the ultimate badge for freedom. And Lamarque is starting to really shine. It's nestled here between Texas City, Galveston, Santa Fe. There is no boundary that you can see. Once we lift the screen, we are done with this shirt. That's how simple it is. All of the above, call, click, come on over, whatever it takes. We're on Facebook, it's Patriot Tees. My wife runs that and she gets back pretty quickly on those things. And I appreciate you guys coming out. And I think anything that shines a light on Lamarque is a good thing. So you guys are doing a good thing, I appreciate that.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Market on 3 right here in Lamarque, Texas. Car shows, snow cones, food trucks, vendors, bounce houses, and so much more. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Greg Cornett. We're here at Market on 3, and this is Shine on Lamarque.
We're at Market on 3. The address is 210 Highway 3 in City of Lamarque. It's right next to Hart Pharmacy, right in the center of town.
This is going on the first and the third weekend of every month.
And Market on 3 just is an opportunity for everyone to come and visit with vendors and farmers, and you can get jewelry here or farm eggs, and you can get coffee.
It's all about everybody helping each other out. I don't see anybody angry out here today. Everybody's having fun. We got all ages.
Last weekend there was a car show here. We had Mardi Gras, there was food trucks everywhere, and a ton of vendors. There was probably 500 people here.
Different cultures, different people, but everybody's nice. Everybody getting along great, having a good time. That's what it's all about.
It's just a way for people that have a hobby. You know, like I say, we only charge $10 for a space, and that's kind of unheard of.
And we're just trying to create an environment where people can come and hang out downtown and bring their families and have some fun and offer some entertainment options in Lamarque.
Our sponsor wall, we've left the middle open, so when it gets hotter, we can do a nighttime event and maybe show a kids movie over there.
And everyone from the whole county, bring your family, bring your friends, come hang out with us at Market on 3.
What we got, Tank? Just heard from Casey. First of all, welcome back. This is the continuation of the Lamarque 2021 budget workshop. It's a little bit 2 o'clock on Thursday, July the 5th. I just heard from Casey a text, and she's getting ready to step in the room now to visit her loved one for the last time. So our prayers are for her. That's it's not that's good. Our prayers are with Granny for a transition to glory. Also, I'm going to make a couple of statements. The first one being that I appreciate your comments about me not being a gambler and a preacher and a mayor pro tem, but part of the reason that we did not want that game room money in previous budgets is because at that time the county was thinking about shutting them down and getting their own inspectors and all of that. So I think it was all of our consensus that we didn't want to include it in the budget because it might not be there. But in fairness to the last couple of budgets, that went away. So I feel like it's probably safer to count on the money. The second thing is in doing some research during the break, we cannot vote on anything today. I think it's a misnomer on our schedule to say vote on proposed tax rate even. We cannot do that. We cannot take any votes today because our agenda is simply a workshop. Now we can come to a strong consensus, which we will do, but there can be no formal votes taken. So I wanted to say that up front. And lastly, I just texted back to Casey and said that we would maybe move on to another discussion for a few moments until she comes out of the room because she really wants to be on the police discussion. And I'm assuming she's going to be in there about 15 minutes or so before she's back in the car. So if we could do that, I'd really appreciate it. And I know she would. So Mr. Jackson, I'll turn it over to you.
But before you do that, Mayor, let me respond to what you just said.
Yes, sir.
Definitely, there was an issue with the county where we found that our municipality was a sovereign entity, all in of its own. Part of that discussion, you're correct. Part of that discussion was that anxiety, but the other part was that we as good folks in Lamarque realized that this revenue was potentially a hindrance to our city because of the nature of how we went about it, and we didn't want to become addicted to that type of revenue. Secondly, I've been around a long time, and I know that we can't vote today, but we can for the record, and we can have Kiara, and I know Kiara's recording every word that everybody says. We can have Kiara record what individual council members are in favor of and what they're not in favor of, and it can go on record. So while I've been around a long time and I realize what we can and cannot do, if folks are going to say what they're for, it's important for the people to know. It's important for the people to know and understand what people are actually for and what they are against, instead of perhaps lip service that folks say and do when other folks aren't around. So if it comes to that, and I don't think that it will, I would definitely like to hear what everybody's in favor of, and I'd like Kiara to record it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I certainly agree with both points. We're going to form strong consensus, and I do remember our conversation about the game rooms and how we're not a pro game room city, but hey, it's money and we've used it for different things, one-time purchases, et cetera, et cetera. So now it's in the budget. So yes, I agree on both points.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Okay, Mayor. So, I mean, the majority of what we had left to talk about today, and I appreciate that you want to hold on for Casey, because I know I was getting, during the hour break, I got a bunch of text messages from her with some additional thoughts from her as well, and we as Chief and Susie and I spent the hour trying to look at some of this stuff and figure out some, if there's other opportunities to be able to do something related to this. Obviously we were keeping her thoughts in that as well. Really, the only other two things we had to talk about today would have been the 5-year capital improvement plan that you guys now have the hard copy of, and the salary schedule. I don't know how much of a conversation we need to have about either one of those two. If there's not anybody on council, or if we're not at a point yet where we want to start, talking about or taking steps to fund those two things, I think the conversation is probably better had for a time when we are prepared to try to look at how we're going to move forward with those. You do have a final copy of the salary plan, or not a final copy. You have a blown up copy that was delivered to you to look at, so you could see some comparisons to with what some of our staff members make and what the people around and what the similar positions around make in the region. So you can see where we fit in with the average of the similarly situated municipalities around us. And so we wanted to make sure we had that out for you guys to look at that, so that when we're thinking about this and we're talking about recruiting people, and that's recruiting all the other people that we have, that everybody that's on here, of course, is everybody except for what's covered by the CBAs. When you start talking about those positions and filling them and keeping them filled and getting people in those roles, what it takes to recruit the cream of the crop and the people we want to get, the people we want to bring in. We can see what it costs to recruit them and to retain them when we can get them recruited. And there's two sides of thought on that, and both sides have some validity to them. And the first side is, when we bring people in here and somebody makes a commitment to come to the city and work for the city and be a part of what we're trying to do here. We expect, we also expect there to be driving forces for them in their employment other than the bottom line and how much they're getting paid. But at the same time, we have to realize they have families and they have the same issues that everybody else has. And at some point, your loyalty to your family is going to outweigh your loyalty to your job. And when somebody down the road or 5 miles away offers you the a similar job making $15,000 or $20,000 a year more, you have to do what's best for your family, and people are going to make decisions based on that. And when the majority of cities around or if the majority of the city around will offer more for those positions, then that's the result of what's going to come from that. Is we're going to get people that come in that may be lacking a little bit of experience, maybe lacking a little bit of education or whatever, and when we make the investment in them and get them trained up to the level where they meet those same qualifications of the cities around us, then they're going to leave and go someplace else because they're going to be able to make more money when they go there. So it's sure something that I always want to talk about. It's something that's important. And so that was placed and that was given to you guys to look at. And then of course the 5-year capital improvement plan, we did talk about that a little bit this morning with the water discussion, talking about, some of the things in there, and I will get you that full plan that Public Works did and Chase and Den did for the Public Works Department. But looking at those things and realizing that, when we get into a budget process, at the end of every budget process, if we're, moving nickels and dimes around to try to create another position or two, how do we ever get to the point where we're gonna address the big needs? Because we're already setting ourselves up for next year being short when we come into next year, because we're going to have to readjust some of the things that we did this year to fund those items. So, if you guys had any questions about the capital improvement plan or the salary plan, I'd be happy to try to answer those while we're waiting on Casey as well.
Yeah, I have just one question. You have the ones that I'm assuming need to be bumped up, highlighted in yellow.
The ones in yellow that would need to be brought to, that's phase one is in yellow, phase two is in green. Phase three, there's another spreadsheet, but we just finished it late last night and I didn't get a chance to get it to you.
Yeah. So when will this be dealt with money-wise?
Well, whenever you guys decide to deal with it. I mean, this is something that could be, making adjustments in the budget. The adjustments we've got to, we can make a little bit of room in the budget this year to make some adjustments. We can't make enough adjustments to do all of it. So, I mean, this is going to come down to a decision for you guys as to which, what's the actual priorities for you guys individually. Is it making adjustments at the police department? Is it making adjustments to the capital improvement plan? Is it making adjustments to the employee personnel plan? Whatever. There's just not enough to do it all. Not yet.
Got you. So
any other questions? Go ahead, Mayor.
No, you go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to ask if there's any other questions on that.
Well, hearing none, I guess I don't think there's anyone on the council, and I'm speaking for Casey, and she can bump in on this when she gets back on the call. But I haven't heard any feedback from anyone on not keeping our tax rate the same as it is currently. So I think I'm correct in assuming that. So we'll take that off our list. Are there any other questions in any other departments?
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a question about a department. I spoke to you this morning and I spoke to Tink this morning, trying to nail down this total valuation for our taxable valuation. And I'll refer to Tink because I'm sure he probably has it right in front of him, or Susie. I thought you said, Tink, this morning, I guess in the last day or so, a couple days, we got a $1.14 billion valuation. $1 million valuation, or could you speak to that?
Sure. So originally, we get two different sets of numbers from the appraisal district each year. We get one when they first send out their valuations at the start of the year, and that's called an estimated valuation. So when we originally start our budgeting process, that's the number that you normally start with. We didn't start with a number quite that high because we knew it would come down some. That original estimated valuation for the city of Lamarque this year was $1,155,948,626. So that's $1,155,948,626. During the course of the budget workshops on Tuesday, we actually got notice from the tax collector assessor that they had finished the certified roll for this year, and our final valuation was $1,144,272,683. So basically, it was reduced by somewhere around between $10 and $11 million. So it didn't have a significant. It did not have a significant impact. We had, I think, $7,000 or $8,000 worth of wiggle room in the bottom line on the budget when we got done, and it didn't get outside of that variable. So the difference between the estimated and the certified didn't affect anything that we did in the budget. And I believe our taxable value last year, if I remember off the top of my head, our taxable value at budget time was like $978 million. So it was a pretty substantial increase. Of course, 35 to 40 million of that was new growth. And then the rest of it was increase in valuations. And the increase in valuations are, again, we'll just to talk about that for just a little bit. That increase in valuations is something that is required under state law. I know citizens always get upset when they get their tax bill because they get their tax bill before we ever even go into budget process. And so when they get their tax bill every year, it looks like their taxes have been increased by us, but it doesn't have anything to do with us. It's the change if they've had a change, it's the change in the valuation that they get from the tax assessor, which is a requirement from them, it's a requirement on them for the state. The state started that requirement because the state was trying to reduce the amount of money that they were required to supplement for the schools. And when the state didn't have enough to supplement the schools the way they needed, they put these mandatory increases in on the valuation. It basically says they wanted the actual tax valuations of those properties to be brought more in line with the market valuations. For those of us that have got a few gray hairs, we can probably remember a day when on our home ownership, our valuation for tax purposes was maybe half of what our actual value of our house was, or it was 60% or something like that. It wasn't close to what the actual value of your property was, or the sellable value of it was. And so the state came back and said, well, that's the reason it's costing us as a state so much money to supplement education, is because those valuations aren't in line. And so we need to get those valuations closer to being in line, so that we're actually collecting taxes at a value of what the property is really worth. So they put the mandatory increases in, so that the school districts will get more money. And as you all well know, our school district taxes in almost every area in Texas are two, sometimes at least two, sometimes three times as high as the taxes for the city or the county or anywhere else. Your school taxes are normally in the dollar something range. They're significantly higher than what we charge. And that's how they got more money to them. And then they put in the second provision in that law when they did it, where the clawbacks that they do, so that they're actually utilizing that higher collection in the school districts that have higher value properties. They actually claw some of that money back and redistribute it to other school districts to balance out the budget of those. And in doing that, the state put about $800 million back in their coffers to do whatever they wanted to do with. So it was at the end of the day, the taxpayers were paying more in property tax to fund schools, so that the state portion got lower, so the state had more money to do stuff with. But it didn't really, it's never reflected that way. It's always blamed on the cities, but we have nothing to do with it. So that final number that we got, the $1,144,272,683, is our actual taxable value. That's the final certified appraised roll for this year. So all the protests and everything have been dealt with and are done, and the protests led to a reduction of about $11 million in value across the city.
And could you tell us, is the new number close to what this year's 2021 budget is?
Yeah, so I think we actually, like I said, the estimated number was the 1.155. We went a little bit below that because people always challenge them, and it always comes down a little bit. And we had enough wiggle room in that $8,000 or $7,800 we had in the black, that it was enough that we could cover when we got our certified roll. So we didn't have to adjust what we anticipated in revenue from property tax in the proposed budget. We did not have to adjust it.
Right. Anybody else want to stall for a minute?
Yeah, let's do this.
Casey really does want in on this conversation, and I think we owe that to her. So yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Just for stall purposes, let's ask Susie about her consideration when she estimated our sales tax revenue. How did she go about making that determination?
Good question.
Susie may not have been able to get back on. She is having problems getting connected, so we were on the phone the whole time during lunch. But I can answer that question for you because we do that together. So we did a couple of things. Last year we were very conservative in our projection for increase. I think we estimated in the previous year, before I got here, it was estimated about a 2% increase in sales tax revenue. And I think we realized over the course of the year about a 5% increase, somewhere along those lines. Going into last year, we talked about actually increasing that projection a little bit more. But then with the start of the I-45 project, we decided, we didn't know exactly what was going to happen And that's okay if, it's far better to underestimate and be conservative than to overestimate and get towards the end of the year and not meet your revenue projections, obviously. If you got money left over at the end of the year, you get to spend it. If you're short, then you're in trouble. So we only estimated 1% last year. We were staying right about that 5% number again this year. A couple of months we were higher until the start of the pandemic. The first month of the pandemic, we actually went down 1%. But then the next 2 months, we saw really good numbers in sales tax those 2 months. One of those months being undoubtedly the increases that we saw were directly tied to the people that received stimulus checks. We saw about 11% increase in that 1 month. And if you went to our Walmart during that time when those stimulus checks came out, there was not a piece of electronic equipment left in that store. They had no TVs, they had no VCRs, they had no Blu-ray players, no PlayStations, no anything. There was a significant amount of that stuff bought, and of course that was direct impact on our sales tax. So we did see an increase that month. It was about a $40,000 increase overall that 1 month. That made up for the month where we had at the start of it. Looking at this next year between the pandemic and the 45 construction obviously being in full swing now, we put a 2% increase in the proposed revenues for this year, anticipating that we'll still see some increase out there, but maybe not the amount of increase that we would anticipate annually because of the two items. We do still have a lot of our restaurants that are working on they obviously can't have as many people inside right now, so that's affecting our sales tax. We're getting we don't have any. I know we have a couple of our restaurants that have gone all the way back to just curbside delivery only. I know Benito's a couple of weeks ago, he went back to curbside only, and now Kelly's, I saw a couple of days ago, they announced they were going back to curbside only. I think our citizens are doing a good job of supporting our restaurants right now, and I don't think their business has been cut. The restaurant owners I've talked to, they're doing okay. They're not hurting as bad as some of the restaurants in other places. I noticed, our local restaurants have really jumped on a lot of the technological things. A bunch of our restaurants have added in the ability to utilize DoorDash to get food from them. They've added in Grubhub, a bunch of those social media type platforms where food gets delivered. A bunch of those smaller restaurants have jumped on that too. So they're taking advantage of everything they can take advantage of right now to try to keep their businesses going. So we know it's still going to have an impact. We don't think it's going to be a negative impact. We're hoping it's not going to be a negative impact. So we did actually increase the percentage that we anticipate over this next year. We did go ahead and increase it an extra percentage point this year, which would have been about half. That would have been about half of what we would anticipate in a year where we didn't have construction, we didn't have a pandemic. So we actually tried to get as much out of that sales tax increase as we could. But we projected a 2% increase for this year.
Yeah, Tink, would you venture to say that the people coming out with the big screens and the Blu-rays and all that were people who didn't lose their job and had some job security? And for instance, in a what would be termed a neighborhood like Omega Bay, those trash cans probably had a lot of empty TV boxes in them, would you say?
Oh, I definitely think it. I think it equated. I think a lot of those stimulus checks equated to a second income tax return for a lot of people. Is basically how I would say, how I would say it. It was money that they, they didn't lose their jobs. We have a lot of, especially with with all of our folks that work in the plants and work in some of the service industries. A lot of our citizens, I think, did not lose their jobs during that time, but they were still below that threshold to be able to receive the check. So yeah, I think for most of them, it was almost like a second income tax return, and they treated it like a second income tax return and spent it on things that they wanted and not things that they, things they needed to survive, but they sent it on things to improve their quality of life. And I think that's where we saw a lot of that come from. If we'd had a Best Buy at that time, we'd have went up a whole bunch that month.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to make that plain because Patty and I are looking forward to our next one. So hallelujah.
Yeah, let me interject, and I don't think that anybody's saying this. I definitely know the mayor's not saying this, nor is Pink saying this. But let me interject this just in case. And I see that Casey's here, so I'll say this and then we can move on. We have been asked as a country to social distance and to stay in our homes. And so when that happens, when you're asked to stay at home, then you have to find things to do. And so a lot of that perhaps is because people are staying at home and they're bored, but because they're good Americans and they want to stay at home because they've been asked to, they have to find things to do. So a lot of that electronic purchase, video games, television, things of that nature, perhaps might be contributed to patriotic Americans who are following the lead of the scientists in our country, staying home and finding ways to stay at home.
Oh,
I would agree.
Absolutely agree.
Absolutely agree. And
I'm glad, and the ones that did, I'm glad. A lot of the ones that did, I'm glad they found a way to do that inside of our city limits and not go on up to Webster or someplace where they might have gone before for a day of shopping for that kind of stuff and actually spent their money here instead of spending it someplace else. Exactly.
Good point. Well, Casey's back, so let's resume our discussion of LMPD.
Okay, Casey, you can hear us and you can speak.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much, everyone, for the understanding.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Oh, am I speaking now? I'm sorry. I thought Tink was about to speak.
I can go first. You can go first. Whatever you guys want. Doesn't matter to me.
I'd prefer you go first, Tink, please. Sorry, I'm out of the hospice, but now I've got a baby in my arms in the car, so I'm doing my best. I promise.
Okay, so over the hour at lunchtime, I had Kirk and Susie on the phone, and we went through 1,000 different iterations of different things that we could do. We started with the conversation related to the overtime that I'd mentioned earlier, and I mentioned that in the conversation because I wanted everybody to understand that was one thing that we had talked about. And then we had talked about the possibility of doing that, but that anything that we did there would have to reduce the overtime numbers because that's the only way it would be budget neutral in doing that. And talking with Chief over the break, that I think he has some concerns with that because they have some mandatory requirements for overtime. Some other things that he's worried about fitting in there. When somebody's working on something, they have to stay over. And the number that we have in the budget for overtime right now, quite honestly, last year and the year before has been insufficient as it is. So I think he was worried about that number getting cut even farther. And Chief, I'll give you a minute to talk about some of the things that you see come out of that and why you had concerns with that.
Right. So that I know that the overtime budget was reduced this year, and as everybody knows, traditionally we've always gone over the budgeted amount of overtime due to staff shortages, special investigations, SRT missions. We've always gone over. Cutting that budget any further, I think we're setting ourselves up. No, I know we're setting ourselves up for failure if we do that. I'm already concerned with that amount as it is. I'm afraid that we would go over that the budgeted amount that we've got. We're being very conservative right now when it comes to overtime expenditures. We're using overtime where we can, and if we have to do creative shift assignments, then that's what we're doing in order to cut back on overtime. But the overtime budget as it is, I'm terrified at cutting that even further. Like I said, that's setting us up for failure there. Our officers who work over after the shift, if we have a major incident that occurs that necessitates several people coming out on the scene at one time, and all of that is overtime. So I'm going to beg you, please do not do anything with my overtime.
Okay, so after we got done having that conversation, then we started talking about where was there a way that we could try to open up or make available some other funding that we had, what we would have to do to try to fund something related to doing something different over there. We found a number of different things that we could do that would change the nature of some of our appropriations that we have listed in the proposed budget right now. So then we started looking at what the cost would be for doing the different scenarios that we heard, and how we could try to get to those costs if there was potential to get to those costs without any kind of an increase in property taxes or anything else. So we looked at 3 different scenarios. We looked at an assistant chief plus 2 patrol officers. We looked at an assistant chief plus 1 patrol officer. And we looked at an assistant chief plus a patrol officer plus an advocate or whatever that position would be called. We left the assistant chief in each one of those scenarios for a simple, 2 reasons. One, the scenario that's the assistant chief and 1 patrol officer, that scenario could easily be changed to be 2 patrol officers, and it would be cheaper than what we had in there. But we left the assistant chief in each one of the scenarios for one particular reason. And talking with Kirk again over the break, and talking about over while you guys were eating lunch, and talking about this again, and trying to figure out, what does the best. His main point to me in that is adding 2 more patrol officers doesn't really help, because we don't need patrol officers. We need people in the investigation division. That's what they really need. The people they need are the people that are at the higher level in the agency versus at the lower level. I think that's a fair way to put it, right, Kirk? You don't need you're having to pull people off the street to bring them up to that level, and that's taking them off. So if we have people at that level, that would leave those street people on the street. Fair way to put it.
Right. So that we created this task force because of the assistance, the help that we need in CID, and it's not a temporary need. It is a permanent need. If I were to hire 2 new patrol officers and just leave them on patrol, that's still going to leave my criminal investigations division hurting. I need people in investigations, but I really do not need to short patrol in order to staff those positions. I need to be able to staff those positions and still leave patrol the same staffing as it is. Now, I understand that there's money that we have to find in order to do that. And if council can do that, thank you so much. But what we need is positions in criminal investigations to tackle these cold cases and the violent crimes that we're having. That's where I need my people right now. If we can do that without pulling from patrol, I love it.
Okay, so in that same vein, so what we were trying to do in that hour was, how do you get extra help in that unit versus just getting, is it just bodies, or what gets him the help at the place where he really needs the help? And that's the main reason that we left the assistant chief in, because the assistant chief, 40 hours of somebody being an administrator frees up 40 hours of the people that are already lieutenants and CID investigators and sergeants to be doing those investigations. It takes that administrative responsibility away from them and gives them time to go be cops. They're already in it. They're breaking away from that time that they're doing an investigation or they're doing whatever to go do administrative functions. And it would keep them from having to break away from that time and just concentrate on doing their job as a sergeant or a CID investigator or whatever, and focus on that, and not go to the other side and put on the other hat. It would let them focus on what their main hat is. So that was the reason we left the assistant chief in every scenario, because the assistant chief is the equivalent of having another person in there, but it doesn't. When you're multitasking all day long, you become it's the jack of all trades but master of none concept. You just get involved and work on that investigation. Now you got to stop and you got to go do something else, or you're right in the middle of a thought process and you got to stop and you got to go do something else. And it allows people to spend their time more focused in that scenario.
So
and then go ahead, Mary.
If I could ask a question, I think I missed the third one. The number one was assistant chief plus 2 officers. The second was assistant chief plus patrol officer, and then an advocate such as a certified counselor or whatever. What was the third?
The third was an assistant chief plus 1 officer.
Gotcha. Thanks.
So we started just tearing everything apart we could find to try to figure out how to fund something. So we found we got to the point. I think we've got it to the point where we figured out how we could fund the assistant chief and 1 additional officer. Realizing that additional officer is probably not going to be a patrol officer. It's going to be an officer that's going to be in that's going to be doing other tasks. But then maybe somebody's a patrol officer right now that moves up and gets replaced, but it doesn't become an additional person in the patrol division. It becomes an additional body in the investigation division. I hope that makes sense. So it gives them 2 extra bodies with the extra 40 hours of time to focus inside. It gets us 80 hours inside investigations with the 2 extra bodies, but kind of streamlines some of the stuff over there and gets what they need. And I think we figured out how we could make some cuts this year and fund that, knowing that in making those cuts or in changing what we're going to change around, it works for this year, and that's fine. It changes some things that we have coming out of general fund right now to come out of the little bit of money we have left in reserves after you take out our 90-day surplus, after you take out the 650 that's encumbered for the fire truck, and after you take out the $1 million storm reserve. It puts these items in the reserve fund to be funded out of the little bit that's left there, and so next year they would not automatically be refunded in general fund, so they would have to be added back into general fund or left in reserves as long as we had savings for the year. And so the way we could get to that is the $60,000 that we talked about right before the break, that they have in the capital budget. That $60,000 will be moved from instead of being funded from the general fund, it would be funded from Fund 12, which is the police forfeiture fund. So that frees up 60. We would do an increase of 2% in the estimated collection of sales tax. That generates another 88. And then we've got 4 things in the city manager's budget that would be rolled over to being funded out of reserves instead of being funded out of the general fund. That would be the $25,000 cumulative between all of the $5,000 for the council members and the mayor, the $10,000 that's in there for Juneteenth, the $50,000 that's in there for contingencies, and the $10,000 that's in there for the CPM program. Those things would still be funded. They would still be there, but rather than being funded out of the general fund, they would be funded from the reserve fund, which we have enough money for this year to cover. And then as long as we have some savings during the course of the year, whatever, we could leave them funded like that if we want to. But that takes them out of the general fund and puts them in that. So if we ever want to add them back to the general fund, it's an increased cost on the general fund at whatever point we put them back in there. And that would get us enough money with a little bit of cushion to be able to fund an assistant chief and 1 additional police officer.
Yes, sir. Tink, I'd like for you to go ahead and lead the discussion and call on council, et cetera.
Casey, now that I went, you want to talk since you were wanting me to go first?
Yeah, tag, it's my turn. Okay, so first I want to make sure that I grok what you just said, and that is that in order to fund, the proposal on the table is such that in order to fund a police assistant chief / deputy chief position, that would be 40 hours of administrative duties, and thus thus creating room for 40 hours to be spent towards revisiting cold cases and doing investigative work among existing police personnel, plus the addition of a police officer that would not be a patrol person, but would be another person that would be either added immediately to the investigative area of personnel or be trained into that. But it's those 2 positions is what's on the table right now.
Correct. Now, one more thing, the only other way we could figure out to get to the point of adding 3 people because of the additional costs that went. There was nothing. We looked through all kinds of stuff in there without cutting out of another department's budget to be able to do that. The only other way that we have that we could fund the 3rd position, if you're going to do an assistant chief and 2 officers, or an assistant chief and an officer and an advocate, or any combination of whatever, the only way we could get to 3 people would be to cut out the cost of living increase for the employees for the year.
Oh, well, I think that's unacceptable, in my opinion, because what I was going to ask was, unless you guys have already visited this while I was gone, I wasn't sure we had even begun to talk about this gigantic folded up sheet with the yellow and green rows on it that is salaries. And I'm concerned about, I need you to either confirm that we are still going to have a conversation about where that money's coming from, or assuage me that it's in there and it's already included in this conversation, because what I don't want to happen is that we decide to do all this moving around to cover these costs for PD, and then we end up saying, whoops, we can't try and make some of these vital staff positions across the city. We can't make it right.
Okay, so we did talk. I did. We didn't really have a discussion. I did talk about the sheet before you got back on, and did go over that on the sheet that you have. All the ones that are yellow are the ones that are related to the phase 1 that we talked about on the first day. The ones that are green are the ones that are related to phase 2 that we talked about on the first day. And Susie and I just finished the calculations on phase 3 last night, and you guys don't have it yet. But, we have a total number for it, but it's a pretty large number. But no, there was that. So right now in the budget, as far as employees go, as far as existing personnel goes, what's in there is the 2% increase. That is in there at this point, the 2% cost of living increase for this year, but the phase 1 is not in there.
Okay, so if we say, yep, okay, let's make these moves from general fund into reserve so that we can fund these police positions, we still then are faced with the next big topic of discussion, which is we have all of these individuals in this phase 1 proposal who we're going to have to try and find that money somewhere.
If that's something council wants to do, that's correct. Yeah, if council wants to implement phase 1, that's something else that would have to be addressed as well.
Okay. Well, I want to hear what the rest of the council has to say about that, because I feel like it would be not gathering all of the information for the big picture if we were to make a decision about how we're going to move everything around for PD, if we're not also including this pretty big part of the big picture. What is that total cost for moving? So all the yellow is phase 1. I'm sorry, I don't have it open up in front of me here in the car. What is that total cost that we have to come up with?
Let me find it again. It was like 50. Hold on a second.
A general fund to get to phase 1, it's $49,327.21.
Okay, and then utility fund was 20. Susie?
Yes, sir. For utility fund, it's $19,061.32. So with the 2 funds add together, phase 1, $68,388.53.
Okay. So a basic, based on all the work y'all did, looking at our neighboring cities and what's going on for commensurate positions across other municipalities, in order for us to implement phase 1, which brings a pretty substantial percentage of our current staff up to more fair and market fair salaries, it's around $70,000 to implement that phase 1.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're also talking about this potential personnel creation in the PD. And then also, I mean, plus, sorry, everybody. But we also had the pretty mega water infrastructure conversation that we started off today, which granted, I think obviously is not going to come out of our general fund. And we're talking about big decisions going forward, but that's, and plus a municipal complex decision. Okay. Now I would really like to hear what everybody else has to say.
Shall I begin?
You may go right ahead.
Well, that's a lot that you guys done. And Tink, I want to thank you for your hard work. Susie, I want to thank you for your hard work. Kurt, I want to thank you for your hard work. Seems like you all did a lot of maneuvering during the break. But I want to be clear in that I don't want us to pit employees against each other. And let me preface this by saying, you all know how I speak. I am not intending to offend anyone, but I can debate for days. And I can make sure that those points that I need to make are multifaceted, and they're going to keep coming. The first point is we're not going, not today, we're not going to pit one group of employees against another. We're not going to say to our police department, it's either you or the rank and file in our public works department and in our non-collective bargaining employee unit. We're not going to do that because we're all one family. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a false debate in itself. Nobody's advocating for those employees not to be brought up to market value. In fact, I have been the council person, the mayor pro tem, that has led this council in making sure that we remind Tink, not that he needs to be reminded, but making sure that we remind Tink that we want that salary survey done because we want to make sure that our employees are earning what they deserve based on the cities that are around us and the cities that are comparable in size to us. So that let's throw that out the window. That's a false narrative. That's a false debate. Number one. Number two. In this grand scheme, and again, I love Chief Jackson and I love Tink, and this is nothing personal. This is simply debate, and I enjoy debate. Number two, in this grand scheme of this assistant chief's position, did we ever stop to poll the rank and file membership of the Lamarque Police Officers Association? I don't think that we did, because I think that if we did, perhaps we would have found a different answer to the needs of our patrol officers and our investigators that are doing this job every day. Number two, did we ask citizens what they want to add to their police department in this upcoming budget? I don't think that we did that either. I think that if we asked the questions of those two individual bodies, I think that we would come up with something very, very different than what we have today. Number 3, 4, 5, wherever I am on my points, the assistant chief that we're advocating for so hard, that assistant chief, Chief Jackson just said to us that he doesn't have any room to put anybody anywhere. This assistant chief that we're advocating for will be an administrative position. This assistant chief will need an office to house him or her, and they would need clerical space to be able to do their jobs in a police station that Chief Jackson just said folks are crawling up on top of each other. Number 4, 5, or 6, wherever we are, we have effectively, and Chief, I thank you for that because it was the right thing to do. We have effectively removed 2 patrol officers off of our streets. Now, Chief has said to us that he is very anxious about us taking any dollars out of his overtime budget because there are things that arise during the course of the year that he might need that overtime. Chief Jackson, our city manager, just said to us in our last discussion that he has anxiety about our police department, about our men and women on patrol and in investigations, about them working 60 and even 80 hours per week. And so nobody's paying attention to the fact that they are already taxed. Chief Jackson said we need overtime money because we're definitely going to use them. Tink Jackson said, I am anxious about us using these patrol officers and investigators for 60 to 80 hours a week, but nobody wants to add patrol officers to our police force, even though every indicator that we have just spoke about says that we are 2 patrol officers short, that crime is definitely increasing, and everything else that was associated with those discussions, but we're still leery about adding patrol officers to our particular force. But we're not leery about adding administrative positions, and it puzzles me because many folks on this council are conservatives in their political approach, but yet we're creating a larger bureaucracy in the face of putting more rank and file members in the community to interact with the community to prevent and respond to crime accordingly in our community. That doesn't sound conservative to me. That sounds something other than conservative. Since I've gotten all of that off my chest, and I will continue to debate this every way you want to debate it, and in any shape or form you want to debate it, I got an answer for you. But let me go back to trying to get to where the sausage is made. You want an assistant chief. You know what? I don't have a problem with you wanting an assistant chief. I don't have a problem with going along with that. But my amendment to that is that that assistant chief would come from the rank and file membership of the Lamarque Police Department, and at least for the first year, and perhaps the first 2 years, that assistant chief will work primarily to lead the investigative unit of our police force so that we could perhaps solve some of these 25 unsolved murders. Do y'all think it might be feasible for us to solve some of those 25 some odd unsolved murders? And perhaps that assistant chief primary job might be able to lead those investigators in solving some of those over 300 cases of felonious crimes that were committed in our city. If we can promote from within and we can allow that chief to exclusively lead those investigations for at least a year until we can get some of this under our belt, I might be willing to go with that. This investigator that we're talking about bringing in, if we promote from within, I have no problem with that. I'm willing to go along with that. Those are 2 areas that I'm open to, but it still doesn't solve the problem. And if we want to leave that problem unsolved, then so be it. It still doesn't solve the problem that there are 2 missing patrol officers from our patrol division at a time where our city manager and our police chief has explicitly said to us that we need the overtime, but we don't want to use it because we're going to overtax our police force. You know what that leads to? That leads to our police officers being tired and burned out and prone to making mistakes that this city would be liable for. God help us if we can't understand what's happening to us in our city. God help us if we will allow politics to overshadow the basic needs that are clear as day that we need in this city, the needs that the rank and file membership of the Lamarque Police Association and the community at large are clamoring for. God help us if we can't see that. So, Mayor, I'm willing to go along with if these things are promoted from within. I'm willing to go along with that. If these things have a certain expiration date on them, I don't have a problem with that. I'm willing to deal today. And as I close this section of my commentary, let me say again, Tink and Susie and Kurt, you all did tremendous work. This is excellent. $60,000 moved. Bumping up the sales tax projections from 1% to 2%, moving the 10,000 from Juneteenth, moving the 25,000 from the council's budget to help our individual districts. That's awesome work, and I want you to know that I'm glad that you spent the hour doing that work. My issue is with the policies that we're suggesting as it relates to the clear and present dangers that are being observed within the, I'm gonna say it one more time, rank and file of the Lamarque Police Officers Association, as well as the rank and file of every citizen that's enduring the fear of violent crime on their street in our community.
Mr. Jackson.
I mean, I agree with a lot of what was said. I do have one disagreement with what Mayor Pro Tem said, and it goes back to a lot of other discussions that we've heard publicly, that we've heard, I think, in other departments as well. And that is when you create a administrative position that is limited in who can get it based on it being out, having a non-CBA position that is limited to membership in the CBA. All we're doing is making sure that we may not get the most qualified person. I don't know why we would want that position not to be an open position where anybody of any caliber of law enforcement, any size city, any race, anything could come in here and apply for it and competitively pick the best person for that job.
Well, Keith, let me tell you something about me, and let me tell you something about my experience. I was a union member in the Galveston Fire Department, and I understood the dynamics. I understood how the morale of the fire service potentially was crushed based on bringing folks from the outside in, folks that don't understand the city's history, folks that don't understand the city's demographic, folks that don't understand the departmental policies and procedures, bringing them in to in essence, supervise folks that are members of the rank and file of our fire department. And so it's important to me, if we're doing our job, Pink, if we're doing our job as a city, and I'm not suggesting that Chief Jackson isn't doing his job, but if the police chief is doing his job as a police chief, then every person in his or her, when it comes to that organization, will be trained and educated and ready to assume responsibility from the time that they've been called upon. So I have union history in my blood, and I understand that when you do things like that, Tink, all you do is further crush the morale of the rank and file of whatever department or whatever force you're dealing with. The second thing is this. I have that, and perhaps maybe some of our members have been members of unions. I don't know. Perhaps they have. But the other thing that I've been able to do in my life and my family's been able to do, we've also signed checks. We've had to meet payroll. We've had to give raises. We've had to cut salaries. We've had to hire people and fire people and lay people off. And so I understand the full weight of what that also means. And so I'm speaking to us from two different perspectives of what we need to do. And so at this particular juncture, because this is so sensitive in our city, I'm suggesting to us as a body that's not the direction that we want to head in at this time. If we're negotiating on this Zoom conference, then let's negotiate. If you all don't want me to continue to stand in the way of this assistant chief's position and put all this on record on folks' preferences, then let's negotiate. If Chief Jackson is saying that he needs this assistant chief's position in order to function properly, even though we have nowhere to put him, that's what y'all just said, then so be it. But let's make sure that we're doing this in a way that's fair to everybody involved. I still don't know, as I close my comment, I still don't know how that's going to go over with the public at large when they start to compute. We are hiring another administrator versus two folks that are patrol officers that can, you know what? Here's the thing. When the gunshots are flying, when they're flying around Edgar Street, when they're flying around Lake Road, when they're flying around Bellevue, when they're flying up at the Valero, up on 1765 in Boucher, when they're flying in those areas and they aren't flying in Prairie Knoll or they aren't flying in Omega Bay, when those folks are ducking gunshots, they don't care about an assistant chief. They want somebody on the ground with them right then and there to give them assistance. And I'm telling you, if we do this and we don't do this correctly, we're opening ourselves up to all sorts of political ramifications. I'll go with you to a certain extent, but some of this I just can't stomach.
Well, we have an hour to negotiate. I say folks weigh in.
Yeah, I would really love to hear from other council right now.
Mayor, I've heard a lot of things here. I've heard that we don't have room at the police station. And then at another moment, I hear that we've got this other room at the fire station and other locations. So things could be accommodated should we need to. Should we need to move officers around, I suppose that could happen. I don't think it's all incumbent that we couldn't do something because of the police station. That's what I heard in one conversation. I've also go back to the camera system because I want to correct something. It was stated that certain parts of town wouldn't have these cameras, and that's where they're needed. And the new subdivisions, that's not where the crime is. Well, there is crime there, but the new subdivisions and the existing HOAs had committed that they would pay for those cameras themselves. That frees up the city money to put those cameras in other strategic locations in District A or wherever they may need to be based on the analysis by the organization that we hire to do that study. It's not that any one particular area is going to be slighted. That is a tool. That is one more tool that is on 24-hour patrol all the time, doesn't take a vacation at all. That's one more aspect. I am not a police officer, nor is anyone else on this council. I will support the recommendations of our chief and what he has lined out as what his basic needs are. And I think that's the best approach for me. I can't speak for anyone else. There's one other thing that was stated earlier when I made the remark, and this comes from Crime Stoppers, and it's not just Lamarck related, it's everywhere, about citizen participation when they're afraid to speak up or out of anger, whatever it may be. That in no way, shape, or form ever says that the victim is being victimized or by themselves. And I personally, if that was directed at me, I resent that. That's all I've got to say.
Well, it was definitely directed at you, because those are the arguments that people make when they don't want to get down to the bottom of the issues at hand. I love that you go to Crime Stoppers. I love that you have a wealth of experience. I love that you go all around to every HOA and you want to talk to people. I love all of those things, but I also want to respond to you because I've been waiting to respond to you. Number one, I never said that we couldn't put cameras in areas that don't have HOAs. Mr. Mischich, you were the one that brought up, I went around the HOAs and I got them to put camera systems in. My response to that was, well, there are parts of our city that don't have HOAs. And so that was left unchallenged. So that was you that brought in the idea of targeted selection of cameras being put up in HOAs. We need to put cameras up. If we're going to put cameras up, we need to put cameras up in every part of the city. I love that you go around the HOAs, and I love that you try to talk to anybody and everybody you can, but I talk to the people that aren't in HOAs. I go past HOAs, and I talk to people that live in the houses in Delaney Cove or Saltgrass or in District A or in District C or in Omega Bay or wherever they are. You're the one talking HOAs. I'm talking to the people every day and all day. Secondly, you said something about citizens' participation. Of course, I understand. Let me just recap that. I understand that you're saying that people are scared and so on and so forth. But the discussion that we had, sir, the discussion that we had was not about people that are not victims of crime. We were talking about people that were victims of crime, and we were talking about how, in fact, they don't speak up. That was the context of the conversation. And when we say people that are victims of crime don't speak up, and that's why we got a backlog of unsolved crimes, that is victimizing the victim all over again. Thirdly, I've been waiting on this one. Thirdly, you just said, Mr. Mischief, and I want you to understand how this actually sounds when it came out of your voice. You just said that we're going to have 24-hour patrol because we're going to have some freaking video cameras. 24-hour patrol and a video camera. Tell me, sir, when was the last time you saw a video camera intervene to save somebody's life? When was the last time you saw a video camera respond in 3 minutes or less to stop a shooting or to stop a rape or to stop a burglary? Tell me, sir, when was the last time a video camera pulled over a drunk driver before he or she killed an entire family? Let's get serious. This is the problem with sometimes what we face on this council. We're not serious. If we're going to be serious, let's be serious. Let's not just throw things out there and throw out crazy comments and throw out things that we like and throw out who we talk to, and let's deal with the policy making of this city for once in our tenure.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
You're very welcome. And if you want to continue the debate, we can do this all day long. But we are going to stand. We will stand up for the citizens of Lamarck, and we will make sure that Lamarck moves forward together. We are not going to divide this city. We're not going to divide our staff members. We're not going to pit the public works members versus the police department, or the police department versus the fire department. We're not going to pit Crime Stoppers versus the poor folks that live in my district and Casey's district. We are going to move forward together. Every part of this city will move forward together, and I will make sure of that.
I have a question. And this is just more brainstorming, me trying to figure out a few things. So I feel a great discomfort in the idea that we would make a decision right now that increases our police budget without an investment or without a very, very demonstrative commitment to invest in long-term solutions to the very big problems we're having with crime. And again, like I said earlier, my perception of that, and I'm not claiming that it's the only right one, but it is just my perception. What I read on that is that so much of that crime has to deal with young offenders, with a basic lack of support that starts early in our city. Plus, obviously, the outlying effect that we have reiterated many times today, the fact that people come from outside of our city limits to commit crime here. Pardon while I collect my thoughts. I think, when I said earlier that it was on my mind that I didn't want us to, decide where to move money around and reallocate so that we can afford however many new positions within the PD, whatever they may be. I certainly don't mean for that to be that we create a big spreadsheet of all the possible positions and we check ones or we don't, we just pick amongst them and cherry pick. That's not what I want. But speaking from just me, I need to know what this big picture would look like where if we allocate money and we create certain positions, does that mean we don't really have it to do this phase one? Or is it, let's introduce that into the conversation so it's all part of it. Keith, do you feel like, is there another way to approach it that maybe I'm missing? I just want to make sure I'm grokking everything.
Yeah, Casey, there's a deal to be had. I just said to Tink, and again, Tink, I appreciate what you're doing. Kurt, I appreciate what you're doing. Susie, you always have done a great job. I just said I'm willing to go along with the assistant chief position if we are able to make sure that chief, for at least the first year, leads this investigative force. I said I am even willing to go along with us promoting another investigator into that unit. The only thing that I said, and then we would have two patrolmen that would have to be hired in the place of those particular positions. Now watch this, Casey, and I want us to be clear. That still means that I am not getting the 2 replacement patrol officers that I asked for. So in lieu of that, I simply ask that the assistant chief and the new investigator, I simply ask that they be promoted through the ranks and that we replace those persons with new patrol officers. That is my only caveat to this deal. I'm willing to go along with it for this next year until we get to a point that we can do something different, but I am against us at this point hiring an assistant chief from the outside. I am for us allowing the good men and women of the Lamarque Police Department, because I believe in them, filling the role of assistant chief and filling the role of investigator. So that's my compromise. I just told the mayor, there's a deal to be had. I'm flexible on this, but I'm not going to allow us to say, no, we're not going to be able to replace the patrol officers that we took from the patrol unit, weakening them, and at the same time also say, and the folks that we are adding aren't going to be members of this association, because what that does, Casey, and that's why I gave my history at being a union member and a union leader on the executive committee, that tends to tear your association apart. And I don't think that all of us, maybe some of us, I don't think that all of us are here trying to bust up and break up unions. I don't think that that's what we're trying to do. But in essence, that is what will happen if we don't do this the right way. So yes, there's a deal to be had under what Tink has just told us we can do. My only caveat is let them come from the rank and file, the men and women of the Lamarque Police Department, and we got a deal.
Okay, so I want to interject something here, Mayor, because I think we're treading on thin ice here. For the council to approve a position and say that the hiring pool is limited to a certain source, I'm not so sure that doesn't violate the charter, because now council's getting involved in the hiring process to say that in all positions that are administrative, the city manager has full say, but in this one, the council is going to say it has to come from this limited group of people, because that's limiting your applicants to maybe 2 or 3 people that are going to have experience or whatever related to that job. I mean, this is very similar to the first discussion I had with you guys, where we talked about an assistant city manager and there being a limitation on who that can be hired. If we want to have an assistant chief, I think based on what I've heard and what I've seen, I think that's the best thing to do. And I think that job needs to be competitive. Mr. Bell, I also came from a union family. My father was the international president of a union. I grew up in a union household. I spent 7 years as a member of a union. I know how unions work, top to bottom, inside and out. I understand exactly how unions work. I have never seen where unions dictated what administration did as far as hiring people or what personnel would be in those roles. So that there has to be a line somewhere between the collective bargaining unit and the administration that supervises them. It doesn't matter where you look at unions anywhere. There's always a line between those that have a responsibility to administration and those that are part of the unit. And that's exactly that designation, saying that I don't think that position should come, that I think that position needs to be open to anybody who is eligible. They are more than welcome to apply, just like anybody else. And they may whoever it is that wants to apply, whoever is talking about this, they may very well be the best applicant for that job. I'm not saying that they're not going to be the best applicant for that job. I think we extremely limit ourselves when we say, yeah, we're going to create this position to do all these things, but we're only going to have an applicant pool of 2 or 3 when we do it, because there's only certain people that are going to be eligible to apply.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Tink. I really do, and like I said, I can do this all day. I get your point, but let's go back and let's make sure that we're clear. This is a budget workshop, and council members are debating whether or not they want to add certain positions to a police department. Council has every right. It's not a charter violation. Council has every right, if they are creating a position, to decide on whether or not they want that position to be written into the contract with the Lamarque Police Officers Association. So let's be extremely clear about that. That's what we're debating. We're talking about a position, and we're talking about where we want that position to be. Do we want it to be written in the contract of the LMPA, or do we want it to stand outside of the contract of LMPA? And we can talk to any and every attorney all across this country if we have to, and every attorney, I promise you, will understand and know and side with the idea that the council has the right to decide if they're creating a position, whether or not they want that position to be inside of the LMPA contractual agreement or outside of it. So let's not go there. Let's not deal with that. I respect you, Tink. I really do. And I really like you, but I want to make sure that facts are facts. That's part of our problem here on this council. We need to make sure that the facts are really the facts. At the end of the day, we are holding up an entire budget, an entire city, based on the fact that we would rather, and I want to make sure, because this can get out to the community, we would rather hire an administrative position when our city is the wild, wild west and there are gunshots flying everywhere. Do we want the public to really hear that we're debating about an assistant chief position when we don't have room for them, according to y'all, as opposed to patrol officers that would be able to be on the ground with them, grassroots with them, over a period of time that will make them feel safer? Do we want that debate to go out into the public? Because if it does, it might look a little different.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, and council can create it that way, but if it's going to be created, then it's not. If it's going to be created under the CBA, it can't truly be an administrative position. It can't be treated as an administrative position. If you want to call it a captain or something else that does above it, but an administrative position, I would have to. That just doesn't fit a working model anywhere for how you have effective work between an administration and a CBA body. And I've never worked in that environment, because that environment, when you get into union I was in, had 1,800 members where we were at. There was a very clear line between administration and the rank and file, very clear line. And when you blur those lines, I think it just creates more problems. But again, if the council wants to put that into that CBA, that's all. The council can choose to do that. Sure, they can choose to put it in there. And that could be an added position under the CBA. I don't know that it meets the exact spirit of what we were thinking about doing with it, because then I think it just becomes another rank and file position. And I don't know that we're going to have a representative of the union in when we're talking about personnel matters, because now it's a whole different thing, because they have a different responsibility under the CBA. So if they're supervised employees and I need to talk to, that still puts all of that back on chief. If we're talking about potential personnel actions, whatever, there's a lot of different ways where that position being inside the CBA and being outside the CBA affects the way we do business in the city. And so clean line is a whole lot easier for us, I think, as an administrative unit than the blurred line. But that's up to you guys, of course. I'm not going to set the policy. We're going to work with it. From my standpoint, with my experience, I don't think that's the best idea. The reason that was put into according to what I was told by the members of the unit, the reason that whole provision was put in the first place was one person wanted it. One person. That person's not even here anymore. That's the reason the provision was originally put in there. I've never seen that. In a contract anywhere. But that's my opinion on it. I think there needs to be a very clear line between administration and the unit. The citizens were the ones that developed the concept of the CBAs, and and the concept of civil service here. They're the ones that voted to put it in. Maybe that's something maybe you're right. Maybe that's something the citizens need to look at. Maybe the citizens need to look at the whole thing. Maybe the citizens need to look at the whole process and decide if they still want that whole same process. I don't know. There's a whole lot of things in there that need to be, that maybe need to be revisited. I know I've already had one council member ask for a workshop where we just talk about the CBA and what all's in there and what it means and what the costs are that are associated with it each year. So I don't know, maybe this conversation is a conversation better had for after we have a workshop so that everybody understands that CBA very clearly and what all's in it. That's another conversation that I think probably needs to be part of this too.
Well,
Mayor, I got to. I'm sorry, sir, but I got to respond because I think Tink and I are closer than what it might seem like on this Zoom call. Tink.
Yes.
Here's what I'm saying, and I want to clarify what I'm saying. First of all, there was a comment made earlier about us not being police officers. And we're not police officers. But the good news for those of us that were inquiring about that is that I used to have one son that's a police officer. Now I have two. Two of my boys are police officers. One works in Pearland and one works in League City, and I'm proud of both of them. And so while I'm not a police officer, folks that I created in this world are police officers. But secondly, Tink, here's what I'm saying. I'm not suggesting that you have to have your assistant chief as a member of the collective bargaining unit. That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is I would prefer that position be filled by a member of the collective bargaining unit. In other words, they promote up into that position. And if things don't work out, because at that point, they're serving at the pleasure of the police chief, the city manager, and the council at large. So if it doesn't work out, I just want them to be protected. I want them to be able to return back to the bargaining unit they're from. So let's be clear. I don't want, I don't want Kurt or his assistant chief to be members of the bargaining unit. At that point, they are outside the bargaining unit and they're members of the administration. But I would like for us to select somebody from the bargaining unit. I hope that brings clarity to what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, it brings clarity to that one point. My only other comment with that is that we end up with a very limited pool to select from. We end up with a pool of 2 or 3, where if it was not set to be that way, that pool may be 30 or 40. And so we may have a better chance at bringing in a police chief bringing in an assistant chief that has more relevant experience, bringing in an assistant chief that has more diversity, to the department. We lose a lot of the things that we've been talking about trying to gain by setting that one limiting factor on that position. I hope you understand that.
Well, I understand your point in that. I do, but I think that we can open it up to not just the lieutenants. I think that we can open it up to the sergeants as well. And what that does on the flip side, and I know you're not trying to do this, Tink. I'm not casting aspersions. I know you're not. But what are we saying in this moment to the rank and file membership of the Lamarque Police Department? At this point, perhaps we're saying that we may not believe that you're good enough. I believe in Chief Jackson. I believe that he's trained the men and women of that department to assume more responsibility at greater risk. I think that he has men and women in that department that are very ambitious and that are willing to serve and that want to do more. And so that's what I'm looking at, and that's what I'm speaking of. Again, there's a deal to be had here. It's there for the taking if we want to move on it.
Well, and just to clarify, in no way am I saying that we are, in no way am I trying to cast a doubt that we don't have anybody that's good enough, or that they don't have enough experience, or that they don't have anything else. What I'm saying is that I think that our employees in the police department are more than capable of competing against anybody from anywhere. And so we should be showing our citizens that we open it up to the best person available. And if we hire somebody from within, then we open it up to everybody, to the best people available everywhere. And one of your own was the one that we selected for that position. So I think that gives more confidence to the people in the community then when the people in the community say, well, he just got it because he's he was already there. You know, it takes away the concept of the good old boy system. He didn't become assistant chief because he was part of the good old boy system. He had people from Texas City or Galveston or wherever that competed against him, and he beat all of them out for that job.
One of the reasons that we folks step over Lamarque is there's several reasons. One of them is our crime rate is high, and many folks don't necessarily want to be involved in that, and I understand that. The other reason is that our pay is never where we would want it to be, right? Based on the amount of monies we have to budget. But the third reason that I hear time and time again is that there aren't that many advancement opportunities within the police or the fire department for rank and file members. And so if we create a position, and I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you, me being a member of the union, how they're hearing it, we're going to crush an already low morale in our police department. And I just really think that we really need to think about that, team. I'm with you. I'm willing to make a deal. But I think that we need to really think about what that looks like and the ramifications of what it'll look like moving forward.
If I might interject, I'm proud of your two sons. I think I've met at least one of them for serving and protecting. I really am. I appreciate that. I also had my mother's brother, my Uncle Joe, who was killed in the line of duty in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So I've been real up close and personal with it. Would a compromise or a consensus, is what we're trying to build today, be to openly post the assistant chief position and let the cream rise to the top from whether it's Lamarque PD or Texas City or Galveston or wherever, and hire 2 patrol officers? And secondly, is there money to do that?
Okay, so to get back to, if we did 2, now we're back to having to try to figure out how to come up with about $70,000 more dollars that we would have to figure out how to try to find.
And Casey has mentioned that, and I think we've all heard that there's an additional 70,000 needed to make right for and file all of our employees. Is that correct?
The additional 70,000 would implement phase 1 and get everybody up at least to the minimum.
So we need 70 for officers. We need 70 to get everybody up, Kiera and others, to where they need to be. It's not going to be me, because it wouldn't be fair for it to be me, but we need to find that money somewhere. And if that means a penny or 2, then so be it. I don't know of any citizens who aren't for people being paid fairly or for having police protection. I don't see anyone having a problem with that. But I'm just putting that out there for discussion. That's not my, I'm present and shutting my mouth now. So I'm gonna put that out.
Well, Mayor, I'm not one for, in this year, with all the hardship on a lot of folks, raising any taxes, but I would like to pursue whatever grants there might be that could be used for police personnel. If we can fund these, the line items on our staff that are in yellow, and can add the assistant, I'm for that, along with the 2 officers. If those 2 officers can be funded through those grants, that might mean that they're not coming on immediately, but that would be one way to pursue it and avoid any taxes.
Let's do this. Let's do this. this is an old trick that we used to use in previous budgets. Tink,
I'm here.
if we brought those officers in January, right? So then that would reduce the cost. Could we do that? That's important because it saves us money, but it then says to the public that help is on the way. I believe that, and I don't know this to be true because I'm just saying this now, but I believe that the citizenry and the rank and file over in the police department, that might be a compromise. Saves us money, saves us the haggle of having to continue to debate this. It gives you freedom to be able to do some things that are necessary, and we don't want to forget about the rank and file of the non-contractual employees. Would that help you?
Okay, so we're talking about, it would depend. I mean, yeah, of course, cutting the salary by 25%, cutting the cost by 25% on anything always helps when you don't have any money. So I mean, obviously, it would make an impact on what we on the bottom line on what we need to get to. Are you talking about? I mean, are we talking about an assistant chief and a patrol officer, an assistant chief, 2 officers, an assistant chief, an officer, and an advocate? What are we talking about?
So let me say this to you. Let's say we move it back to April, because I want to give you 6 months. Let's say we move it back to April for a start date. What could you give us if we moved it back to April?
I think you still, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in here. So I'm down with this line of questioning that Keith is asking for, like what happens if we just kind of move the timeline a bit. But I have, I guess, 2 main thoughts. And the first is that, you know, I just can't ignore the feeling I have that it is a mistake for us to not be considering a position that not only supports the police by taking some of their burden off by a community advocate position that is someone who responds to calls and thus frees up more PD time to respond to other things that like create, in essence, it almost creates it creates more of that walking the street time, but also is a demonstration to our city during a time of national reckoning that we believe that big changes happen infrastructurally, and we're investing in this way. I really want to see if, you know, from my point of view, before we started having these budget conversations, I didn't feel like we should be adding anything to the police budget except the very bare minimum, the things that were in our packet. So in terms of compromise, you know, these new positions we're talking about, from a chief to patrol to the community advocate, all of it is not something that I felt instinctually we should be adding at a time when we have less money. And again, when the culture at large, conversations are all about taking away money from the police departments, which is not something I want to do. But the fact of it is that, you know, that dollar, the slice, you know, there's 36 cents on the dollar that already goes to our PD. And it's important to hold in mind while we're talking about the needs that we have at the same time. It doesn't negate any needs the PD has, but it is very important, in my opinion, to keep it at the very, very forefront of this argument. So I would like to ask what it would look like to answer Ting's question, you know, if things were to start in April, the positions I would like to see in the spirit of compromise would be this chief or this assistant chief, forgive me, that ostensibly would be creating lots of more space within our patrol officers to attend to on the street police work, to attend to the crime that's happening every day, and to build community relationships, because that assistant chief position would be taking duties off of those officers. And in my mind, spending a lot of time investing in the trainings and creating an even more transparent citizens complaint workflow, all kinds of things like that, supporting our chief. I would want to see assistant chief position, an advocate position, and a patrol position. That's something that would be my offer for compromise. I want to know what you all think about that. Plus, to the mayor's suggestion, I know it's tricky right now to suggest a tax increase, but what would it look like to add a penny? Like, can we get sort of can we put together an idea of what that would look like for the average citizen? Like, is it something that's not onerous, but gives us a little bit of room?
Yeah, Casey, thank you. My idea was, and I think the April start date, Mayor Pro Tem, is a really good idea for doing this. A penny is what, 102, 111, what we end up with?
109,815.
109,000. We have 70,000 to bump up our personnel pay. We're not pitting police against personnel. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm coming from people that are working and are underpaid, which hurts. So I would be in favor of an open posted assistant chief, one patrol officer, and Casey's licensed advocate, someone who is qualified to go out and quell a situation, to be funded in April, and the 70,000 for the equity and payroll. And if that takes a penny, I guess I could ride off on my horse and get chased out of town for a penny.
Right. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Chief Jackson, on like an EAP position, if a call comes in on 911, does that position have to be a certified police officer to respond on that emergency call?
I'm sorry, the EAP, you're referring to
a liaison position for de-escalation or mental health or what have you. If that call comes in through 911, what are our requirements as far as who we have to dispatch? Does it have do we have to send an officer with that person?
It would really depend on the nature of the call and what we believe is going on at the time. If it's a situation where somebody's life is in safety, then yes, absolutely. If it's somebody who's calling 911 because they feel like they're suicidal, then maybe not necessarily. No, I think it would be a good idea to have a police officer respond with that person. But it would really depend on the nature of the call at the time.
Okay.
And from what I've read about existing cities that have things like this, sometimes what can happen is, and granted, I fully recognize that I am speaking about this as someone who has read about it, right? So I know that doesn't mean I have any kind of expertise on this. This is what I have pulled from other sources, is that kind of liaison position goes out with a police officer. And then once the situation has been assessed, it can either be that, okay, one or both of them need to move on. Maybe it's a situation where, nope, this licensed advocate has it, so the police officer can move on, or vice versa. And then additionally, as I've seen in some departments and communities, as that kind of advocacy team grows, there's just different ways to do it, so that some situations call for a different ratio of police officers to these advocacy workers and so on. But I'm sorry.
Did we not cover some of this in our training with our officers as far as our de-escalation, Chief?
I'm sorry, go ahead, repeat that, sir.
Did we not, isn't this part of our training with our officers on all of the de-escalation and handling mental health?
Short answer, yes.
but not near at the level that they really need to deal with it.
Right.
Correct.
But not near at the level that we're talking about with this position.
I wonder if there's any help from county level to have something like this, or to have multiple positions at the county that can serve all of our cities.
We were talking about that on break. That now there may be this may be something that we could reach out to the health district for. There may be somebody who already has this training who works for the health district, but they're not going to just have somebody at our beck and call 24/7, 365 without some sort of financial compensation. So, I mean, I'm sure that there probably is somebody at the health district, at the county level, who we could work with on this. But there would have to be some finances allocated towards it.
I'm just wondering because, you know, we can't, I'm sure we're just not unique in this situation and need across the county. And it may be something that we pool and fund into a resource to do something like that. And they might have, you know, that may be multiple positions that they might have to hire to fit that need, 3 or 4 or something.
Well, I would imagine it probably would have to be, because you can't hire one person who's going to work all year long.
Yeah.
24 hours a day. You just can't. So there would definitely have to be more than one position in this specialty division.
Well, I can go for adding the positions. However, if we want to split it into next year, but I cannot support any kind of tax increase this year, no matter what.
Let me add a couple of thoughts on that, Mayor, if you would.
Yeah.
First, I want to answer Casey's question, because I never did answer her question when she said she wanted to know what it looked like. So the easiest way to think about a tax increase when you think about a tax increase is to consider it $100,000 of value at a time. So if your tax value on your home was $100,000 and there was a 1 penny increase, your taxes on your home would go up $10 a year. So for every penny per 100,000, it goes up $10. So if your home's $100,000 home and you increase it a penny, it goes up $10. If it's $150,000, you increase it a penny, it goes up $15. If it's $200,000, you increase it a penny, it goes up $20. And that's over the course of the year. So 1 penny increase on a $100,000 home equates to about 8.3 cents per month over the year.
But our increase on on a property tax, even 1 penny, I want everybody to keep in mind, that's not the only increase that's going to hit our citizens this year. We've got a waste disposal increase that's going to hit them. We've got water rates that continue to go up that's going to hit them. So it's all combined, and they view that as actions from this council and city. And with the situation in today's environment, we've got to hold the line.
And then the second thing I wanted to follow up on, Kirk and I have talked about this quite a bit as far as that advocacy position goes. And I think when Casey and I talked about this early on, we kind of maybe glanced over this as well. Kirk's right. That position doesn't work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, because of course they can't. You know, some of the things that we had talked about is in the addition of one, you know, maybe they're not as much about response as they're about follow-up. So our officers get a phone call related to a domestic violence or a family violence or a mental health issue. And then the next day, that person then goes and meets with those people and talks to them about resources related to it. So it may not be an immediate intervention. The one individual person there doing it may not become an immediate intervention source. Of course, if they're on shift during the day and there's a call and they can go at that time, you know, sure, they can be part of the immediate intervention. But being the follow-up to get to those people and talk to them about resources and about the other things. You know, it's like we talked about with the domestic violence thing. You know, where does domestic violence normally end? You know, domestic violence either ends with somebody going to jail or somebody going to the grave most of the time, because it's a systematic thing that continues to occur. Because most of the time, the person that's subject to the domestic violence in the household doesn't have the resources to get away from it. they're dependent on that person for a place to stay or for food or for whatever. They don't have a job. They don't have any resources that give them any power to get away from that situation. And so this person may be more of an interaction after a call rather than being an interaction directly with the call. Does that make sense, Casey?
That is an excellent description.
Can I throw something out there, and don't shout me down for this, guys? This is way out of the box. Could we put in the qualifications for the assistant chief? And this would be in order to get an assistant chief and 2 actual patrol officers in the qualifications for the assistant, that they also have expertise, if not licensing, as a certified counselor.
Well, that's probably going to limit your pool quite a bit.
A lot.
Yeah, I think that would probably be too big of a limitation on a qualified pool.
Well, you shouted me down. I just threw it out there. It's cool. It's all good. I love y'all.
So that's creative thinking though. And I think, I missed, Tink, when you started saying you were going to answer my question about the taxes and we should think about it in 100,000s. I missed that because I got home and my phone went crazy, but now I'm here.
Okay, so let me restate it one more time. So the easiest way to think about a tax increase is to look at it per $100,000 evaluation. So if your home is worth $100,000 and you do a 1 cent increase, that equates to $10 for a year. So if it's 100,000, it's an extra $10 a year. If it's 200,000, it's an extra 20. If it's $150,000 valuation, it's an extra 15. That's the easiest way to always look at those. I always just look at it based on the 100,000 valuation because the majority of our houses in town would be at that mark or lower.
Okay. Well, I just want to put it out there that in an effort to try and reach all of these goals, I would be willing to continue a conversation around a very small increase. You know, I'm always, not always, but I am in favor of asking citizens to invest in the future, with the caveat that, I mean, this year is obviously totally different. And so the idea of saying like, well, a 5 penny, 6 penny, 7 penny increase is no big deal. I don't feel that way as I think I normally would, but a 1 penny I think might be something to consider from my point of view. I hear you, Robert, that you said that, you know, that's just not tenable for you. I would be curious to know what Keith and Chris think, because I think I understand what Mayor thinks. But to answer or to address what was just spoken about in terms of that advocacy position, you're totally right, Kirk. And I think I heard all the parts of that conversation that, right, it is only part of the equation to consider it like one position, and, you know, they're a robot and they never sleep. And that's honestly, I'm glad you pointed that out, because that sort of just speaks to that sustainability issue, which is the thing that I'm most concerned about with all of this. And I love the idea of, I think it's innovative and smart to think of it as, you know, in my opinion, this is only the beginning of something like that for our PD, and for a start that to transition into something that is this innovative for our department and for our city. If it's someone who is following up with people after they have incidents, and if they're able to go out on calls, but if they're following up, I think that's incredibly smart, because again, one of the things I think is most important, the reason I'm fighting for this position is because if we're talking about long-term change of crime, if we're talking about addressing families in need, addressing kids who end up at loose ends, or kids who witness crime in their homes or crime in their street, someone following up and trying to make connections with them and make it known that they're cared about, and then actually do something about it in a way that connects them to a real resource. I really like that idea. I know it's not perfect, and it doesn't take away a need for us to address violent crime that's happening right now, because obviously Like that is a true need. I do not mean to say that one displaces the other. It's just that if crime has been steadily rising for a while, and we are at a point now where 36 cents of the dollar is spent on PD now, we have to also be thinking about things that we have not done before as a city. And this would be something new and something that is tested out there in society. And then I'll stop talking. I want to know what Chris thinks in this workshop. Where's my Chris laying that?
As far as taxes concerns, I think it should be like the last thing that we consider. Okay. I think as a municipality, we need to be as creative as we can to find a resolution to like this issue that we have.
What about all that other stuff? We talked about a whole hell of a lot, Chris.
Yes, it's a lot to so for the most part, yes, it's been a number of good points that's being made, that's been presented. And so I'm just listening and kind of coming to my own conclusions as I listen to my colleagues, provide commentary on this issue.
Can I translate for him? I'm teasing. Listen, Casey.
Mayor Pro Tem. Let me translate. Let me translate for him. Y'all, I'm out of here in November. I'm just here on my phone. Y'all do what you need to do, and I'm gonna support you if I can. And then I'm
yeah. But I mean, I might be out in November. It's not about, I wouldn't be able to live with myself, and neither would Keith if, and neither would Robert. I would assume none of us would be able to live with ourselves if we weren't fighting for things that feel in our gut to be right. And that's what we're doing, right? And I put you on the spot, Chris, intentionally because I value your opinion. You are on this council right now. Even if you aren't, running again and you're not going to be here, it's important. And yeah. You're someone who grew up in Lamarque too, and you are.
Yeah, but it's most definitely a situation where there's not necessarily an easy answer. And so everybody is presenting, just some very good points. And at this time, I just haven't reached a conclusion of where I stand on this situation. It's a very, very intense dialogue that's taking place right now that I'm just kind of listening to, and eventually I come to my own conclusion where I stand.
Yeah, Chris and Casey, you both know I was teasing. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, most definitely.
I love the brother. He knows that.
Most definitely.
Mayor, can Kirk jump back on real quick?
Sure.
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I want to, first of all, this has been a very good and productive discussion, and I think I've heard a lot of good opinions here. I want to make sure that I reiterate the needs of our department. We have a need for investigators. I in no way want to short my patrol division whatsoever. So if council can find the funds to fund these 2 patrol officers, these 2 new positions, so I can staff 2 new positions in investigations, thank you very, very much. My goal here is to get those positions in CID and not short patrol. Now, we have identified, the staff here did a lot of work in sitting down crunching numbers. And they identified that we need folks in investigations. We need folks in narcotics. We need folks on the street crimes unit. We need somebody in ID. Now, I know that is a lot of money. And I know with our current fiscal limitations, it's not doable this year. But just know that we have identified those needs. Hopefully in the next fiscal year, we're looking at more of I guess, in the black position, and that's something that we can re-examine at that time. The position of an assistant chief, I hope you understand that position would allow us to be so much more efficient, be able to go after grant positions a whole lot better, do the research on that, allow us to really ramp up our community policing effort. This position would definitely be a benefit to the police department. But just know, I appreciate any funding that the council can provide to the police department this fiscal year. And Councilman Lane mentioned, you have to have all the information, and if you don't have in-depth knowledge about everything that happened during this budget process, you're not going to understand why one thing can be funded and another one can't. And I hope everybody who's out there listening understands that there's a lot that goes on before and after these meetings in order to get these positions funded and get the staff that the city needs and the resources that the city needs. There's a lot of work that goes into it. And prior to becoming chief, I had no idea how deep this went. So thank you for everything that you've done in order to get these positions funded. And I know we haven't made an official decision yet, but anything that we can do in order to staff my investigative positions without shorting any other sections around here, I beg, let's please make sure that we get that done. The citizens need it, the officers need it, and we cannot afford any more staff shortages.
Yeah, can I ask Mayor Pro Tem a question?
Yes, sir.
In your conversations, you have often said 2 replacement patrol officers. Are you talking about moving current employees into these investigative positions and replacing them with 2 folks on the street?
No, sir. What I meant by replacement patrol officers is founded on Chief Jackson actually having to take 2 patrol officers off the streets, and they are now assigned to CID.
Gotcha.
And so what I meant was he's already taken them. So when I say replace, I mean we still need, in my opinion, we still need 2 patrol officers because that weakened our patrol division. Now I'm glad that he did because I thought it was necessary. But that's what I meant by replacement. I wanted to. Was that your only question, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I wanted to go back and drill down on something that Casey asked, and it's about a tax increase. I don't believe that at this point in time I'm in favor of a tax increase, Casey, and I'll tell you why. Because it will be inextricably tied to this position of assistant chief. And as much as we want to say, and let me back up and say this, because this is what I wanted to say. Bobby has known me a long time. Chris has, Casey, you've known me for a good amount of time. And the rest of our staff has known me. I'm a very passionate debater, as you can see. I love the debate. I can do this all day long. But I want you to know that I support each and every one of you, and I'm appreciative of the work that you've done. So when you see the fire in my eyes and the points being made, it's not because I disagree with you or I'm angry at you. It's because that's who I am. I'm passionate about the people of Lamar, and I'm passionate. I love debate. I can do it all day. So don't take anything out of it other than that, especially Tink, being new to us. Tink, I want you to know I love you, brother. I just like this. I love it. I love to debate. But I wanted to say this. I think, Casey, that it'll be tied to an assistant chief's position. And at the end of the day, the citizenry understands innately that we are having a violent crime problem. And they also understand that we're having problems with mental health because of this pandemic, domestic violence because of this pandemic, and some of the other great points that you brought up when you're advocating for this person who would be an advocate for those types of situations in our city. But might I suggest to us that we might be able to, for a lesser financial burden, we might be able to contract those services out, because Chief Jackson just said to us that more times than not, this will be a follow-up aftercare type of a situation. He doesn't know that in a department our size, maybe in New York or maybe in Houston, but in a department our size, he doesn't know that person or those people will be readily available to respond in real time when our law enforcement is called. So we might be able to do something on a contractual basis with somebody that might be willing to partner with us on that. So we might be able to get that help anyway. The other thing is if we are able to provide Chief Jackson with those investigators, in other words, he would then either make those folks that he put in permanent, or however that works between him and Tink. Then the backfill would be 2 patrol officers. And I think that Tink was looking at the numbers to see if that is, if we do that in April, if it would make it any more feasible than doing it in October. Tink, have you done the numbers yet?
Yeah, and so of course, like I said, if we cut it to October, we cut it to, or we cut it to January, or we cut it to, April. Any cuts make it more feasible, keeping in mind that fixes this year, but next year you still don't have the money in the budget to fund the full position because you didn't fund the full position this year. So keeping in mind that our growth is all going to be eaten up in the requirements of the CBA, and we're not going to have that growth to fund it. This is what's happened to the city of Lamarck's budget over time. Citizens voted for CBAs, they voted for all these things, and each year there was a mandatory increase that was required in those, but it was never funded because for all those years taxes didn't go up. So where did it come from? It was taken from Public Works. It was taken from every other department because that was a mandatory requirement that was put on. So there's years and years of increases in the police department that haven't been funded, that have eroded away from the other departments. And this is kind of how those erosions occur. It's like, okay, well, let's fund it for half the year this year, but next year, then it's got to be put in full time, because if you hire these people and tell them, okay, we're funded for 6 months this year, but we don't know how it's going to be funded next year, well, nobody's going to take the job because they don't want a job for 6 years. For 6 months, they want a job for the year. So we could cut it to, we could pick to hire 20 more positions and say, okay, we got this sum of money that we came up with, the $243,000. So we want to hire 1, 2, 4, 8, 12. So let's divide it back and figure out how much that 243 pays for this year. So yeah, we could do 6 positions for 3 months, or we could do 3 positions for 6 months or whatever, knowing, but next year we still got to find that money.
Sure. I totally get that. I think that might be, I think the only reason we're looking at this in this way is because the citizens, we're going through a pandemic, right? And so nobody knows what this is going to look like for the rest of this year. But next year we should have a clearer picture. There's hope that a vaccine would be available toward the beginning of next year. So we're hopeful that by the early summer months of next year, that vaccine or those vaccines will be available to the public at large. And then we might be having a different conversation as far as how we go about raising revenues. But one of the things that Robert and I do agree on is that in this pandemic, I don't know that raising taxes this year would be something that we can do. So I'm willing to go with you. If you can get them in for April, I'm willing to next year's budget have those hard conversations when we have a clearer understanding of what Corona has done to our city.
So there's a couple of ways. I mean, you guys, it doesn't matter what the numbers are right now. In reality, it doesn't matter what the final number is at this minute. What you guys could say is that we want X, Y, and Z added into the budget. Okay, so that's what we're going to add in. If looking at it, just because I was asked to do all this as we went through it, as I looked through it a while ago, because I did all these calculations on all these papers. And so since you guys made me do the work, you're going to hear the numbers. A 1 cent increase in the taxes would make it where I think we could fund the two positions, whatever those two are, whether assistant chief and a patrol officer or whatever those are, and the phase 1 of the deal, and be able to do that. I think I figured out we'd be able to do that for about 9 months, or be able to fund an assistant chief and 2 officers, and the phase 1 for the 9 months. A 2 cent increase, we could fund all of it, all 3 positions, all actually. I think I figured out with the assistant chief and 2 patrol officers and the advocate. And the phase 1, that could all be funded for at least 9 months as well. But bottom line, whatever you guys need to pick what you want, knowing that we came up with the amount of money that we talked about at the start. If that's the limiting factor that we have, is that amount of money that we came up with after lunch, which was the $243,000. That we're going to look at it in the budget and say, okay, that means that position is funded at 0.41 or 0.42, so it can be hired on this date, because it wasn't funded as a full FTE for this year. It was funded as a 0.41 FTE for this year. So if it's 2 positions, it probably becomes 7 months or 8 months or 9 months. If it's 1 position, it becomes longer. If it's 3, it becomes less time. So I mean, you can pick whatever you want, just knowing that we are going to be limited in hiring them based on the time will be dictated based on which positions you pick. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So 2 pennies does everything we've talked about today. It does the assistant chief, the phase 1, the advocate, the 2 patrol officers, the whole 9 yards. And that's $20 a month on the average Lamarque house. And I know we're in a pandemic, and I know people are struggling. And I also know that somebody might have to give up, going to specs. Last year, you did a wonderful job, Mr. Jackson, of explaining this to the people. So I guess my question is 2 parts. Number 1, are you recommending this? And number 2, are you willing to have a virtual town hall and explain this to the people?
I'm always willing to sit down with the citizens and talk to them about.
Let me ask a question first.
Go ahead.
What can you fund without the tax increase for Chief Jackson?
Without it, we can fund those positions. Well, it depends on which positions we want to do. So we got $243,000 without it. So you knock off this, if you do the phase 1 for the employees that are below the minimum first, so you knock that off, that leaves about 167,000. And then it just depends on which package of the employees you want. It looks like an assistant chief with 2 patrol officers looks like it'd probably fund it for about maybe 4 months or 5 months. Assistant chief of 1 patrol officer, it would fund for probably 7 months, rough guess without calculating it real quick. Assistant chief patrol officer and an advocate, it would fund for about, I'm going to say a little over 6 months. It just depends on the combination we come up with.
And with the asterisk that is money that is one time only, and we have to be committed to finding it in the budget for next year.
Yeah, you definitely have to find that shit. Now, if you put the 2 cents in this year, it does alleviate a lot of what you got to find next year, of course, because now you funded 220,000 of that, basically, of that total cost. So it cuts the amount that you have to come up with next year, of course. So to finish answering your question, Mayor, I'm not gonna, I think I said my piece at the start about this, about what I think is important over there, in which direction we need to go. I'm always willing to sit down with the citizens and be transparent with them and show them what the needs are, why the needs are, and why we had to do what we had to do. I thought the budget workshop last year was really effective. And of course, when we got past the budget workshop next year, there was no complaints because they understood. We didn't really get into the deep conversations last year about how we got to this point. With the whole, with the annual increases and how those weren't funded and why we had to move things around and how we ended up with, getting to the point where we weren't doing much maintenance anywhere. I mean, those are conversations the public needs to understand too, because there was a lot of years they didn't have a tax increase, that additional costs were paid for. And that's what took away from the maintenance, and that's what took away from those other things. I mean, the citizens want certain levels of service. I understand that. I mean, I absolutely understand that. And I hear that all the time. And I probably hear more when it comes to that level of service that they want. I hear more when it comes to water than I hear when it comes to anything else, obviously. I mean, every night it seems like I'm on Facebook dealing with questions about low water pressure or whatever, especially with this stuff that's been going on with the tech stock contractors. And that's a conversation that, I've been having with some of these people. Now, some of these people are starting to understand why our system's so old and how much it's going to take to fix it, and how we can't, if you have low water pressure today, you're probably going to see low water pressure again before we get some of it fixed, because we don't have $30 million to run out there and fix everything right now. But now if the citizens all want to get together and say, hey, increase our taxes and get that $30 million and fix it all, we'll be happy to do it. So I think when you have those candid conversations with them, they get it. They understand. And they may grumble about it a little bit, and there was a little grumbling at the workshop last year, but at the end of it, they were like, yeah, we understand. So I'm more than happy to do the same thing again anytime. I'm more than happy to sit down with them anytime and explain, where our budget is and what we need to do. And if this is what they want, if they want more officers out there on the street, well, we got to pay for it. So this is how we're going to pay for it. You want more work done in public works, this is what we need to do. And this is how we're, this is what we got to do to pay for it. It's not, there's not and I talk to, and this isn't just citizens. I mean, sometimes talking to citizens, a lot of times with some of the employees, they don't understand that money doesn't grow on trees. It's not just that, yeah, everybody has needs and everybody wants more, and everybody wants more people in their department, and everybody would like a little bit of extra help. We just don't have the resources to do that. At some point, somewhere right here down the road, whether it's 3 years or 5 years or whatever, as the corridor gets done and we start to build out, we're going to be able to address a bunch of those things. But right now, if you want to address them, we got to. It's not such an easy process to do it. But sitting down with the citizens anytime, absolutely happy to talk to them and tell them, explain it to them, and of course most of the times, I mean, this is Greek when you start talking to the average citizen. All they understand is that there's money that comes out of their escrow every year that goes to us, and why is that not enough to pay for everything? I expect this, and this, and that, that's what they want to know. And then when you sit down and put the numbers to it and show them, then they're like, well, okay, I get it. So yeah, I'd be more than happy to sit down with them and explain it.
So this is not to cast aspersions on anyone, but obviously there is great freedom in being at the end of your political career. And so I don't have the burden, and it is a burden, of having to go out and get votes. So it's real easy for me to say it's $20 a year, yada, yada, yada. I also know in my short 71 years of life as a mayor of 2 different cities with 2 completely, it's from the hill country to the Gulf Coast. I mean, it's day and night. And also for being a pastor for many years, a lot of that in prison ministry where there are no offerings received, just a side note, that there's no one that I can think of that is against public safety and the mental health and well-being of our citizens. I can't think of a person. If there is that person out there, they should probably take a long look in the mirror about what's in their heart. But, I'm just throwing that out there. Once again, I have more freedom than everyone else. Once again, that's not a slam on anybody. It's just, I love Lamarque too. I was born in Texas City and got to Lamarque as fast as I could, which was about 2 days later at 1021 Oak Street. Grew up on Laurel Street, rode my bike on these streets. I love Lamarque, I care about it. And I also know, and Keith knows this, and others know this, that these cans have been kicked down the road forever. And sometimes you got to swallow hard and do the right thing, and then push Tink out front and let him take the heat for it. And with that, I'm not going to say anything else except when we're ready to adjourn. Love y'all.
Well, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Mayor. I do. For me, my hesitation on a tax increase lies in this idea of this assistant chief. I just don't believe. I believe that people may listen to us, and there are two things. Number one is the assistant chief. Number two is the pandemic. We just don't know. We don't know. But I think that people would be more willing to do what you said and invest in our city if they understood and knew that there would be a new firefighter or a new street maintenance worker or a new patrol officer that would make things better for them immediately. I just don't think people are going to really accept that we have decided to increase taxes because we wanted to, among other things, have an assistant chief. People don't think like that. That may be the way that our administration is perceiving that for various reasons that I respect, and I'm not disagreeing with them. But I'm saying when you get down to the street level of our citizenry, they don't know about that, nor do they care about that. And you add that to this pandemic, and you add that to rising water rates and some of the other things, I think that may be an issue for them. I think Tink said, for me, I thought I heard him say that we can do 3 positions if we do them in a 4-month period or a 5-month period. And I think that the police department would, and I don't know, I'm just saying, I think that they would accept that, knowing that help is on the way, knowing that this council stretched for them in the midst of this pandemic. We didn't just tell them no, we stretched and we accommodated the needs of the citizenry and the police department in the midst of a pandemic. And I'll even go further to say that I think that Chief Jackson or Tink or whomever it might be, might be able to sit down with the rank and file of the union and work on this, coming to a meeting of the minds of that assistant chief's position. I know that Tink will be able to work that out with them. I know that Chief Jackson will be able to work that out with them. I'm just suggesting that it be worked out with them, because those are the men and women that are risking their lives for us each and every day. So to summarize what I'm saying, sounds like Tink has found a way for us to fund this for, I thought he said maybe 4 or 5 months, and I'm willing to compromise and go with that.
Okay, everybody, let's talk.
So I still feel trepidation around this. Okay, so I keep coming back to last year with Tink as our first year with Tink as our city manager, and we talked about those positions that we had funded with Kathleen for code enforcement, right? Where we did this similar thing where we said let's use. I think in that case we used reserve funds, right? That should have been used for like one-time capital purchases, but we had dedicated that money to funding new code enforcement officers around April or so, right? And then it turned into this situation. And I could be misremembering things, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But then it turned into this thing where those officers didn't get hired, and it drug on, and we got to the crux of it around budget last year, because Tink brought to our attention that that was an unsustainable source of funding that had been chosen. And I feel like at a time where, I completely respect y'all's difference of opinion in the idea that a pandemic is not a time to raise taxes even a penny. Like I said, I feel like for me, I think a penny could go a very long way. and is not too onerous, but I respect that difference of opinion. But that same argument that during the pandemic is such an uncertain and just grievous time, it makes me even more cautious and wary about the idea of partially funding a position that we don't have the ability to ensure it will be sustainable, with the idea that next year will be better. But we have no idea because we are in such a moment of uncertainty. So it makes me feel I'm still on shaky ground about that. The idea that yes, we can get all the things we want, but it doesn't feel solid, you know? And the only last thing I'll say in any way trying to persuade you guys that perhaps a penny could be a good idea is, you know, I think Keith, you just said, you know, that you're really struggling with that idea that it would be attached to this assistant chief position, right? And for me, you know, based on what I was hearing Chief say and what I'm envisioning this person to be, if we tell citizens, yeah, we're asking you to give a penny more, we're asking you to do $10 a year, $10 to $20 a year, whatever it is, because what we're going to do with that is we're going to start a community advocacy team. We're going to hire a new patrol officer, and we are going to invest in an assistant chief whose entire job revolves around doing work to tighten up our department, increase transparency, expedite the responses for citizen complaints, so that we don't ever end up being like one of these cities with PDs that are ghastly that we've been seeing on TV. And that we allow then for our police officers to do police work, and they return to, it allows us to solidify around these programs of community policing, like you mentioned, and like I know Kirk has talked to me about before, that, you know, we used to have a stronger hold on, but have lost due to the nature of so many more things getting piled on our police officers and feeling spread more thin as crime rises. You know, it's all about, in my mind, like if we sell it as it's an assistant chief position, and what they're going to do is they're going to put their feet up on a desk and they're going to leaf through paper and they're going to just do admin work and look at spreadsheets. Yeah, that's really uninspiring. But if what it is no, what this person does is they're dedicated to getting more grants so that we can get more money for better training, for more positions, for more of these advocacy positions. And they are going to increase workflow and expedite things, streamline, make us more transparent, help our chief so that he can continue to pursue some of the paradigms he's been really driving home, where he is a face for our community all the time. And he's out there and he's doing more and more of these, you know, interministerial alliance meetings and things like that. I mean, if it's about that, this is not just admin, but what this is supporting the pillars as a whole, and it's allowing for more flexibility. And also it's a patrol officer, and also it's this beginning of this advocacy team. That's powerful to me. And that's different than, or at least for me, that's why I don't have that angst around that. But I do want to say, while I think that it would make me feel more comfortable having some monies that aren't as solid going into the future, if we could balance that with maybe a penny in tax increase, that would make me feel more comfortable with all of this. I know that's just me, and I don't say that easily, like it's just a penny. Like this is such a challenging time, and everything I'm reading is, you know, we are not unique, and city councils are struggling everywhere, and some are deciding to increase a lot because they're deep in the hole. I'm grateful that we're where we're at, actually, where we didn't have to look at our budget and go, we can't even fund half of this stuff. So I'm grateful that we're in the position we're at. And I'll stop talking.
Dink, Mayor, Council, if Chief wants to give up his assistant for another investigator and a patrol officer, or however he wants to slice it, and we can fund it without a tax increase, I'll go for it. or whether that's a liaison officer. But I will not support a tax increase. Maybe we could bring this back before council like we've done before next year again, and add it in the middle of next year if we're in good shape. And we've done that. And I say middle, it could be April, it could be May, you know, something like that, first quarter.
Okay,
I
so
would like to make a comment like on as far as the tax increase. I'm against it because it's a very slippery slope. One thing I've learned through my tenure on council is it's never going to be enough money. It's always going to have to be something that needs to be done. And if we continue to set the precedence that every year that we're going to increase taxes because we can't get things done, when is it going to stop? Like eventually, as a municipality, we had to set the example, just living within our means. And I just think it's a very slippery road to go down. And for that, I just would prefer to not increase taxes.
Yeah, and Tink is experiencing, guys, this honeymoon, if you will, with our citizenry. He's been very upfront and vocal on a lot of things, and for them, they appreciate that. Many of them believe that that's refreshing. He's tried to be, and I'm speaking in particular about this COVID-19 and about last year's budget. He's tried to be open, and I'm not saying he's not transparent in any other way. I'm just saying what I hear on the street. They appreciate that transparency. I think that if we continue to put Tink out there on these types of situations, then the public sentiment for Tink will start to shift and change. I don't have a problem per se raising taxes, but I do have a problem when we raise taxes without a clear, concise plan that has measurables to them. Earlier in our conversation, when we were talking about the water loss control program, I was saying to Chase and the Den, you seem like you all are doing many different things that are already in a plan like this, but I think that we need to package it so that we can present it to the public and so that we can allow them to vote on it. And I think that if we just continue to raise taxes in the same way that Chris is referring to, if we continue to raise taxes, in particularly in this pandemic and without a clear plan on what it's supposed to look like, I think that it's going to backfire on us and we'll suffer those consequences. And I don't mean us politically, I mean us as a city, because then those new folks that'll replace us when we lose election and re-election, and that's fine, then for the next 10 years of their tenure, they'll do everything but raise taxes. And it'll put us right back in the situation that we found ourselves in before we were able to get a favorable council. I just really think that, and again, this assistant chief's position is a sore spot. It could be solved. This thing, we could have been off this meeting a couple of hours ago if we had been able to understand that this is the issue that's hard for people to swallow. It's not investigators. People know that we have a backlog in crime. It's not patrolmen, because as many patrolmen as you can get in the city, the citizens will want. It's not an advocate for mental health and domestic violence issues that Casey's advocating for, because people realize that many people's problems don't require law enforcement. It just requires service and attention. I think the sticking point is this extra level of bureaucracy. While it definitely is needed, I believe Tink and I believe Kurt, in this pandemic with limited funding, it just seems very, it just seems out of place. And so again, I'm willing to go with April, and I'm willing to go with as many positions as Tink can agree that we're able to fund from April till September, and look at this again next budget cycle.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Chris, and thank you, Robert. I now have my consensus on the final question of the day, which was the tax rate. We have a consensus for the tax rate to remain the same. So thank you, and your points are all well taken. Now, Chris, you didn't say a whole lot in these 3 days, but when you did speak, you said a lot, and I appreciate that, young man. You got a lot of upside.
Appreciate it, Mayor.
Okay, so just to be clear, when we're talking about doing it at 6 months or doing it at whatever time frame, we can do it. Everybody was in consensus or agreement that the phase one was to be done, or no?
Phase one for bringing salary.
Yes, bringing everybody's below minimum up to minimum. So the salary plan is now in place, and that is ours. Okay.
Yes, sir. I think we have to.
Okay, we'll rework. Okay, so we got that. Okay, good. There's one thing that's done. We're great. We still don't. There's still. I don't know that I still have consensus on what positions it's supposed to be though.
I think that's fair because I don't think that we've come to consensus. I don't know how you could have.
I've got lots of notes, but there's not all. They're all different.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question that might be totally bonkers, or might be considered bonkers?
Why not? Why not? I did.
Okay, so this first one, and I can only see Kirk's super handsome headshot, so I hope he doesn't like freak out when I say this. Oh look, there's his handsome real life face. Okay, this is just an idea, but it's really two things, I suppose. First is, was there anything in all those sheets that were in our binder that are currently going to be funded that could possibly move to next year? Like, I mean, I'm saying that with the knowledge that I know you carefully pared down things to what was considered the most essential. I'm assuming. I know that was a huge part of that process, right? Right. But and I'm talking about the things like the chairs, different software. There was the cars in there. There was a number of things in there, and I know we didn't go through all of them. And I know I struggled when we did go over them, putting my fingers on all of them. I don't know if I totally understand everything, every line item. Is there something in there that is like an item that could come out that would really help us with this year, in a year where the money is so uncertain? And if we were going to swap, if we're saying right now, well, we're comfortable bringing in people with a salary only 6 months through and knowing that we might not have the money for it next year, couldn't we swap out that idea for something that is like a brought product and do that same concept with something like that?
Okay, were you on for the conversation of where we came up with the first batch of money that we were looking at for this, for being able to fund these positions, Casey? Or were you still off the phone?
I don't know. I'm afraid.
Okay,
maybe
so
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Let me recap it for you real quick. So what Kirk and I and Susie did over the hour lunch break was we sat down and tried to figure out everything we could shift around or whatever we could do to try to find some additional money to do some of this. What we did was, if you'll remember, we were talking on page 7 in your budget book about those capital line items. We had that one, which was the almost $60,000 that they had for the in-car computers and for something else. I don't remember what the other one was, but there was some stuff that was in there that equated to $59,000 something.
Uh-huh.
We bumped that back out of, instead of taking it out of general fund, we went and we had a little bit of money in reserves, and so we funded it to come out of reserves instead. So that opened up $60,000 in the general fund. We increased our projections on sales tax by 2%, and that opened up another $88,000. And then in the administration budget, we took the $25,000 for council, which is the $5,000 each council member has, the $10,000 for Juneteenth, the $10,000 for the CPM scholarships, and the $50,000 for the emergency contingencies. And instead of funding it out of the general fund, we moved that to reserves also. That still keeps us above the 90 days. that we're required to keep. It still keeps our $1 million storm reserve in place. It keeps everything fine over there. Of course, now that stuff has now been taken out of general fund, and that would be available for this. So if we're ever going to move back to general fund, that's going to take additional money to move it back in general fund. But as long as we have salary, as long as we have savings during the course of each year, those items can be funded out of reserves recurring each year. So we moved those over, and that opened up about $243,000, and that was where we started the conversation, was with that.
I see. So that's where that 240,000 is coming.
Correct.
I see. So you did already take them out. Well, you didn't remove them. Like, it's not like you're saying, okay, we won't get chairs or this hardware this year. You're just saying we permit from the reserve funds. Okay.
That's right. And plus the 2% increase in the sales tax. So that added another $88,000 in revenue.
Okay. And I'm going to assume that the idea of just taking them out completely, it's one of those things just makes you want to throw up. I don't know. I'm asking. There, we had, especially with Chief Jackson, when we sat down and went through his budget, and there were some other things that they requested that we didn't fund. Right.
We looked at it's like, okay, what do we have to get this year? I mean, what's important? What is a need? What is something we have to have this year? And we pared down what we could in that originally before we settled on the $59,000 in
well, I just felt like it was incumbent upon me to ask. I know that list wasn't like, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I trust that. The second question then is, when does the CBA when do they start? The negotiations start again for the new year?
Both CBAs will be up for negotiation next year.
Right, but what time in the year?
They end in October, right, Kirk? So it'll have to be done prior to October. I think that's the right date.
Right.
Prior to October 2021.
They're both CBAs, fire and police, are valid through September 30th, 2021. So it'll have to be prior to that.
Okay. Because I just wondered if, it was, I know for the rest of you guys council, it was me who had asked Tink if we could have a workshop where we have CBA, like everything about it explained. Because I just felt like in all of these conversations, there's so much I do not understand well enough when I'm talking about it that I felt like I really need an education on it to make sure that I'm not just flapping my gums when I have questions. I just asked that because I was curious about whether or not we could foresee a future where negotiations with the CBA for next year help us gain some of the funding that we're talking about needing to help continue funding these other positions going forward. But that's fairly far into the future. So I don't know if it's helpful right now. So
that would all be anything that occurred in that CBA would be reflected in the 2021, 2022 budget.
Right, but I'm just thinking about like whatever we do now, if we create positions that aren't, that have these asterisks next to them for the 21, 22.
Correct.
Year, if we would, there's flexibility that could help with that after our next round of negotiations. But with those questions and those, thank you for everybody's patience in that. I'm sorry that one of the answers was something I missed from being gone. I guess we need to talk about those personnel positions and what we're going to land on.
Well, Chief Jackson said that he needs those investigators. He said that if he can get investigators, he can, and I don't know if he said it like this, but in essence, return those patrol people to patrol. Now, I don't know if that means the ones that actually moved up, or if he means replacing them, or what that means for him, and that's totally Tink and Chief Jackson's business. But sounds like he definitely needs those investigators, or he needs to augment the patrol from those investigators he took. So I would say we start right there. But Tink did say we could probably fund 3 positions for 5 months. And so that leaves discussion for the assistant chief's position as well. And I'm not, I'm willing to go along with it because it's a recommendation made by Tink, and I really trust Tink and it's a recommendation made by Chief Jackson because I trust him as well. So I don't want folks to believe that I'm against it. I'm just more in favor of investigators than I am an assistant chief. But if we can do all of them, I am a supporter of all of them.
Chief, would you, I found that I've wound myself up in some of the logistics now, and I want you to clear it up for me. So if we were to hire this assistant chief position, would it truly provide you, you think, the maneuverability to sort of gain, how do you think it would change the current staffing you have of patrol who are out there right now? What I'm trying to ask, do you truly think it gives you hours amongst your existing police staff, or does that mean that the folks that you have currently working as investigators would stay there, and then other police officers would be able to fill more of those patrol roles that are currently have been moved up or moved elsewhere? Or do you still, sorry, I'm winding myself up with this question.
I think I understand what you're asking. The assistant chief position is going to allow more of the administrative functions to be addressed. Pursuing in working on our COP program. Okay, getting that really digging down in, researching grant opportunities, doing analytics for, when I've got my CID staff doing these reports on caseload and numbers, those are the types of things that this position is going to be able to work on, so that my investigators don't have to spend the time doing this number crunching, and they can actually work on cases.
So it gives your investigators more time to investigate.
Right. It allows them to do what they're supposed to be doing. Yes.
Right.
And one of the big ones that I'm really interested in is really digging down on the COP program and identifying what our goal is with the COP program and getting all of that fired back up again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, I like the sound. That sounds really vital. And I like, Keith, does that still leave you feeling like icky by the idea that position basically is saying, okay, it's not hiring a new investigator and it's not putting a new patrol officer out on the street, but what it's doing is saying, investigators, go investigate. Now you have more time to go do all of this. And in the meantime, we have someone who is completely dedicated to not only doing that, but building back up this community, like a robust community police, a COP program. Like, I think that would be so powerful to citizens. What is it that you think I'm missing?
Yeah, no, I don't think that you're necessarily missing anything, Casey. I think that when Chief Jackson says that this assistant police chief will free investigators up to go and investigate, I say yay, right? We all say yay. But we're missing some of the fundamental points of the issue. Number one, we still have 25 plus unsolved murders, and we still have over 300 felonious cases that have not been investigated. So it's not just that we simply need to free investigators up to do more investigating. We need more investigators, because even if they had every ounce of time and energy dedicated to solving these crimes, it's just not enough of them to go around, right? Mm-hmm. So for me, that what Chief is saying, while I understand and respect it, and I can see where it probably would be true, but even in a perfect world where they just investigated, it's still not enough of them to go around. So that's the issue with that. But if in fact Tink can find it in the budget, and it sounds like, again, y'all, it sounds like he's found 3 positions, I'm willing to go along with it. My only other caveat with that would be, I would really want them, Chief Jackson and Tink Jackson, to visit with the LMPA to talk about this assistant police position, because there is a morale issue that's arising in our police department. So I hope I answered your question. Yes, I'm for it. Yes, that's great, but it doesn't really solve the problem that they are so overloaded with cases that they can't meet the needs of every case, regardless of whether they give 100% of their time to those cases or they're giving 75 to 80 based on them having to help Chief Jackson do those other things that he's doing.
Okay. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, none of it doesn't solve it completely, right? I mean, luckily, I don't think anyone has said that it does, and I'm not, but it is a compromise, right? It's a way to get started. And if we were to bring in that chief position that starts to free up space and let investigators investigate, and if we were to bring in, again, I would like to say that my proposal is a patrol officer and the beginning of an advocate position, or, what, liaison, support, all of that jazz, all that good stuff, that continues to free up officer time and investigator time, is as kind of iffy as I feel about us finding those funds without a promise of being able to completely find them in the next fiscal year budget. I'm also, city staff has been creative and resourceful and smart and prudent before. So if y'all collectively felt like, this isn't, nothing is known for sure, we could make it happen.
How about this, Casey? How about this? Let me see if I can try to slice it down so that we all can kind of feel good about it. Sounds like we might be able to hire 2 patrol officers, right? That's what Tink said, so that we can keep those folks in investigation. But we might also be able to hire an assistant chief. And Tink, I'll even go this far with you, because I know you have good intentions. How about if we create that position, we hire that position, and then we can allow the LMPA through this bargaining that will be coming up this next year. You just said the contract will be over. We can hear their proposals at that point about this assistant chief's position, and then the council and the bargaining unit can go back and forth on what where we want that position to be and where we want that to come from. But in the interim, we can still have that chief, and that chief, Casey, one of the primary roles of that chief when they arrive would be able to create this advocate position and this advocate program within our police department, so that once they craft it and create it, then it'll be ready for us to act on as soon as it's done, which, if they're coming in April, is probably going to take them until the budget, right, until this budget ends, for us to be able to implement it. But we would make perhaps one of their first jobs be the creation of this advocacy program in our police department. Does that help?
I mean, to be honest, I don't see what it does. I mean, compromise. I think what we need, I think what's prudent, the whole reason for bringing in someone who is licensed and following the model that other communities have sort of trailblazed, is bringing in someone with the experience and the very, very nuanced, specialized training and connection to resources and understanding of issues that relieves burden on police officers and immediately connects with citizens and connects them to the resources they need. And I don't think that that's a very expensive position, honestly. And I think it's an easy one. You know, the idea of, you mentioned earlier, of maybe that's someone contracts it. Maybe it's not someone who works for LMPD. I would consider that. I would prefer it to be someone who's LMPD, because I think what would make it work is they become part of the culture at the PD, you know, and it's not seen as like, oh, it's time to call the therapist. You know, that's not what we want, right? I want it to be seen. I would want it to be seen as this, everybody works together to solve the problems of our citizenry. But if that made it easier, that would be one thing. I'm not keen on the idea of saying, we'll let this assistant chief, amongst all these other things we're going to tell them they need to do to earn their place, say they also have to develop this program, because they might not have any idea about what that is like. And I think that that's pretty specialized. That requires them to have that same kind of training as well, to really create something that stands on its legs. And so that doesn't really do it for me. But I mean, what if to counter, what if it was a patrol officer and an advocate and a assistant chief, and one of their very first jobs that they do is working on that COPS grant and building in how we're going to bring in 3 new patrol officers before the end of the year, because we also know during at all the same time, we're going to all be talking about how are we building a better police department so that we can start to house more officers in the first place. What if that was one of their first jobs? Is how do I get more community police officers on this force before budget year 21-22?
I don't think that personally, my compromise was the assistant chief, right? Not that I don't think that we need it. I'm just saying in this moment in time, we have greater needs, in my opinion. And so my compromise would then be, if not the chief, then the advocate. Only because Chief just told us, right, that he took 2 patrol officers off the streets and moved them to investigations. So this whole discussion is about replacing what he took, right? It's not about adding anything else to the police department. It's about replacing in an already exhausted patrol division 2 additional patrol officers. And by the way, I have to tell you that there was an incident recently in our city where there was, and I know this is routine, there were 3 officers that were required to be on scene, right? And you and I don't want to disclose this is a public meeting, right? So we don't want to give anybody any ideas, but you and I both know what that meant for the rest of the city, right? And that was before Chief Jackson moved those patrol officers out of patrol. So we really, and the word was that, those officers had to make decisions based on their safety at that point. They were outnumbered, right? So I think it's really important that we replace what we took from patrol. If it means patrol and an advocate, or patrol and an assistant chief, I would really prefer to go with you with the advocate, but I also understand and respect what Tink and Kirk are saying as well. So either way, I'm good.
May I weigh in?
Please.
Yes, sir.
I think we might be able to ride this horse on into the barn here if we could agree as a council to do an assistant chief, 2 patrol officers, and contract with an advocate. What say you?
No tax increase.
What did you say, Robert?
No tax increase.
No, we've already set.
We already decided that, Robert. Me and Mayor are the only ones sitting out here saying we should increase tax.
This is our final consensus of the day. We've established with a quorum of consensus, no tax increase. And now I'm proposing we do an assistant chief, 2 patrol officers, and seek contracting with a mental, I hate to use the word mental health, but with a human person advocate that is licensed and experienced in dealing with folks that are having issues.
It's a social worker, honestly, is what we're talking about.
My daughter just
Social
got
worker with licensed counseling.
My daughter is a licensed counselor. She happens to work at a school now where she deals with, I'm not going to give the name of the school, but she deals with all sorts of things with students and teachers, including suicide, including problems at home, including not having food to eat as a child. So I think that's very important that we have that. So we can come on in the barn now with assistant chief, 2 patrol officers, and contracting with an advocate. Does anybody have heartburn over that? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Then we have formed consensus. We've already said no tax increase, and I'm going by my schedule here. We've gone through the budget recap. We've come to, I believe, a consensus on the budget. Is there anything else?
Well, yeah, what was the consensus?
The consensus is an assistant chief, 2 patrol officers, and contract with an advocate.
I do want to say, I know that this has gone on long, but I do still have some heartburn about that, only because we're talking in big question marks around that. You know, I don't know what that means to say we'll contract for basically a social worker on call. I think that what I'm most concerned about is that we say we want to do this, and that what it turns into is like the least effective version of itself, which is
in that case, Casey, I would suggest that the council allow you to work hand in hand with Chief and Tink on setting up that program and what that would look like and what you would want to see in it, and then bring that to council.
okay. And then what does that mean in terms of budget right now then?
Okay, so as long as we can agree that the cost, if we do a contract for advocacy, for an advocate, for whatever, that cost would be the rest of our amount above our 90 days in reserves, and it's not a recurring, it wouldn't be a recurring, it's going to be budgeted as a one-time expense. I think we could do that. And then we'll figure out what the time frame is for the 3 positions, exactly when we can hire them, because they would be it would be somewhere in the 6-month range, I'm assuming. We'd have to put the numbers to it and figure it all out. Of course, you know, that this doesn't include additional cover. You know, there's vehicles, there's all that other stuff in there too that are not included in the cost. So we'll have to figure that out.
It'll have to be 6 months. Yes, sir.
6 months. Okay.
Yes,
So I think we can make it work at the 6-month range. So we'll put an asterisk with those positions. And then the contract advocate would have to come out of reserves. It would have to come out of fund balance. Because that's the only way we'd have enough to do it all, or it's either gonna have to come out of fund balance, or we'd have to cut another month off of the positions.
Wait, are you saying we could fund it not out of reserves if we
No,
say?
we can. We can fund that out of reserves, because that's not a position. That's a contract. So with it not being a recurring position, it could be funded out of fund balance for now until we decide what we're going to do with it. And then next year, if the decision is to continue it, then we can add it into general fund. If to continue the contract, if the program works out, if we decide to hire somebody instead, then that's a position that can be considered in the budget. But for this year, that money for the advocate, for a contract advocate would be out of fund balance, out of reserves. If we don't do it out of reserves, then we're looking at probably 5 months on the positions. But it don't matter to me. I mean, it's up to you guys.
Well,
I think it's okay if we do it out of reserves, Tink, because I think that, again, this chief that you all are talking about, one of the things that Casey has been adamant about is when this chief hits the ground, this assistant chief, they're going to be looking for funding. So I think we'll be okay this year to fund it out of reserves, knowing next year Chief is going to have some help with creating those revenue streams that we need in the police department, because he's going to have a new assistant chief to work with him on a lot of that.
I agree.
Casey, you look like you're about to say something.
You still got opportunity with the county too, if we start negotiations with them, because how do you divide ourselves down 1764? You know, the need is there for all of us.
I mean, it's possible we could you know, Chief, do you remember last year I spoke to you about the training that I knew had been happening, like at Dickinson PD and whatnot, with the national, with NAMI Galveston. And I tried to connect. Unfortunately, they didn't end up being a great lead for that kind of thing, because they weren't very communicative. They weren't responsive, I think, to either one of us. But I do think there are, like I said, I'm not jazzed about it being a contract person, just because I do see a very strong potential for it to become something that's seen as not essential and not beginning to work itself into the culture and it be really embraced, which I don't want to have it be dead on the water, you know, but to bring the horse into the barn, so to speak, I can get down with that. And maybe we can, and taking Robert's point, you know, I think maybe it's something that we start having a conversation with other PDs about, and maybe there's a way to collaborate and start to fund this position, at least initially, collaboratively. And like I said, I would want to see that grow. I would want to see it become so that it's not just one person. You know, I don't want to see some, you know, most social workers are women. I wouldn't want it to turn into like, you know, call the 1-800, you know, dial a therapist and have her come on out and fix this thing. You know, it needs to be something that is integrated fully and respected and treated like something that really supports the community, and is given the respect, because it can do so much for our PD. That said, I've gotten that off my chest now. Okay, fund it out of reserves and let's see. And I'm happy and eager and willing to continue talking about this with Tink and Kirk.
Wonderful. You'll be our lead for that. So I've got a bucket, I've got a water hose, and I've got a bag of oats for this horse. Is there anything else?
Mayor and council, one last thing on the 2% COLA that we have in the budget. Are you guys in agreement that that includes Mr. Jackson, our city manager, or exclude, because his contract would say that council needs to vote on his separately?
Well, we can't, Susie, we can't take any votes right now.
Right.
But I'm assuming all of council considers him an employee of the city. I mean, we hired him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, then I can leave that number in there, because that number, the 2% COLA, is including Mr. Jackson.
I don't have a problem with it. He's an employee. We hire him, we fire him.
I agreed to that with the understanding that he was in that 2%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted clarification.
Thank you so much.
Put it on the next
Good to hear
agenda.
your voice. Council, is there anything else? I do want to say that this is my 10th and final budget. It's been a great 3 days. I love you guys. You've done a great job. There's been a lot of really rich discussion, and I think we've accomplished a lot. Tink, you and your staff, Susie, you and your financial staff, you guys have all done a great job. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more question.
God,
I apologize. I know you were ready to get on that saddle and right away, but it's your last one. I just want to drag it out for you. I'll make it really quick. You can shoot me down, but I'm going to try one more time for this. So I just put something together. Tink, did you say that you thought that we could fund that position not as a contract and not out of reserve if we moved all those other 3 positions to coming on not 6 months, but only for 5 months?
It'd probably be less than 5. It'd probably be closer to 4. Let me look at it real quick here. All right. Well, somewhere here I already had that calculated. If I can find it again. Nice. Oops.
This is when you grab your Bloody Mary that you've been hiding underneath your desk, Mayor. And this is when you surreptitiously move out of this.
That is a big problem because I do not have one.
I'm just trying to make you work for it. That's all I'm trying to do.
You're succeeding.
I know. Thank you for everyone's patience.
Well, hey,
I don't know what's going to happen in November either. I got to follow what feels right. I just needed to see.
We appreciate you.
I believe you'll be fine, Casey. And Mayor, while Tink is looking for that, I just want to say I've been with you the longest out of anybody, and you're a pretty funny guy, man. And I enjoyed laughing with you. I enjoyed debating with you. I've enjoyed those private moments that we've had together over the years. And I wish you well in your retirement. I know you're going to have a lot of exciting things to do with Patty and with your children. Man, you've done a good job for Lamar, man, and you deserve to ride off into the sunset. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You've been a great blocking back, brother.
Just trying to verify with Susie real quick. I think I've got it calculated at 5 months.
Yes, 5 months. 5 months. We probably can do it.
Would y'all go there with me on that? It's just 1 month. 1 month without the 1 month less.
For God's sakes, yes.
What do you think, Robert?
I'll support it.
What do you think, Keith?
Absolutely.
Chris Lane, what do you think, you so-and-so?
Most definitely.
Hot dog. Whiskey for all. Let's go.
You guys are awesome. God bless you. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank
Thanks.
you for your patience and hard work. I really appreciate y'all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Thank you so much.